Greens family, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, family, we are back. Bomani and Kala Genesis, Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Family, we're here for another wonderful session on the 2024, setting it off. So, family, this is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans, and I'm here with my good brother Kala Genesis of Kala Genesis Radio, and we're here to bring you Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, which is a straight up a vision of how we as a people can organize ourselves, build Black cooperative economics, and literally just represent the nation building game that we're building, and separate ourselves from the jokers and the clowns out there that are making this movement look like a joke and a clown show. So, family, my good brother Kala Genesis is back, and he has another exciting topic and subject. And tonight's topic is Pan-Africanism dead or is it evolving? And this is the Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. And for all the guests that want to come in, make sure you come in and bring a good energy to the table to where we can connect and we can talk about how we can work together as a people, and we can just build Pan-Africanism economics, or Pan-African economics, as I should say, because everything has to be about business enterprise, and we can't keep on talking stuff while other people are making moves, and then we just here debating and things like that. So, family, I'm back from my back-to-back journeys from Tanzania November journey and my South Africa December journey. So it takes a lot of work, a lot of energy. So over the last 2 months, we haven't been on here every week because we've been making serious moves. And so while we're making those moves, we're reaching out to other people out there and see who want to connect with us, who want to make moves with us. I do understand that everybody's looking to jump on a journey with us, but for me personally, and the way we look at it professionally, this is the best way for us to get you into Africa, for you to join us on these journeys of a lifetime. And right now, the next energy we're working on is with myself, Kala, and our good sister Winnie Wanda, and we're representing the connection for Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, and that also includes some time in Morocco, Casablanca. But it's straight up the Liberia vision that Kala Genesis talk about. So, so want to check with our good brother Kala Genesis. The Liberia vision that we have, is that part of Pan-Africanism evolving?
Yes, yes, yes. And the reason why I did this topic tonight, right? And College Genesis is going to drop some jewels, and I'm going to wait till everybody gets in here. I'm going to keep repeating them over, so bear with me because I want people to hear this, okay? Tonight we're talking about, the question is Pan-Africanism dead? No, if you look at YouTube, you would think so. If you look at TikTok, you would think so, okay? But Pan-Africanism is evolving. Pan-Africanism, as it was explained in the 19th century, was different than the 20th century. The 21st century Pan-Africanism has to evolve to a different level. Okay, in the 20th century, Pan-Africanism was about Black unity for the sake of unity, right, and togetherness and things like that. But it never had an end goal. It never had anything beyond just Black unity. We're all Black. We're all this. As we see now with social media, is that each group of people have their own issues, their own prejudices, their own ways of seeing the world. And so therefore, what brings people together? People have different nationalities now, and people have their own deals with other countries. So where does Pan-Africa fit in the future? Okay, we can't just say, oh, we're going to be a Pan-Africanist and everyone's on one page. It has to be something unifying people together, as far as like when we say Pan-Africanism. Now, our platform is Pan-African source nationhood, okay? Nationhood means building our own government, infrastructure, and society. That's what we mean by Pan-Africanism as towards our end goal. So in other words, basically, we don't just do Pan-Africanism just for the sake of Pan-Africanism. And that's what the problem was. People do Pan-African for the sake of Pan-Africanism. And what happens is the people morph into other different things. Like you may be a Pan-Africanist, but you are a capitalist, or you're a conservative, or you're a Pan-Africanist, but you're a Marxist, a communist, and a Leninist. Okay. You may be a Pan-Africanist, but you also believe in the LGBTQ. You may be a Pan-Africanist, but you're into the different religions and everything like this. So therefore, all those other things take dominance. And you see most of the fights in the Pan-African world has nothing to do with building nation building. It has to do with, okay, you're a Pan-Africanist, but I don't agree with the fact that you're you believe in communism, or you believe in social justice, or I don't believe you're a Pan-African because you like Trump, or you like you talk like a Republican, you're conservative, and like this. So therefore, the things back in the days when you had someone who was a Pan-Africanist, all we wanted was Black unity, right? So people came from different religions. People were Muslims, people were Christians, people were atheists. It did not matter so long as you were Black. And people came from the islands, people came from the Caribbean, and people basically were like, hey, you're Black. This is a feeling. Okay. That was good back then. It was bringing people together. Right. But as we see now that people have different ideologies and everything like that, and people are now expressing their ideologies on social media and stuff, and it's triggering a lot of people. I didn't know you guys thought like that. I didn't know that was a concern to you. I didn't know that, Oh no, I can't rock with that. I don't believe in that. Before, those questions were took a back seat to just this broad thing about Black unity and togetherness. Now we have to look at Pan-Africa. How can it evolve? It has to evolve to the point where we're producing something tangible. Okay, tangible means building Africa, building infrastructure, building things that take us to the next level. We can't be talk of Pan-Africanism, right? And we basically have other races of people building for us. We can't be Pan-Africanists, right? Where we have to have the Chinese build roads and railways for us. We can't talk Pan-Africanism, right? Where we can't get the best engineers on the African continent and diaspora to come and solve Africa's economic and infrastructure problems. We can't talk Pan-Africanism. That's where Pan-Africanism is evolving to and has to evolve to. Other than that, yes, the movement will die because it's other than talk. You can't be a Pan-Africanist, right? And say you're a Pan-Africanist and all your business deals go with the Chinese and the Russians and everybody else and everything. Or you basically, there's nothing connecting Africa's countries economically with each other. There's no centralized plan for a building. I say, well, what does that have to do with anything? Yeah, if you're a Pan-Africanist, that means that you put your interests ahead of your individual states, and you come with a plan that's going to build the continent, build the back, and integrate the people of African descent to basically help build. That's what Pan-Africa has to evolve to. And it has not evolved to that because we have governments that were created by Europeans and colonialists that keeps the connection between Europe and Africa intact. For example, okay, you still have the British Commonwealth of Nations. You can't be a Pan-Africanist and the preemptive business and everything you do in Africa is a part of the British Commonwealth of Nations or the French Union or the French Monetary Zone and all these things like this, or the US dollar and all these things like this. That's not Pan-Africanism. That's the Pan-Africanism of the old days where we would Europeans control the economy and everybody control the economy, but we would meet in places like Lagos, Nigeria for the Festac and have a big festival and everybody hugging and crying, saying we're all Black and everything like that. Yeah, that's not going to cut it in the future. What we need to be doing is figuring out how we can basically integrate the African oil and African industries together, and how can we can basically build African industries and everything together. That's what we need to be meeting on. Now, if we want to have a festival after that, that's fine. But Pan-Africanism has to be about business, and it has to be about evolving into that level. Other than that, we're just wasting our time with Pan. All we're going to do is fight against each other and tear each other down. That's what I'm seeing now on social media. If social media is any indicator of Pan-Africanism, that's where I see. I see people tearing each other down because they're not building anything together. People who are doing business together and got something to lose or got some stake in something, they'll find a way how to work together. And us is one simple disagreement, and we're at each other's throats. You know why? Because there's nothing tangible that we're building together. There's no Pan-African investment group that we all can buy into. You know, where's the Pan-African global bank and system? You know, where's the Pan-African engineers? Where's the Pan-African medical system? You know, giving everybody healthcare where doctors could work beyond borders and across the world in different venues. So this is what we're talking about. So I'm going to pause with that. That's my intro. And Bomani could talk about this flyer and the flyer with his trip if he wants to.
Yes, greetings, good brother. Exactly. And when we talk about Pan-African involvement, those are the things that I talk about. Being serious people, you know, getting out there and putting the work in, and getting out there and just standing for something. And people like myself, you know, my whole world is tied up with business. Most of the time, I'm not even flexible to be getting on YouTube and just be talking to people about anything. But I try to reserve our energy to really help those of us who want to make the move to the continent, whether they want to travel, live, or do business. But the key way for us to get anyone involved into anything in Africa is for you to practically come and travel with us, or come and get involved in something with us. Outside of that, I don't know how we make moves in Africa and build business relationships and do certain things. So it's always been a foundation. And as time moves along and we talk about business and investment, now that's when you you know, when you have connected with people, and then maybe together as individuals, you formulate groups to where you can participate in building, whether it's an investment club or just building this business investment, or just expanding business enterprise that you're doing. So that's what we do, and I can't speak for other people, but you know, every few months we'll pack up and we have a group of people that we organize, and we have a tour program, and we're in the different countries. Some countries are more focused on business and investment and repatriation, and some countries are in general roots and culture. But you're talking about building business administration to where you're putting a program together and you're getting things done. That's an active energy of that. So I'm always telling people, for those who would like to run their mountain, things like that, let me see you try to go out there and try to organize some of your people and get them involved in anything, whether it's a tour, investments, or group projects, or any of those things. Let me see you try to create a situation where you are putting black dollars in black hands. And so some people can do some of these things. You know, I don't have time to play games and hear any of their foolishness. Like I think last month you was telling me about this clown named Afro Stink Tank. You know what I mean? Some kind of fake Pan-Africanist that feel like he can define Pan-Africanism as in a world of just talks, and a world of talk about we just building. Well, show me what business you're building. Show me what you're organizing. Show me what you're putting together. Show me the people that you're committing to and building relationships with. And like I mentioned, the key thing, putting black dollars in black hands. Show me the black organizations that you're working with. You know, show me the program that you've put together. I can literally even show you one of the latest ones that we put together with myself and Kala Genesis, which is Liberia, Liberia Roots and Culture Tour. You know, that's something that you don't see a lot of people doing. Going to Liberia, putting together a well-organized tour, which has an incredible business and investment conference and things like that. Whether these things that we're doing are the greatest execution of professionalism and the greatest execution of many things, the next set of people show me the interest, show me what you're actually moving on before y'all start judging us and running your mouth and talking about how Pan-Africanism should be. You know, last I remember, we're building an incredible community called Black Star Pan-African Community, and once we build more economics in that community, we can have a whole town to where we can live, do business, and run a Pan-African operation. Create industrial zones. We're talking about literally just get into building key industries and training and working with your own people and training yourself to be a part of, where we have things that's built by us. I just came back from South Africa and then also Tanzania, two, very modern country. One had better infrastructure than the other one, but the reality of it is, no matter how nice whatever country is, if we're not the one that's investing in that country, and if we're not the one that's building that infrastructure, what's the point? We basically now are moving from one oppressive racist system in America to now in Africa, where now you in this country and now it's just filled with just white racist people who the only purpose of them being there is to dominate a black country. So what are we really building and what are we really doing? That's why most of the time I'm quiet. Most of the time I'm just working. I work throughout the whole day and working to show people a great experience in Africa, working to actually help people move to Africa, because that's also some of the things we do is straight consultation, whether the people is calling and we're giving them directions or connecting them with the people that we have. And most of you folks out there talk about Pan-Africanism, but no one can call any of y'all and ask y'all to help them with anything. And people like myself that's in business, trying to expand in business, if we even reach out to y'all to work with y'all, anything, y'all not available to do anything. Just like that phony Mark Blanton that from the real South Africa, that fake ass Negro, think somebody's supposed to chase him down and things like that. Y'all reach out and y'all talk all that stuff, but when people reach out to y'all, y'all start running, because y'all know some of us are real and some of y'all are just out there just to jump into a movement. And basically it's kind of like the thing now. Oh, I'm gonna go to Africa. I'm into Africa, but it's like what's being built from there. So the phonies like that, people like that, y'all can stick with them. People like myself, y'all reach out to me, I'll call you back, connect with you, and build some kind of connection. I'm not gonna act like I don't have a minute to talk to a brother or sister. And that's just one of the people. I'm not saying that guy called himself a Pan-Africanist, but it's fake ass phony Negroes like him. And many other them is the reason why we do what we do as far as Africa for the Africans, because we don't have time to be putting our time and energy and chasing people who ain't about nothing. I mean, people like myself, I'm at the brink of this. It's nonstop work here. It's more work than it could even be handled. So at no point I have time to play around with people or joke with people. So for those who are looking to connect with us, that's my number, my information below. My flyers right there. If you want to travel with us, if you want to see schedules, if you want to see what we've done before, those details are there. And none of this stuff is easy. This stuff is hard work. And at the end of the day, you're accountable for more things that you can imagine. You're accountable for all the things that you need to go right, and then you're accountable for anything that can go wrong. And as part of leadership, you have to bear the burden of providing directions for your brothers and sisters. So that's what we're building, family. So what I want to do is you can take a look at this flyer, but the main thing when you're connecting with us as far as Africa for Africans and what we're building is to view our website. You're looking to travel with us. All of the schedules are up on the site. We have a list of group photos, and then on the social pages, we have a list of all of the videos and documentations. And then as time go along, like all the last set of footage I've taken, Tanzania, South Africa, I'll be able to get more of those things up as this one's come along, and then mix it with some of the old footage, and just showing you our efforts and energy in Africa and making our way around, showing you the beauty, the vision, and all the things that stand out, and encouraging you to join us and help build this connection. And at the same time, too, you're paying for an experience. You're paying for your accommodations and things like that. So it's not something where you just supporting the energy to support energy. You're paying for things that you'd get if you go with other people. The biggest difference is that we're trying to connect more of us so we can do incredible things together. And it's more than just a tour to Africa, and it's more than just us having some vision to building communities in Africa, or just running away from America because we feel like if we run to Africa, it's going to solve our problems. No, it's these things are key and well organized, planned out over a period of time to get somewhere, and that's building a Black corporate economic operation. And that's what Black Star Pan-Africanism and Pan-African community is going to evolve into. And it all starts from this foundation of doing tours and investments in Africa. And if you don't want to travel with us, any individuals, you can get on a jet plane, you can make your way to the country, do your field research, network, open your minds up to people that are on the continent doing things. and then literally, literally to see how you can put your, your energy together with other people. Because at the end of the day, you're still gonna have to work with people, and the best set of people to work with is your own brothers and sisters from the diaspora. And then when you connect to the continent, you have to find the right people to, that understand your vision. Because most people are not going to understand your vision. Most people are going to look at a way just how they can just make some money from you, and that's it. And that's the unfortunate about the Pan-Africanism that we're building. Not everybody sees, the vision and see the dedication of work needs to be done. But nevertheless, family, that's the direction that we're guiding into. And for those who are down with us, now don't just come on here and you know, just make little silly comments. Come on here, send super chats, show some love, uh, connect with us on how we can do different things. You see the list of countries that I travel to. You can't you can't make this kind of schedule up if you don't know what you're doing. And all the schedules before this schedule and things like that is, it shows that we're serious about this connection to Africa. So that's what we're building. So for those who are in the chat and those who are listening to us, just reach out and join us. The next journey that we have is going to Liberia. Help us build this Pan-African connection. Don't let's sit around and hear us talk about Liberia, talk about nation building, talking about all the things that we're looking to do, and you literally just don't join us and don't support us. That's a waste of our time and energy. And it's the same thing I tell people that want to do things with us. If you're not serious about traveling to Africa and things like that, don't waste my time. Don't set up appointments. Don't tell me that you're coming over or you want to meet me and things like that. Take your time and do the research. Take your time and look at information on our website. Take your time and read through details, and ultimately just take your time and be prepared. That way, when you're dealing with us, you're dealing with us in a respectful energy where, we can get things done, and, we can feel like you're not wasting our time, because that's the biggest thing, family. And we can't get any of this time back. So my goal is to make the time that we're building and working with people very fruitful. So that is our website, and I'm just gonna scroll through this to show the group energy. Now these are a list of the incredible schedules coming up. So we have completed Tanzania and South Africa in November and December 2023, and now we're setting it off to Liberia and Morocco, March 29th to April 9th, and that is going to be that foundation journey that we're looking to put strong energy in the future. So for those who still have flexibility to travel, join us. Right now we have a nice size group, and we're looking to build more energy, and we have an incredible business conference where we're looking to lay out the foundation for those who want to do more things in Liberia, and looking to this create energy to where you have good networking partners that you can work with. And then we're setting it off in the summertime for Ghana, July 11th to the 23rd, and that is the 24th Journey for Lifetime. So looking to build up more energy on our Black Star Pan-African community, and looking to this build a stronger business and investment conference. So both the Liberia and the Ghana journey is, it's my dedication to repatriation, investment, and nation building in Africa. All other countries, honestly, quote unquote, is countries that we go for roots and culture tour and networking and seeing what the future may look like. But that's my focus, and you can only do so much. So I don't want to run all over the place, even though you see us traveling in different countries. But those two countries. So this year, as we set this year off, it's the year we're setting off with the countries that we're looking to build straight top-notch operation. And so definitely want to see more people join us. And these two countries represent the heart of West Africa. It represent our historical connection to Africa, and it represent countries that you're going to get to where you're dealing with countries that's 90% Black African people, us as a people. It's not like in South Africa where sometimes I'm like, or sometimes I'm like, wow, it's just all of these white folks all over Africa, and or from on Zanzibar Island, the same way I feel in East Africa. So that's why I'm proud to just really be pushing Liberia and Ghana. All right, so family, and then we're gonna continue on to the year with our Egypt, our roots and culture journey, November 21st to December 2nd. And then we're gonna continue on another incredible journey in South Africa as we just completed that schedule. So once we complete schedules, we learn, we just do all the adjustments we need to do, and then just make it more fruitful and more impactful. So that's what that schedule represent right there as we do our third South Africa journey. And just like the other journeys, the goal is to build an elite, incredible schedule. And Senegal and Gambia, a country I've done a few times, and that schedule is just as perfected as we can perfect the schedule. And that gives you another 2 country for 2025. And then we're going to set off another Ghana journey, and that's in May 2025 for the 25th journey of a lifetime there. And then we're going to close out the year in Brazil as we just begin to start reducing some of the schedules to 2 to 3 schedules a year, because we have many other things to do. And for those who ever want to go to Brazil to enjoy that roots and culture, that's that journey that we have set for you. All right, then before we get back to our regular schedule program, I want to show you the last few group photos that we have taken. And so appreciate all my brothers and sisters for all that wonderful love and support to complete that 17 year of our Africa for African tourism investment. That's us right there in South Africa, in Soweto, December 2023. Tanzania at the Culture Center, November 2023. Ghana, May, at the Independence Square. Senegal at Goree Island, April. And scroll all the way down to 2006, and that's the 33 journey of a lifetime that we have completed. And we look forward to working with more people and connecting with more of us, so we can keep on showing you a dynamic experience on the African continent and keep on pushing our culture and our energy to connect to Africa. So yes, so family, let's get back to our regular scheduled program with my good brother Kala Genesis, so we can just focus things that we need to focus on.
Okay, before we get started, I want to address some of the things in the chat. Okay, this is not coming at Mark or whatnot, but mine express the frustration of how he feels. Why?
Brother, speak for yourself. It is coming at Mark.
Yeah, it's coming at Mark.
He's a coward and he's disrespectful. You're a friend of his, and you call him.
Yeah.
And you made certain connections, and the brother's not respectful. So I'm saying that to people, people like him is an example of the piece of trash that we have in this world of doing things in Africa, and they're not serious and they have no respect for the next brother, but they talk all this stuff because they have a YouTube channel and they can run their mouth and show their face. But my point to people, it can't be about all this running your mouth, talking all of this and that. It has to be about respect and about being business. That's why I told you straight up before, when you offered to connect with me, I told you, but I'm not interested in connecting with people like himself, because I already explained to you how people like himself think that just because they have a little success and that they're better than people like myself. I'm a person that put my hard work into energy. I don't put my energy into materialistic things. That's why we have investment and things like that. And most of our investments is around this unique house of technology that we have built. So yeah, so go ahead, but I want people to understand that I meant what I said, and I said what I meant.
Right. My point I'm trying to make is the fact that okay, when we start talking about business, right, and I bring somebody to somebody and everything like that, it's a serious thing. And I asked him, I said, look, can you connect with Bomani? He's going to bring you people that's interested in South Africa, South Africa, because they see your show and everything like that. In the spirit of Pan-Africanism, the brotherhood, that should have been like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna embrace these people. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's meet together. He should have got back with me on that, and said like this: these guys are coming over as a tour group. I don't know if what there's two things.
Well, brother, I'd add something on to it. So you send me, so you talk to the brother, and the brother said email him, which I don't really just, I'm fine with the email, but give me a number and give me an email. I'll email you and I'll call and text you. That's the professionalism I do. And so you said email you, I email him, I CC'd you, I email him, you follow up and ask me what's up, and I reply back to what we're talking about. And obviously you didn't read the message and didn't read the follow up. And then I followed up and reached out and called and text you and told you and forward the email to you and things like that. So that's the level of communication I'm willing to do, just like I'm willing to meet people for schedules here and things like that. So I'm telling people I'm real about that life and that business and things like that. And most of these people are not. But if y'all want to chase these fake ass people, y'all deal with them. Me and the people that are real, we're going to build what we need to build. And then once we build it, all you fake ass clowns like him, don't reach out to me. Don't holler at me. I got nothing to say to you. I got no respect for y'all because I'm on no little punk stuff. Like your time is so busy where you can't holler at. I'm not no. I'm a serious business person. I'm not some person that ain't got nothing going on, reaching out to you like I need you. I don't need any of y'all people out there. You know what I'm saying? The people I need is the people that support our business and understand our vision.
Yeah. So now you know that's what happened. You know, so the bottom line is
somebody's asking question.
Yeah, so I'm trying to clarify, which is not just coming at Mark. It's just that, you know, I reached out to him. I put myself on the line, you know, and I reached out to him, and he said, email me. He emailed him. He got the email.
And you also vouch for him.
Yeah, because I met Mark before. I met Mark in person. You know, I met him in person in Virginia. You know, and him and I known each other for 8 years. You know, so I met him before I met Dynas. You know, and so he was telling me about back in 2015 when he was going there. He was going back and forth between South Africa and Virginia and everything like that. And I was giving him a lot of pointers about South Africa, warning him about a lot of stuff and everything like that. You know. And I proved to be right. And then he got into the tour business, and I told him, I said, look, you know, this time I said, look, you know, I got people that's interested in what you're doing. They want to buy property. They're interested in real estate and everything. If I'm a businessman, I'm not gonna leave no stone unturned. You know, I'm gonna make sure that I reach out to that person and at least tell them, look, I can't see you. I'm busy. I'm on tour, follow up, or give me something, not and give a detailed email back saying I boom, 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 not just cool, you know, like a brush off. So in these days and times, right? Bomani and I are serious about this business. Anybody who does business with us or we reach out to, we take time to reach out to and whatnot. We want to see people that are serious because this is as serious as we're going to get, you know, as far as like building infrastructure. You know, if people are not talking about building infrastructure, and bottom line, imagine if we're talking about building multi-million-dollar business one day, and the worst thing you could do is when you're doing a business, right, and you call somebody and they don't call you back, they don't follow up, or you got to chase them down and all stuff like this. You know, to me that's unacceptable. You know, or any level. Now, when somebody calls me out of the blue, right, I got a lot of people that call me from all over the world. And I just tell them, look, I appreciate your call, but I can't do anything with you. I got my hands full. That's what I tell them. And I'm upfront with them and straight. I got a lot of people from all over the continent saying, hook me up with this, hook me up with that and everything. And I just tell them, look, I got my hands full in Liberia. That's what I'm focused on. I can't help you right now. And I'm honest with them. You know, I'm honest with them, you know. And so now I'm not saying nothing about Mark as far as like his business, but this incident right here, right, when Bomani brought a whole tour group, and some of them were interested in properties in South Africa, and I said, look, come back, you know, make sure you give it. And I gave him plenty of time. It was like a whole month, right? It was a whole month for him to like clear his schedule. You know, I said, look, he's gonna be there.
Yeah, brother, I was getting ready for a tour to Tanzania.
It was in Tanzania. It was like a whole month.
And I was getting ready for a tour to South Africa. And when I'm telling people about these tours, it's not like, oh, you just get up and go hang out with somebody. All the stuff is planned and organized. And even when you get there, so much work to get done. People wouldn't even imagine. Sometimes you're trying to get time for yourself and things like that. So if I'm willing to take time out of my busy, serious schedule to talk with someone, mainly on the behalf of always trying to connect my tour members and the people who invested and do business with us, and I reach out, you know. So it's a weird situation, brother, and people can give reasons and excuses. The thing of it, when I look at the end of the day, man, I tell people it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, well, you scored 50 points and you had all this. Well, it doesn't matter. You lost. You know, all those little extra stuff. It doesn't matter. You lost. If you didn't, you know, so whether it's a reason or it's classified as an excuse, the fact of the matter, it didn't get done. You didn't do it. You failed. That's how I look at people all the time when they give me all these reasons and excuses. I tell them, stop all of that. You know, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You didn't get the job done. So like when people telling me that I should put them back on and why they got fired and things, I was like, yo, you failed the mission. I got to move forward. I don't need you anymore. You're useless to me. We can't do anything together. And I got to think about the future of me and my people and the future of what we're building. So this is real talk, and it's a real situation as we're talking about, are we evolving or are we just literally just being stagnant in the ways because we're looking at materialism and we're looking at well, well, I don't want to connect with this person because that's why, brother, and I'm not mad at you, but it's like you got to stop vouching for these clown ass Negroes. You know what I'm saying? And
like
I already told you about that Negro already, how it exactly was, and now that it played out like that, I'm just telling people like, yo, I'm right about these people. I mean, because these people don't have time for y'all. It's like I'm always telling people, when was the last time one of these people reach out to you and help you? I understand I have business too, but at the same time too, we're dealing with our people who need our help and our people who need to reach out to us. And whenever we don't have a hand out to connect with them and things like that, are we really about that life? Now, he may never call himself a Pan-Africanist and say that he's down with anything. But last I remember, this Negro was trying to get Black people to come to South Africa and do certain things. Me personally, I just came from South Africa. I would always recommend South Africa as a nice historical roots and culture tour, from going to like the safari in Johannesburg to or other parts of there, and then going to Soweto and going to the townships like Langa and making your way around the city and enjoying the good food and the good culture. But it's not somewhere that I would really. It's not outside of West Africa, mainly when we're talking about Ghana and Liberia. I wouldn't recommend people to move to South Africa. South Africa reminds me of parts of Atlanta and New York. Beautiful city, beautiful infrastructure, but a lot of poverty, a lot of homeless people, a lot of people living, and it's just it's like a big gap in between that and things like that. And last I remember, I'm not trying to live anywhere where it's a bunch of white folks all over the place running stuff and owning things. So I'm no threat to whatever anybody's doing in South Africa. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, what I am is someone that will bring people there, and rather for the people I bring there to connect with you because you're doing things there, because I don't really want to do anything there. It's kind of like the situation with Senegal. I love Senegal. I've been going there from 2004. And what I end up doing, the people that I had that want to do things in Senegal, I end up making the worst mistake of my life, connecting them with RJ Mahdi. And then RJ Mahdi shake them down. So I thought this guy in South Africa wouldn't like that. So I was like, the guy is already established already. He's a serious business person. Let me just try to connect with him, because when you have groups of people that travel with you all the time, they want to do many things in many countries. And I'm always telling them, this country, we just enjoying roots and culture. I'm telling people, just because you see what I do in Ghana, don't mean I'm going to do that in another country. I took the chance there in Ghana, and I still calculated that. For me personally, it was and it still is the best African country for me, my family, and my brothers and sisters to invest in and repatriate in. Now, do you have other options in Africa? Yes. And then the next option is what me and you are building in Liberia. And so that's how serious I get when it's time to make that level of commitment. Anywhere else? Nah, anywhere else. So we need to connect people in those countries. So like I mentioned, RJ Mahdi, that didn't work out. You try to reach out to Mark Blanton, he acting like a BI, a Negro. And, and then you reach out somewhere else. People are just funny. And I don't know how we build something when you have these funny ass people. And last I remember you telling me Afro's think tank is going around calling us fake Pan-Africanists. And I'm trying to see, you got to go beyond those words of fake. Explain to us how we are fake and what we're doing fake. And explain to us what the real people out there that you claim to be real Pan-Africanists are doing. So that's where I'm stuck at, Kala. That's why most of the time I got nothing to say, man. And I do my work.
I got plenty to say, man. I told you, Bomani's untouchable, man. Bomani's untouchable. Nobody can touch him in this movement. Nobody touches Bomani. Bomani's untouchable, man. So he says, man, when if he says I'm with him 100%. That's just the way it is. I'm with 100% because this guy's been down to the gates of hell with this movement, man. This guy's put his life into this. This guy wrote the book on repatriation, nation building, tours, and everything like that. Started as a young man, 28 years old, and a vision. Mine's our closest thing we got to Marcus Garvey. And so the bottom line, you got a work ethic I've never seen anywhere. I've seen anybody with a work ethic. I know when Bomani hooks up with the right people, when I hook him up with the right people in Liberia, man, this guy's gonna really blow into the millions and billions, because he got the work ethic, and that's what it takes, work ethic, work ethic and everything. That's another thing we don't talk about the Pan-African movement, right? We got too many deadbeats, I'm not to call nobody personally, I don't want to mention any names, anything like this, right?
Who the shoe fit to wear it, so they know that they know what
the bottom line, this movement right here is not for the faint of heart. when you're talking about going to another continent, right? You got it's more than just skin color. You have to really build something, right? You have to have something working in progress, right? Because let me tell you something, right? You're only going to get one shot to make an impression on Africans, right? Right now, I'm in that phase, right, where I'm making an impression, but I have to deliver. If people have no idea the pressure I'm under in Liberia, I got so many people in Liberia counting on this movement succeeding.
Right.
You know, I'm under a lot of pressure. Sometimes I can't even sleep at night. You know, it's not just a tour, it's beyond the tour. You know, people are looking for Black America, African American diaspora to help build in Africa, right? And Liberia is a perfect place to do that because the cultures are so similar. Let me tell you something, folks. If we lose Liberia, we can forget the whole entire continent. Liberia is the only strong connection between Black America, the Caribbean, and diaspora on the continent. Strong connection. Right, just recently, right? Let me tell you a story. I'm gonna find this video. I'm gonna play a video for you, Bomani. You want to about videos? I'll play your video. Wode Maya was just in Barbados, right? And shockingly, he's really evolving. He's in Barbados, right? And you know what Barbados have a museum of? Their Liberian history. Now, Barbados is stepping their game up, is claiming that, wait a minute here, we were some of the founding members of Liberia. The Howards, the Portes, the Padmores, the Barclays, all these people were from Barbados. We helped build the country. So basically, for now, Liberia, I don't know whether they're looking at us, what we're doing. So they're saying we have a Liberian connection. And then this year, in May, they're bringing 500 people to Liberia from Barbados. So what I'm saying is this awakening that you see in Liberia, the Pan-African world, is evolving. It's evolving to diplomatic. You can't have Pan-Africanism and not have new diplomatic relationships, new business relationships. You know,
exactly. That's what we're talking about, business relationship. But that's why I want to post this comment up, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about a competition. I'm just basically sharing my story of the situation with the fact that people are talking stuff and they're not networking and building as they claim to be, and we have to call these fake people out. So I'm telling people that some of these people are not for you, and they got nothing. They're not trying to build anything with you. You know, it's not about us talking about nobody or calling anybody out and things. I must be in real with you. That's what we do here. This is Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Last I remember, none of these people represent that energy
towards
nationhood. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's just about themselves. And as I mentioned, any of you on this panel right here, take up your phone in the next few days and call me, and then call some of those other people and see who communicate with you, and then see who have that connection with you. You know what I mean? And then you can tell the difference, because I'm getting sick and tired of people in this movement not showing me my proper level of respect. You know, I'm a person that's get up and I literally represent a whole energy going on. You know, I have folks in Africa that, you know, we have helped and done things with and work with, that they appreciate it and so on. But y'all sit around and y'all glorify and y'all support all these weak ass excuses for men and these fake ass Negroes. So that's my problem with y'all. Y'all the one that, you know, is the problem, because y'all support people ain't about nothing. I'm not begging for no super chats or anything, and I got a whole bunch of business I could be doing outside of even wasting my time on this YouTube live, to wasting my breath talking to people who don't get it and don't understand. You know what I mean? And that's why I say, brother, most of the time I don't have nothing much to say, because people don't get it. People are talking about competition and all kind of stuff. Y'all must be deaf, stupid, or blind, and that y'all don't understand and see these things. This movement has been completely hijacked by fake ass clowns that ain't about nothing. And y'all worship these Negroes because they have all these views. And there's a bunch of other people I'm not gonna call out, because me and them are still, some of them are still, you know, we're cool, and I don't even want no unnecessary tension. But I'm basically saying all of them. There's not one or two that I can really name. These are a bunch of fake ass people about this movement. So until they show y'all something, stop running by them, sniffing by them like some dog, just because you see them on a show and showing their luxury and stuff like that. I mean, I'm a person that don't floss like that, but maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to just get rich and successful and floss and
That's what we probably have to do.
Have expensive women and expensive cars and say, you know. But people like ourselves, that's grassroots. We're doing more for people. Like I mentioned to you, let these people tell you how much black dollars are they putting in black hands. You know, we accumulate a whole lot of business, and a lot of business goes towards black folks. So, you know, y'all gotta just really just really just focus on what y'all talking about, because you know, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm just really just done with all that stuff, man. I'm just doing my business. So for those who want to really holler at me, man, just holler at me. Other than that, man, I don't really have time to be on YouTube. If you like the videos that we share, check them out. Some of them are real nice videos all over the African continent, and they're all free for you on YouTube. You know, and we're not begging you or telling you to do all of these things. So if you want to rock with us, you rock with us. If you want to rock with those fake ass Negroes, rock with them fake ass Negroes. Last I remember, we used to say no all the time. Real recognize real, and if you're real, you're not gonna hang out with a bunch of fake ass people. So there you go.
Yeah, and also I want to say is this, right? Getting back to the topic, right? Pan-Africanism and why it's evolving, right? Pan-Africanism is like in its arrested development state, right? We have not evolved to the point where mentally, right, where it needs to evolve to. It's evolving, right? But the part that's evolving, right, it doesn't get any recognition. You know, the part that's evolving is people building stuff on the continent, right? And I said this a while ago. I said, look, no one's actually talking about the new Pan-African Alliance in the Sahel, right? That's evolving. We're still looking at Africa from the standpoint of, like, let me give you an example, right? And nothing against the African Diaspora channel, right?
You're talking about the African Disaster Channel.
I didn't say that.
Yeah. Also, Mark, that's Phil Boris. I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know.
My whole thing is everything about Black people, right, is not suffering. Everything about Black people in Africa is not about colonial oppression, right? We have to understand that we have enemies within. We have people who basically through all this, right, who are benefited, even during slavery times, who've always benefited from the status quo. But they call themselves Pan-Africans, right? They get Black people from America. Oh, yeah, such like Mobutu Sese Seko, right? When he put up $10 million for the Ali Foreman fight. Now, he became a Pan-African. Oh, yeah, this is a place. But he was basically imprisoning people, robbing the people, and basically sold the Congo back to the Belgian, French, and the Europeans. So, but we didn't see that at the time, because at the time, we were not talking about business. It was Pan-Africanism based on love and unity, and I'm in Africa and whatnot. People look like me. If people lose terms like, I went to a place and they all look like me, right? They're living in the wrong century. Now the Pan-Africans have to be, okay, we look alike, or are you like me? Do we have the same mindset? Where do we meet in the middle to solve our problems? It's not enough to just look like each other. Well, this is why I say Pan has to evolve, and is evolving to that point. Because if we don't do that, what will happen is we're just going to a place where white people could dominate. We could let the Lebanese control all the modern infrastructure, right? We could let the Indians control everything and everything like that. But it's okay. In Kenya, the people over there look like me. But do the people that actually bring in the money look like you? Do the people that basically that could give you opportunity look like you? Do the people that control the logistics and everything that runs Kenya and Tanzania look like you? No. So this is what I mean by Pan-Africa evolving. Pan-Africa has to evolve into Black power. It has to evolve into Black African infrastructure, you know? And people say, now I'm seeing, Kala, what you mean by Black African. Yes, that means Black African infrastructure. I don't want to hear nothing about no Chinese people freaking building railways and whatnot. I don't give a damn if we have to go without. That's the point we have to get to. And we have to go without roads. We have to go without electricity until we can build the stuff ourselves and we can benefit from it and we can bring our people from overseas to help build a reality for ourselves. That's what it's going to be. You don't see no Africans building roads and everything in China and Japan and everything like that. Those are Asians doing it. That's what I mean by Pan-African has to evolve. It should be a shame where when people say we're gonna have a massive road project, right? But yet you don't have. You be telling me the whole black race can't pull enough engineers together to solve these problems in the age of digital technology, and so that people could do surgery on remote right now from overseas. So the bottom line is this. This is what we're talking about. The Pan-African world has to evolve. It can't be about just basically talking and everything. It has to be about business. How does the black race have how is it that we're on our own mother continent, we're second-class citizens and strangers on our own continent? That's not Pan-Africanism. Why is there so much division between the black African Americans and Nigerians and everything? Why are we letting these people play us, Nigerians and black America, African Americans, against each other? Lead me to a point where we got race traitors like Tariq Nasheed going up there with this. I'm sick and tired of all this ADOS, FBA nonsense and whatnot. People attacking people because they're from the Caribbean, because they're from Nigeria, and stuff like this, making fun and stuff like this. That's not funny. That's not cool. If the bottom line is this, when you're a real Pan-Africanist, right, you see all black people as your brothers and sisters. Now, we may be African Americans. I'm African American. That's where I come from, right? But you see the bigger picture, how I fit into the black world. That I'm not going to put a European or Italian or British in before my Nigerian brother, despite our differences and everything like that. Why? Because I believe in continuity. I believe the black people, African people need each other. We're together. I'm somebody that actually believes that. So I'm not going to freaking say that. I'm not going to say the reason why I don't like Nigerians because I want a reparations check. I don't give a damn about no damn reparations check. My unity with my Caribbean, my African brothers is more important to me than some goddamn fake ass reparation check, which is never going to come. Oh yeah, 2024, we're cleaning house. And we got way too many people out here friggin' going out here sowing the discourse of this Pan-African thing, this black nationalist thing is real and real. It's not all about oppression. We got black people who are successful. We got black people who are educated. We got black people all around the world that can lead us. But they don't have a platform. They don't get the respect they deserve. And that's the thing about the black race or whatnot. We don't give the people that put in work, that do the things, the respect. Right now, everybody's sitting there. Right now, black people, with all the stuff going on in the world, what do black people talk about? Cat Williams, and I don't even know what the controversy is. I guess I got to take time a day and figure out what is Cat Williams talking about? Why is they talking? I don't even know. I have no idea. But every 2 seconds, I keep hearing about Cat Williams. I keep hearing about Puff Daddy. I can hear all this stupid stuff that means absolutely nothing to us getting further as a people. While the people that's doing work, like Brother Bomani and many other people that's doing the work out here to try to make a difference in this world or not, they're dismissed. You know, the worst thing you could ever do, right, is it's like slavery. A slave master will work you to death. You can make him money. He's sitting back collecting all the money off the hard work you did and everything like that, right? And bottom line is, do you think the slave master appreciates that? No. When he had no more use for you, he put you on the auction block and sell you off and don't think a thing about it. What's the difference between y'all and the slave master? People go put their life work into a business and about investment and repatriation, and you don't give the respect. We ask people when come to the show, if you don't freaking super chat, like the video, share the video, tell somebody about the video, support what we're doing, respect what we're doing. We can't even do that. And it shows me that black people are becoming exactly like the white man, the worst elements of the white man. We don't respect each other. We respect each other's time. We don't respect each other's position in the world and everything like that. We don't respect each other. And everything revolves around respect. Now, Baruch says, Pan-African begins with building the Pan-African. See, like I said, I agree. Look. Now, Baruch, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? That sort of Pan-Africanism, right? Kwanzaa, and I celebrate Kwanzaa. I tell people all the time. And let me talk about Kwanzaa for a second, right? And I had a thought this week. I said, wait a minute. I've been celebrating Kwanzaa the last couple of years, right? And then it dawned on me and said, what happened? Because so many freaking Negro Europeans been attacking Kwanzaa because Dr. Karenga was an ex-felon and whatnot. Look, I grew up on Dr. Karenga. I'm always going to respect my elders, right? At a time where I needed Kwanzaa and whatnot, it was so beautiful. Everything, we needed Kwanzaa festivals and everything like that, with the candles and everything like that. Our sisters looking beautiful and everything. Why the heck am I going to throw that away? Kwanzaa's not African. It's not African. It's not African. We're not sorry. So the heck what? We embraced it. It was something beautiful, and I still rock with Kwanzaa. I respect Dr. Karenga. I respect Joanza Kunjufu and all these people that introduced me into the world of Africa and the Pan-African world. So these men put a lot of work into their movement. They did what they had to do at that time period. We needed that cultural thing. Baruti, that's basically what we were doing back in the 60s and the 70s. Now the Pan-African world is beyond that. The Pan-African world has to be Pan-African industries, Pan-African infrastructure, Pan-African labor, Pan-African banks, Pan-African finance, a Pan-African military and militia, a Pan-African Navy. That's what we have to evolve to. Now, those things are good. There's Zugo Saba and all stuff like this. But we cannot have our development arrested. That's the beginning stage. We're already been there, done that. And so, until Pan-African evolves into something tangible for the black people, it's not going to go anyplace. But that's good. Zambian group spearheaded. But I would like to see that Zambian group, right, kick the Chinese out. How about that? If Zambia right now is being overrun by Chinese, their street signs and highway signs have Mandarin and Cantonese written on them. You got Chinese people going to Zambia, opening up chicken farms. What the heck why do you have a Chinaman from rural China open up a chicken farm and whatnot? Why can't the Zambian students in agriculture teach their own people how to build chicken farms and whatnot? Bring some black people from America, from other parts of Africa to do it and whatnot, That's Pan-Africanism. And this is what we're talking about tonight. Pan-Africanism towards nation building infrastructure. I remember watching a video about 2 years ago, right? These Zambian bros got out, so these Indian guys paving the road. They were paving. They said, how'd you hell you do that? And they said, no, you ain't paving this road. No, we got the contract. Because some government officials said, we got people that could do this road right here paving. Why are you in our country paving our road? We're letting white people, Indians, everybody overrun us and whatnot. We're letting Chinese people impregnate African women and leaving African Asian babies behind and whatnot, And the bottom line is this. This is what we're talking about in the future. This is why people think they could be a Pan-Africanist and anything goes. Not with us, don't. I want to see Zambia and all these other people when Zambia get into the copper business. Zambia is a beautiful country. I got a lot of brothers down in Zambia. They're black power and everything like that, but it has never translated to government policy. It never translated to anything tangible that could benefit the Zambian people. It's all right to be on a street corner in a study group and all stuff like this and talk about black power and Pan-Africanism, but if you can't change your economics, your industries, and empower your people, it means absolutely nothing. Take that from the Asians. No matter what philosophy you have in Asia or whatever like that, if it don't translate to people building or improving their lives, they let it go. It goes to the wayside. But black people, we have these sacred cows. That's why I say the future, what I see as Pan-Africanism is building. Show me something tangible. Not talk. Something tangible. What are you building? What are you about? If you're not that, then it's not Pan. And Pan-Africanism is not always basically talking about white people. Let me tell you something, folks, right? If I listen to your show, whatever like that, if 80%, 90% of your program is talking about Karens and those people and white people and not, dude, you're not in this Pan-African world. You're still in the white world. Go be with them. Because the real Pan-African, Bomani and I and whatnot, we're talking about black people and building stuff in Africa and building stuff in America. We don't waste our time talking about white people and racism when we know that's always going to be there. And maybe YouTube is giving this whole movement a bad thing. If you're a Pan-African, every waking moment should be talking about this is what we're building. You should be talking about our wins. This is what we're doing right here. This is what we're building right here. This is what we're connecting right here. There's major events going on in the black world that's not even being covered because it won't get no clicks and views. That's why I refuse to do YouTube. People don't want to hear about an African American investment group in Namibia or in Ghana, or they don't want to hear about that. They want to hear about a fight in the airport or where some where somebody says something to somebody and blah blah blah, or a black woman that was discriminated in Italy. What the hell are you doing in Italy anyway? If you feel that racist over there, what are you doing in Italy? And why is that a discussion to be covered on a so-called Pan-African network? So that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, yes.
Zungo Saba. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know all that. The Zungo Saba. We know all that.
All right, hold on. What is his point he's getting to? Because I'm trying to get people to make some super chats before we read all these comments, because we're not doing all of this in 2024. So if you feel his comment is important enough, you can read it. But
my point he's trying to make is, yeah, the Azungo side, like in 2024, black people got to start doing Zoom. Dude, we did all that.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm telling people is like, you know what I mean? It's like all these feel good cultural things is okay. It's you talk about a man himself who push the culture and pushing the way of life across different parts of Africa and so on. But we have to key that in with economics and nation building and being able to just go beyond just a feel good energy, you know what I mean, and really put things in place.
Takes work. That actually takes work, and that's what I'm thinking about when I talk about a work ethic. If you don't have the work ethic, then let somebody lead you that do got a work ethic. But Bomani has a work ethic, and the bottom line, most black people are lazy. That's why they can't get anything done. It's easy to talk. Oh, yeah, 7 principles of Kwanzaa. Who can't do that? Why says Juma talk about celebrity gossip now. Yeah, whatever pays the bills. Celebrity gossip pays the bills. That's what people want to talk about. Celebrity gossip. I refuse. I don't even know what's going on with Cat Williams. I don't.
Oh yeah, Cat Williams. Yeah, I was just a friend of mine was playing his clip on Shannon Sharp. Man, that was classic. Man, I was like, I was like, classic Cat Williams. I was
But the
rolling.
bottom line, why are they coming at him? I don't know what the maybe we need to talk about that. Somebody need to explain to me what is the controversy? Why is everybody coming at him? Like,
Yeah, and I heard his part, and I mean, the man basically explained that. I mean, he's about his business, and and he keeps it cleaner than than anybody else. And I mean, whether it's the sexual stuff, whether it's the controversy dealing with this, you getting yourself caught up with other baby mamas or certain things, or you get caught up in certain things. It seems like he's been clean. I mean, no one is completely clean, but when you're clean like that, as he claimed, you can speak what you want to speak, and then people gonna come at you. So, but what I want to see is what do they have on the brother? I mean, I will always remember his part in in Friday. I will always remember that, man. Just being a young brother.
But that Friday part 3.
As he played the pimp, I don't remember which one.
yeah, part 3. Yeah, that was funny.
And so so you have to give respect to people who have skills, talents, and they out there taking care of their family and trying to do the right thing, whether they're Pan-Africanists or not. I look at it as this, and people may say that well, he does the same thing that you guys do. Y'all call everybody out.
Well, the whole thing is
because when you're real about what you're about, you can call fake ass people out, and that's what I look at his situation.
But what I'm saying is, why is it that everybody that he didn't call out has a backlash against him for even talking? That's what I want to know. Why is it everybody, even my good brother Chief X is going at Cat Williams? He's like, yo, man, Cat Williams only worth $1 million. Steve Harvey's worth. I heard Steve Harvey stole Mark Curry. Remember Mark Curry?
And that's what I'm saying, brother. And that's what I'm saying. So I get it. It's like, okay, all these other people are quote unquote on the books more successful than them, but at the same time too, those people sold their soul to get to where they are.
Right.
And more than likely he didn't. I don't know the whole man's life and things like that. But out of everybody, I would say he's probably the least, just like us as the people. You're a hardworking man, building your industry. I'm here, building what we're building. None of us is living in lavish, and none of us is out there getting all kind of resources from other people and pushing some fake agenda. We are grassroots. We're real about what we're about. So, like, a lot of times people are like, well, Mr. Bomani, you could have been this more successful. But I'm like, well, you have dignity and you're building something organic, and maybe you don't want to sell your soul, or maybe you don't want to give all your life to all your talents and skills to work on someone's plantation just because you can make 5 times as more money. Where is the where's the dedication in this being real and then being there for your people and doing things with your people? A lot of times, the bigger and more successful you are, the faker you are, and the less you are liable to really help your real grassroots people. So sometimes you have to it's one of those things where you have to pick the situation which works for you. Do you want to be known as just a sellout, somebody who literally just not about your people, and or you want to be somebody who's about that business and keep it real, and this you can sleep at night and you don't have to worry about people. You don't have to worry about feeling bad about yourself because you did some dirty stuff. So not comparing us to Cat Williams, but I'm analyzing our situation to him. Just like when he's having an interview with Shannon Sharp, he kept on referring to him about his his NFL career. Because it's the same thing whether you're a comedian, whether you're a professional person in athletics, or whether you're like us, real hardcore Pan-Africanists. It's going to be competition, and it's going to be also a level of where people want to show you up because maybe they have more success than you, and things like that. So I'm trying to remember Chief X other point, because other than you mentioned that he's saying Cat Williams is value this and Steve Harvey is value that. So what was his other point?
Well, he's saying that a lot of stuff Cat Williams saying is maybe because Cat Williams' style rubbed Chief Rex the wrong way,
Right.
style and whatnot. Because it was like, but the bottom line is,
But I mean, wasn't he? It seemed like it was analyzing them based on success, and then
success, yeah. And I don't think that's.
And then we also have to define what success is. Is success really selling your soul to the devil and being rich?
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, what did you hear about when they said Jay-Z is now a net worth of now $2.5 billion? Now, I would like to know. I would like to know for a serious question, folks. Not to get off topic. This is part of the topic. Where is his wealth at? When you see other people's wealth, you can see their buildings, you can see their golf courses, you can see their companies listed on the stock exchange and everything. Where's Jay-Z's wealth at? Where does he hold? Where's his factories at? That sort of wealth, man, you have to physically see it. You can't just say, I got all this wealth stocked up and everything. Now, you could say, well, he has equity in these companies that projected to do this. Projected. Does he have? He has $2 billion liquid, or he basically is? You could say his net worth based on the stocks he holds in different companies and blah blah blah. $2.5 billion. I want to know what all his wealth is. And people like I don't know. They basically put these people up in front of us, right? To basically say, Jay-Z is worth $2.5 billion. Y'all ain't got shit. That's what it is. This person got all this money. You ain't got shit, Colin. So what the hell you got to say about him? Okay, it's fine. And that's the problem. I think the Pan-Africanism, when the Pan-African world starts producing its own billionaires and billionaires, it's going to be over. It's going to be over. Everything we know in the world is going to change. And that's why they're fighting so hard, right? To stop, to keep Africa and keep Africa destabilized and poor. Look, poverty in Africa, instability and war is not any accident. The gun,
absolutely, brother. It's a great moneymaker for the powers to be in the world. I mean,
you got to keep Africa.
Brother, I was in South Africa, and South Africa is one of the countries in the world that always wake me up. If I'm sleeping and I went to Africa, it woke me up because it always showed me the beauty of the country itself, and show me how all the white people and other races and nations of people are living. You have some black people living on that level also. When you think about all the great and wonderful neighborhoods that you live in, but then the thing that you always have to look at is the ridiculous high percentage of people living in shacks, living in, what I'm saying, similar to when you go downtown Atlanta, when you're driving, which I hate doing because it's a bad presentation, especially if I have visitors or people with me, because it's inevitable they're gonna see it. It's kind of like going into Johannesburg. You see homeless people sleeping on corners and things, and I'm telling people, West Africa, the world may talk about West Africa and call it, call West Africa the poorest region, whatever they want to say about West Africa, but there's some level of humanity in West Africa where, brother, the things I've seen in Johannesburg, or I've seen in Atlanta, as just two major cities, as far as homelessness and poverty, I don't see that in West Africa. We've driven all over the country. You're not gonna see blocks full of shacks and things like that. Not saying some of those things don't live there, and if they're there, it's justified because those countries are a lot more poor. But when you think about somewhere like Johannesburg and somewhere like Atlanta, Georgia, I'm giving you a place in America and in the African continent and comparing them, because you literally can compare them. Because many times I'm driving around and I'm thinking that it's a flashback of somewhere in Atlanta or somewhere else, whether it's the real beautiful, nice, well-developed part, and then also the poverty. It's like you're seeing two of the same comparison. But West Africa, we keep it a little bit organized to where we help each other more, to where you don't have a ridiculous amount of this dire dirt poverty. And not saying that the governments are better or there's any kind of social help, but you see, wherever you see the world of this incredible white domination, you see an extreme level of poverty and homelessness.
Exactly.
So people have to respect what we talk about. That's why I want to show people Liberia. I'm going to drive around the streets and I'm going to show people, even though I've never been there before, I'm going to say, here I'm in Liberia. And I was in South Africa, and I showed you that because I'm also trying to let people know, when I take them to other parts of Africa, that West Africa is the best place, the best part of the continent for us to really build a future. And that's really the part of Africa where Pan-Africanism can evolve. Now, I'm not saying that we can't do anything in East Africa or anything in Southern Africa. We're very limited, but we can do a whole lot there where we are, because the level of humanity is there, brother.
Yeah. And black people. I want to shout out the person who just gave a $10 super chat.
Yeah, absolutely wise, man. Appreciate the energy, brother, and send us a comment or something you want us to discuss so we can
Yeah,
talk about it and
right,
everything.
exactly. Thank you for the super
Appreciate
chat.
the energy,
Thank you for super chat.
and thank you for making an example to the rest of the folks, because we are here, and like I tell people, I mean, every aspects of business costs. So when people ask me about why everything have to be profitable, because I tell them from everything in this physical building to everything that we do out there, to all of the things that has to cost to pay for, you know, whether it's business profits or contributions or donations or whatever, it helps. And then all the people that, when we're donating and giving back and putting black dollars in the black hands, that's also part of it. So it's real black economics, family. It's not being like some of these people out there that are these hustle folks who all they're doing is just they're just talking a lot of good stuff and just trying to collect money and claim that they're gonna build schools and claim they're gonna build churches and nations and things like that. We out here doing the work, and if you see any flaws, that's because it's hard, and you know you know uh, things don't always materialize as you need it, but more of us coming together and giving each other support, we can build, like Kala talk about the Black African infrastructure, which is what we really
Yeah.
need to really evolve West Africa, and infrastructure that we build, not infrastructure we come out there and and talk about how beautiful this part of Africa is, and then when you turn around, 90% of the people who live there are white. So another thing that I want to share with people, the reality of South Africa. Um, Countries like Tanzania, it's what it is. You have neighborhoods that are entirely white and entirely Indians that you and I cannot go to. You and I don't belong, and you and I are not gonna, and you and I can't do nothing about. So people like to beat up on the white communities that are in parts of Africa. Yes, I've seen, from the one that we talk about in the video to even, I was driving around with my tour guide, and I was like, yo, man, I was like, I love this area right here. This area look nice, man, well perceived. It was like, Bomani, this is all white people living here. No black people allowed to live here. And this is Cape Town, so it's like it's not just like one or two parts of South Africa. It's many parts. Now, does that make it a bad country? No, because even one of my favorite countries, Tanzania, the same thing. There's certain parts where, and it's just basically a group of people put their money together and decide they're gonna dominate that area, and they're gonna and I don't know if you call that gentrification, you call that something else. You call that straight up this domination now. But as soon as you and I start talking about, well, when you and I never talk about, we're just gonna live somewhere and then no other people can come. We always say that whatever we build it is for Black African people, whether you're Jamaican, a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, a Liberian, it's something for us as a people. So family, that's distinctly different from those neighborhoods and things like that. But that's what you're going to be seeing more and more. You even told me about a place in Kenya where it's just all Indian community.
All Indians. I was shocked. I could see how you gonna have Indians
more popular now. Go ahead.
How you gonna have I must say to myself, Indians aren't the toughest dudes in the world and whatnot. How you gonna get punked by Indians, man? That's unacceptable, man. How the fuck you gonna get punked by Indians? And this about Kenya's my country. Well, get the fuck out of here. And then these motherfucking Rudo talk about come over to Kenya. No, I don't want dude, stuff like that bothers me.
Well, did you talk to Evans from Kenya?
What?
Did you talk to Evans from Kenya? Because
you see that dude? That dude is a literal stalker, man. Every video is about Black Americans coming. Dude, man, I don't want to come to your little shithole country, man. Get rid of the Kenyans, get rid of whites and whatnot, and build a Black African infrastructure, and I'll think about it,
There you go.
What I need to go? If I want to be around white, I stay in my own neighborhood right here. Shit, and whites and Indians.
Brother, exactly. And as a matter of fact, this neighborhood is more blacker than many parts of South Africa, which is a black country, which is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, by the way, my uncle says he knows Jones. He's been to Jonesboro. He lived there, Jonesboro, Georgia, and whatnot. He told me that because we're going down to Stone Mountain this year for a family reunion.
Absolutely.
So I'll be popping in on you, brother.
Yeah, we're here in the South Side where everything is. I'm saying everything is nice. You know what I mean?
So I'm like this, man. I'm like this. Unacceptable. The people that could have built. Let me ask you a question, right? All right, Black people do most of the physical hard labor in any country. The Indians at one time, check it out. The Indians at one time, right, built the railways. the Pakistanis. So they were needed. Okay? And then a lot of these people stayed on. So Idi Amin tried to get rid of them, because they're no longer needed. The labor was no longer needed. He tried to get rid of them, right? And so what I'm saying is this, though. What do Indians bring to the table that you justify keeping them in such high positions? Now, people don't understand something in places like Kenya, right? That I said something. Pan-Africanism to Africans basically is different than Pan-Africanism as we see it. We see it as Black unity and stuff like this. Whereas in Africa, right, if you're born on the continent, you could be white, you're considered African, right? So I believe Pan-Africanism, all people of African descent. And the Africans, some of the uneducated Africans, basically consider whites, Indians, Chinese, and Arabs born on the continent as Africans. So that complicates things, that complicates things as far as Pan-Africanism. And I think a lot of times when we come here bringing this Pan-African smoke like we do, and that scares people, So I don't know if my brother Mark Blanton got a little intimidated, scared by what we talk about, scare off his white friends, whatever. I don't know, But
a lot of times that's actually a great point, Kala, when you put it like that. And I'm realizing that people like myself, like I've never had like white people call me and even say, hey, offer me, to do technical and business work for them. And I've never had them really call and try to see if they can travel with me and things like that. And at the end of the day, I always look at myself as, this guy, this Black guy that's very Black and into, a Black energy and realize that. And I've started realizing that sometimes maybe being as Black as I am with the way we move, maybe that does scare other Black people. But I've learned to deal with that because I can't change myself. I mean, this is the nicest version of me that I can come up with at this very moment. And I'm not against certain things. Sometimes people just judge you, but it's like I respect my culture, my people to push our agenda and not push nobody else's agenda. And we're in a good situation. And for those people who are pushing some other agenda, maybe they don't want to really be around some of us because we're just too Black and too real, which is a real thing. And for them, the best thing I can tell them is all the best. And just do your thing because we have to. At the end of the day, someone has to hold the line, someone has to keep it real, and someone has to represent a real side of this movement for our people. And this movement can't continue to go on to where it's being run and hijacked by fake ass people who don't represent a culture of us being in charge of building anything. You know what I mean? Everything can't be like, well, I want to do this because I want to get with a bunch of other people because they have all the resources and anything. When are we going to be able to lead what we need to lead without other people controlling us? If we're always looking for other people just to invest and do everything for us. That's why I always talk about the book Blueprint for Black Power by Amos Wilson, because it talks about how we as a people can put all of our energy together and really just do self-investment. Or just like I'm a person that believes in self-marketing. Most of the marketing you see is done by these hands, and whether it's just us out there taking pictures or videos. We don't have models and we don't have people. It's just us doing our marketing. The website, things like that. It's just us, and we're trying to represent the energy of saying, what? Why can't a few of us put our money together and build something for ourselves where we have it versus us having to sell our souls to other people to build something? It's something that people have to really just think about. And there's no shortcuts. And so if once you get this far and you've been keeping it real, might as well do the same thing. And it's also kind of like a conversation I had with I was talking to a brother from from the Economic Freedom Fighter organization, and the conversation was in reference to their senior brothers, the ANC. Very, 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 very incredible conversation. Unfortunately, I don't have it recorded, but I really appreciate the brother mentioning that. He's basically talking about the status quo of what's established. He's even told me a situation that when he was running for a government position, his own mother make it seem like she's going to vote for him, but snuck off and voted for the ANC. I thought that was cold-blooded, bro. Bro, I thought that was cold-blooded. But
people don't want change, man.
It tells you that a lot of times that's how people are looking at it. People are looking at, okay, well, these people are more established, well, these people are white people, let's work with them. And then you're not looking at the gem and the jewel, and that you have right in front of you. It's kind of like when you talk about the diamond in the rough. That's what we are as a people in this movement. Now, people like myself, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not some soft guy, and you try to be as professional in business and best as possible. I try to even control my temper in many cases, but it's not easy to just be a pushover. You're representing the movement, and you're staying strong in the movement, and you're realizing that you have to figure it out with your own people, and you can't go around begging white folks and begging everybody else for anything. This makes you look sick and sad, and that's why the blueprint for Black Power basically just lay out the foundation of how
Are you telling me Tariq Nasheed is not about Black Power? He's saying, man, he's still going on this thing talking about he thinks the Californians going to give him a reparations check. A reparation. White people, we got to get white people to give us a reparation. That's our salvation. Waiting for a damn reparations check, which is never going to happen.
Exactly. It's kind of like waiting for the white savior. It's kind of like sitting around and waiting for the white savior to save you. There's no one that's gonna save us. All we have, like I tell my brothers and sisters all the time, all we have is us. You know what I mean? And everything that we want in life and we need, we have to be able to build it together and things like that. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't work with white investors, other people. You should open yourself to to doing business with people in general. But you have to build something to where it's Black ownership. It's not something to where we build it and then next thing we can't pass it on to our children, because it's basically everybody else put the money in, and then you're just the one that did the work, and then next you don't have any level of ownership, and whatever the stock share is, they have the majority of it, and you're still at their mercy. We can't build a movement where we're at the mercy to our enemies, at the mercy to our oppressive people. So in a situation like in South Africa, I mean, that's not something I can really, like I tell people once again, I love the country and I look forward to going there, looking forward to do many things. But our focus has to be about countries like Ghana, Liberia, West Africa in general. Even the Gambia I add into it, because again, the Gambia, the same thing too. I went there. As poor as that country is, I didn't see the level of poverty as what I saw in South Africa, which is so crazy. And people are thinking, yes, obviously, the Gambia is not as rich and fancy, but I'm telling you, they don't have the level of this dire poverty.
Yeah.
If people are getting what I'm saying. So you have to think about what kind of nation you're going to live in where it's that rich and successful, and then you have that level of poverty. Is that somewhere where you really want to be at? Is that somewhere where, it's basically telling you it's the same thing? Basically, I'm telling you, it ends up being the same oppressive situation as being in America.
Yeah.
And you may say that, oh, he's pushing his West Africa agenda. No, I'm not pushing a West Africa agenda. I'm pushing somewhere where I've seen us be able to evolve and build something, and we can have that to where it stand the test of time. I'm not saying that we can't build anything in East, Southern Africa, or in North Africa, but I'm saying while we have all of these countries and all of this land and all this opportunity in West Africa, we have to push a higher focus on making that connection. So that's why most of our tours go to West Africa, and all of the projects that we want to do are in West Africa.
Yeah, which we call yeah, I heard that debate. Tariq rebuked the Zambian fellow saying blacks living in America are Africans. He says, and then the point of the debate was Tariq says,
"Oh, let me see the comment. Let me put it up. All right, is this one right here?"
Yeah, he says Tariq rebuked the Zambian fellow saying that blacks living in the United States are African, and he said, "Well, where's our land? For Tariq, you and a lot of these FBA people say you don't want no land in Africa. Y'all say y'all can keep all that. So they got all the land, all the gold and the diamonds and all stuff like that on the continent that we could build industries around. We could add value. Black America could add value by itself to the stuff. Let me tell you something how things work as far as like industries. A diamond is nothing to you if you don't have no value, no use for it. Copper is nothing if you have no use for it. Cobalt is no use for it. If we have investments in industries over here that use this stuff, right? And I think we missed the key opportunity with Kwame Nkrumah with his bauxite, thing. You know, we could have basically said the bauxite company said no, though the low the concentrate's too low. We can't build a factory. Or we can't build the processing over here, right over in Ghana. Concentrate. We have to tell you that was a bullshit. They didn't want to build it in Ghana. You know, they didn't want to give it to Kwame Nkrumah. They didn't want to build their factory in Ghana. So they exported the bauxite, you know, in its raw form to wherever it was in the United States. We black people should have been saying, you know something, you know, at that time we're starting to learn how to invest. We should have invested in that company, right? And in a couple of generations, being able to bought that bauxite aluminum processing company over. You know, we didn't think like that. That was Pan-Africanism towards nationhood and infrastructure. You see what I'm saying? We're still in Pan-Africanism towards emotionalism and feel good stuff. That's good, you know. Hey, I want to feel good, you know, like this. But we got to be beyond that. It has to evolve past that. We can't let white men sit back and make all the big deals and everything, and we're just like children running around. Oh, y'all go out and play and whatnot while we make all the big deals and everything like that. And a few corrupt African politicians get paid off and everything, and we call that Pan-Africanism. We can't do that anymore, you know. I also a thing where we have places like Pittsburgh and everything. They say the steel industry is suffering, right? Black people helped build Gary, Indiana, and Pittsburgh, the steel industry, right? Now, West Africa has plenty of high grade and low grade iron ore. Why not? How come we haven't put that together to purchase and procure and invest in like the rehab places like the Bong mines and the Bomani mines in Liberia of iron ore? Liberia was once the world's largest supply of iron ore. You know, how do we let the Indians and everybody else take that over and whatnot? Instead of saying, we could basically import iron ore and rebuild these factories here, put our people to work here, and trade with Liberia as far as iron ore. That's what I mean by Pan-Africanism evolving. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, brother. Evolving.
You know, and people don't want to evolve. They want to go back to the same thing. That's why we're stuck in mediocrity. That's why we're stuck with the likes of Tariq Nasheed. You know. It's mediocriity, you know, and when people start seeing multi-billion-dollar deals between Black America and Africa, when they have nothing to say. That's what it has to evolve to.
Absolutely, brother, and you know, and these people that you know, some of these folks are worshiping out there, you figure that they'll lead you to the promised land and things like that. You know, and you know, because I can't. We have to always remember you know, one of your favorite Pan-Africanists, Umar Johnson. People had a vision of him being a leader and someone that was going to take us to the promised land of us to do things together. Now, I don't need no man to take me to the promised land. The only thing I could tell people is I'm a black man out here with skills, talents, and intelligence, and I'm willing to work in energy with the next set of brothers and sisters so we can build a future for our people. But that never came to fruition because these people built certain titles and made them and made claims to themselves and started calling themselves princesses and calling themselves princesses and queens, you know, because they're not kings and they're not prince. So you got to be princesses and queens.
Okay, Wise Man 91 says, "How do we Africans get involved in the oil business in Africa?" Now, didn't I tell you, Bomani, right? I have many connections in Angola, right? They're looking for black people from America to get involved in the oil industry, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
I would start by joining the Black African Infrastructure Social Network, right? Connect with our Angolan people. You know, like I said, the bottom line is this. Yes, the oil industry is lucrative. You know, there's no reason. We should be in the oil industry. We should be, if Africa is really ours, if the Pan-African is really ours, we should be in every industry in Africa investing and building. And also, when we have leaders that's going to lead that way, we should all get behind them. That should be the people that we support, not YouTubers.
Yeah, brother, it's a wild thing, man. Because you know, I mean, you got YouTubers that are, you know, popular YouTubers that people making it seem like, you know, these are Pan-African leaders. And I mean, right. Like example, they got one from the, you know, the disaster channel that you know, I mean, just because he has 1 million views, and then you have another one, you know, little young boy running around, just, you know, gaining popularity and things like that. But you know, sometimes I can't say nothing like that. The first thing they'll start saying, you know, is you're hating is like, your network is down here and their network is up here. And I tell people, yeah, keep on sleeping on me. We're gonna build a rich real estate development energy in West Africa.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
billions
And
of dollars in real
people who
estate.
have been successful, they'll tell you the approach we have taken to put the work in and go through the struggles and go through certain things. The end result is a success. You know what I mean? And that's where we at. And then now, me and you have been connecting on Liberia, which makes things more powerful now because now we have multiple countries, and then we have multiple people to work with. And that's what I'm saying to people. Like even when you and I connected, look at the connection that we're built to where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all of the people that's going to benefit from it from Liberia, and it's going to increase both of our networks and build also that connection that I wanted to connect Ghana to another country. Brother, it's exciting times, man. And I'm just letting people know, hey, this year got to be the year where we support the real Black people that are out there fighting, putting the work in and everything, because number one, we need help too. Like I'm always telling people, I could do a lot better for us if I got more of the help that I need. But you know what I mean? But you're doing more than more than most people can do with the resources that you have. That's because you're dedicated to us and dedicated to our movement. I'm not dedicated to this being out there living some lavish life. And you know what I mean? I think about my family in New York, my family in Jamaica, my family in Canada, my family in Europe, and my family, that we have connected with in Africa. And think about this, Black family all over the planet. And this can't just be, a thing about this us as individuals. And that's why I say that back to South Africa, as beautiful and rich as it is,
South Africa is white.
The energy to invest in the struggle of Black people is not there. And I feel like we can do that in West Africa. And that's why I'm just that's why I'm always so happy to go to certain places. I'm trying to figure out another country. I haven't been to Brazil in a while, but I'll be back there soon. And it'll be the same thing for me. It's like, okay, you live in a country predominantly Black folks, and then everybody else is enterprising, and it's only like a small percentage of us that get out to where we can actually live a certain not even basically middle class life. And so those riches has to translate to the people. The riches and success has to translate to our people, and we can be the difference when we build that level of riches and success in West Africa. What we have to do, and what we always do, is take care of our folks, make sure we all live a good quality of life.
Exactly,
brother. I don't want to be living in our well-developed towns that we have, and then we walk a block. And it's full of shacks, but that's what it is in like South Africa. It's a trip, man.
In a matter of time for all that explodes, and it did.
People, man, Johannesburg is one of the most beautiful part of Africa you will ever see. You even add Cape Town in there than any other cities that I've seen in Africa. But that's what you see at the end of the day. You step down the street, then you see that level of poverty, and you're like, wow. And so what I'm saying to people that in general, I bring that up because that's why I travel, so I can gain experience in certain things, just like Zanzibar Island. I want us to have where we have a Jahadzi, beach resort or there on the beach. I don't want it to be like my experience in Zanzibar Island, where I'm walking around a place and it's filled with white people, and the white people looking at me. Why am I not taking orders or something? And and why am I not working? Am I off or something? And that's what you feel. I'm not saying that's how they look at you, but that's how they look at you. But I don't know if that's how they really feel. But that's how I feel. That's not what I want for us. I want us to be, and then in order for us to create that, you have to put the Black energy into it. So I want our beach to be vacations of Ghanaians, Black folks from America, Black people from different places.
HBCU.
You want your people to be enjoying vacation, and you want to be serving your people. I mean, you don't mind a few foreigners, but that, brother, that's not even you. Why the fuck? Why any of us? Excuse my line. Why any of us should go to Africa? And then that's what we see. I mean, but then people say, well, when they go to Negril and Montego Bay, Jamaica, they see some of that. Well, I'm like, yeah, they see some of that, but you still see a high percentage of Black people. In places like Zanzibar, literally just all white people. The resort we're on, I can always count the amount of Black people that I see. And it's not just that resort, it's many of them. And then the same thing I talk about in South Africa or Southern Africa. So what I'm saying to everyone, as far as West Africa, we have something incredible in West Africa. Yes, we have the love. Yes, we have. We're gonna have to put a lot more work into it. but this would be an environment where we feel comfortable. I'm not trying to go to Africa and live, and then when I turn around, all my neighbors are white. I lived in America, and I never even lived like that. Whether I lived in New York, whether I lived in Virginia, or whether I live here in Georgia, I've never had to live around just a bunch of white folks and things like that, or a bunch of white folks who just literally just feel like they're just better than you, and literally just feel like it's just, you want to be in an environment, basically, family, with your own peers. So that's what we're building in West Africa. So the rest of you folks, if you just want to go live the lavish life in South Africa with Mark Blanton and the real South Africa, go enjoy that. Most I'm gonna do is there take you on an incredible journey for a lifetime there for you to just enjoy yourself and then open your eyes. But if you're talking about building a future, you're looking at the two brothers. It has to be what we're building in Ghana and Liberia.
Yeah,
and that's you could say that's our agenda and whatever, but that's, for me personally, that's based on experience and research. Kala has laid out his research, and he's sticking to his gun, and I reconfirmed that with him that brother, you're in a good direction. That's why I'm joining and working with you. If what you talk about in Liberia wasn't something that we can do, you wouldn't have my energy, but you have my support to where we can, and then we're working on it together with other people. So that's what I'm talking about, family. So I'm always wondering, like, where's the support that that you and I deserve to get, but then I turn around and they're giving all of these YouTube celebrities all of the love and the energy. I mean, where's your $1 million? Where's your $1 million?
That's what I'm saying, man. And I've never.
They gave Omar Johnson $1 million. What did they get from that?
Nothing.
Where's your support for the Black African infrastructure and the vision that we have?
Nothing. Nothing.
But they're quick to make all of these guys successful, and tune into them and talk about they're the real deal. And like I mentioned to you, family, some people's names I never want to call because they're like, "Oh, Bomani coming after me now," and I could, but it's like I'm not trying to cause any tension. I'm just saying, family, let's rethink this situation. How we're gonna get to progress if you don't support the real people?
Right. Let me ask. Where do you feel the Pan-Africanism is stronger? Look, let me put it to you like this, right? When we say Pan-African,
that's an easy damn question. I can tell you why. I already explained to why. That's how I'm comparing East, West, and Southern Africa.
It's West Africa, right? And the bottom line is this. Although, right, people will say Nigeria's not Pan, but the thing is, though, sometimes Pan-Africanism goes without being said. Black people have more interaction with each other in West Africa. There's more business transaction between Black folks in West Africa than they do Africa. If you took an East Africa and whatnot, you got to do a hyphen or asterisk. Okay, Indians are importing this. Remember a few years ago
without a doubt, you can say the Lebanese have a big part of West African economy, but when you compare what the Indians have in East Africa, it's on a whole different level.
And then close.
And then, like I mentioned to you, from the communities and things that they're building, you don't really have an organic cultural connection in those other parts of Africa. Do you have it on a certain level? Yes, you do. That's like if you go to South Africa, you have Soweto. Soweto will always be one of the most incredible, beautiful history and struggle of our people. And you have some of the, you have some of the greatest of our minds of freedom fighters that have came from that energy and things like that. But that's still one part of the country, and that struggle doesn't reflect into progress of the country. The story is told, but it's like not much has been given back into that era to where where that part of South Africa is developed like more closer to Johannesburg. But then you look at East Africa, we also talk about Tanzania and Kenya,
Arabs and Indians and whatnot,
because then you have to add Somalia, and then you have to add Ethiopia, and then you have to add the influence of all those other nations, and from the Indians to the Arabs. West Africa, you don't have that. West Africa, what you have is a beautiful Black African culture. It's just incredible.
It's the blackest part of the world,
and we feel more at home. And then it doesn't have dire poverty. Like dire poverty means that you literally just see nothing but homeless people on the streets and shacks. That's dire poverty.
Like I said, when I'm in Liberia, I say, in this land, I'm a king. You know.
Absolutely, and also, brother, we have a guest on a
Okay.
guest. Let me make sure greetings, our sister, Pro Woman J. Welcome to Pan Africanism towards nationhood. What is on your mind?
Hello, brothers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. All right. As soon as I said that, she dropped off. So come on back and link us, and we can talk about anything you want to get into.
I want to hear what Mufasa has to say. Come up here. Don't be shy, you know?
Yeah, I know we have talked about a whole lot of things and so on.
I sent you that video in which we call, like I said, Black people in America.
Rudy, appreciate the super chat, brother. And the last comment you had was this one here. Let me read his last comment also.
Yeah, people keep sleeping on Liberia. Now the Barbadians are making a move, you know? They're like, whoa, wait a minute here. We got this continent. Liberia has everything, you know, and the Barbados is like, yo, we're starting to reclaim this thing and whatnot. And Black people in America, you can keep sleeping, you know?
Yeah. And that's why we really have to connect with more of our folks in the Caribbean to disconnect with Liberia, because they're part of that connection. So family,
we need them.
So we have to remember that this whole region of what is known of the Americas, that's our people that built Liberia came from different countries also, and that's why Kala gets your attention, because Kala speaks to the energy of what we're looking to do, because you see where people like myself are, that's a rightful energy. Just as you mentioned, Kala, that's it's an unfortunate situation of how Liberia has been overshadowed because of times of civil war, and then other countries came up. But the reality of it is we have a perfect time, and I mean, like you and I talked about earlier, there's a new administration in, so and then we're making our first inaugural connection there right at that time. So it's kind of like a good element to put together to where we can literally just build something beyond just fruitful, build something to where we can really just set things in place for ourselves, because we need that connection in Africa, and West Africa. You get on a jet plane, you're there, in several hours, and
now Baruti said Southern Africa has a Pan-Africanism, but let me tell you, Baruti, right? Southern Africa's Pan-Africa is rooted in the fact that there's white settlement there, right? And there's tension between black and white, and there's more of a race conscious, as far as a race conscious. Now, there's I don't know about Pan-Africanism, but there's definitely race conscious, something you could build on in countries like Angola, Zambia, Namibia, and Zimbabwe and stuff like that. Yes, that's true, But again, it has to translate to. It can't be just us talking on the internet, man. It has to translate the government. We have to start electing Pan-African governments. We have to have Pan-African businesses. We have the Pan-African business networks. Let Pro Woman J talk. Hope she don't drop off.
Hello.
Pro Woman J, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Okay, yeah, I will try not to drop off this time. Brothers, I come in peace. I really come in peace. So I don't want to be arguing back and forth, bickering, or anything like that. I'm only here to share information about resources and perspective that I think is going to move us forward. Now, let me say this. It's not about the location, it's the subjugation. So if we going back to Africa thinking that we are escaping racism, right there, we're mistaken. It's not the location, it's the subjugation. And if we haven't been able to keep the Indians, the Arabs, Koreans out of our neighborhoods in America, we won't be able to do it in Africa either. So I just want to instill a little bit of realism, mostly to people in the audience who are genuinely searching for truth. And it's just bothering me that I'm seeing Black people take L after L and losing thousands and millions of dollars that we don't have to lose, following behind these people on YouTube. Even the investors with Dynas and that guy, what was that guy? I forget his name. What was that guy? They never got, those guys lost thousands of dollars. They never got their money back, and Dinah just kind of went ghost on them.
Oh, Lou Major?
Yeah, Lou Major.
Yeah,
So,
it's unfortunate with that situation. And before we get into that, if you just hope, let me just see who this person is. Well, it's Mufasa. Mufasa, let me just add you in, but I want our sister Pro Woman Day to continue. But I definitely just wanted to at least link you in. And then for those who are coming in, just link in and we'll just get the party started. Our sister Pro Woman J continue, and then Mufasa, just want to hear your feedback after that. But
okay.
Also, brother, you're looking strong, man. You've been working out all day.
Nah, man.
Mufasa's like a beast, man. I gotta watch how I talk to him, man.
Nah, man.
Like a beast, man. Goddamn, man. I gotta watch how I talk to you, man.
Like a young, strong warrior.
Man, I done fell off my workout, man. I'll get back to you in like a month or something when I'm back on my weights. You know what I mean? For real.
Absolutely. The Pro Woman J continuing, and my brother Mufasa is gonna give some feedback on. But continue with you.
Okay, yeah, real quick, I'll be brief. Yeah, we're gonna need that strength. I've been saying, people, all I'm saying is this: let's take our best selves back to Africa. Let's not wait for Africa to make us our best selves. Use America, get every resource, every skill, every penny, every dime, and take it back. Push for reparations. Get some of that wealth and take it back and build. Don't just leave it here for them to just keep and hoard for themselves. That's all I'm saying. Now, let me just make these other couple of things about some specifics. Are you familiar with either of you all, the NGO called Grow for Me Ghana? They're a commodity investment NGO in Ghana, and I made an investment with them, and I just want to tell you something about how that went. Is anybody familiar with that organization, Grow for Me Ghana?
No, I'm not.
Okay. See, that's one thing I've noticed is a lot of the people on YouTube. Okay, see, it's one thing to go and you can get a lot of firsthand experience, a lot of good knowledge when you go. But if you don't study and do some study and just do some deconstruction, just looking at how things work and what it takes to get things done. And I find very little of that information watching any of the YouTubers who are blogging from Africa. So anyway, I made a small investment, about 140 US dollars. I bought some corn. And so the way corn works is you have to wait a few months for it to harvest, and then it has to be sold, and then you can make a profit. So long story short, the company, they made a profit. They made about $10 US profit, but I've not been able to get my money, and I was due a payout since May of last year. Now this NGO, Grow for Me Ghana, you guys can look it up. They were one of the Gates Foundation's, the Gates Foundation. They made some investments in a lot of African businesses and NGOs, and this Grow for Me organization was one of them. They have a very professional presentation if you look at their presentation online. However, they did a good thing, but I can't invest with them again because I can't risk my money. I'm still trying to get my money. So what I've done is, because I had an international bank account, and I'll be brief, but these are the kind of realistic things that we have to talk about and deal with if we're talking about building in Africa. So long story short, I gave them my nephew's information, who's there in Ghana. I made another investment in Ghana. He's about 6'6" and weighs about 160 pounds. I put a young man through school in Ghana, someone I met when I was there, and now he's working as an agricultural extension worker. So I know a lot about agricultural policy in Ghana that maybe Bomani and some of the people who have been Go Black to Africa. Oh my God, Go Black to Africa just said some stuff about the World Bank and the IMF, I would just, oh my God, almost just sick to my stomach. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that. But anyway, so I'm saying that I want to ask this question. Are you guys open to getting government contracts to do tourism in Africa? One, if so, will you please look into the Clotilda situation in Mobile, Alabama, and Freetown, South Africa? There's a very big tourism linkage opportunity between Freetown in Mobile, Alabama, and the Clotilda, that last slave ship that was found, and also in Geechee land in South Carolina with the Gullah Geechee people. There's a very big tourism opportunity there. I don't know why Dynas is not on that. And Dynas is now talking about that the governments are talking about making things more difficult for people to get citizenship. And Dynas is one of the reasons and has contributed to people going over there being unprepared and maybe causing problems. So people are just, a lot of people are just moving too fast with no strategy and not having the consciousness that they think that they have. And it's almost like a 5-year-old with a machine gun. They have a responsibility that they're not prepared to handle, and it's causing problems. So that's my one question. Are you guys open to getting government contracts? Because this is something that is really possible to do tourism in Africa. Are you open to that?
Yeah, the thing of it is, I'm open to many things, and being open to things is one thing, and working with people that can assist you and getting you is another level. A lot of times people come up with all these different things. Just like me and Carla alone, we have a list of things that we know we can do and things like that, and we know it's not just as us just getting up and do it. A lot of times we need help and support and connection and things like that. So I'm open to connecting with you or anyone else. My number is right there. We can always talk offline and things like that. But as far as those people telling us what to do and telling us, oh, you should do this and do that, it doesn't really work like that for myself. Just like all the people talk about all the HBCU that I should be connecting with, then I got another set of people talk about all the mosques I should be connecting with. Then I got another set of people telling me all the churches I need to connect with. And I got people telling me all the business professionals in Wall Street I need to connect with. And then by the time you turn around, you have 100 different people telling you 100 different things. And you know that all of those things would be beautiful to work towards because you're building business enterprise and you're open to evolving and open to connecting. But somehow you're limited on what you can do. Like myself right now, only way I'm doing things is if I have a good team to work with. And that's why I decided to do the operation in Liberia. But I'm open to it if we can work with some people. Other than that, I'm not gonna run around and do all those things myself, and then I don't have a publicist. So if I can get a publicist, I'm open to expanding in that direction, and we can work it to where it benefits all of us. So, sister, let me know if you have, let me know if you have my number, and let me know if you're open for me and you to talk.
Let me answer that, Bomani. Like, I knew when Bomani had his hands full. I was in Liberia. He was in the Gambia, the Senegal and Gambia at the same time, right? And I was still, we decided we were going to do a tour to Liberia even months before that because the tour was supposed to be last year, 2023 July. But we're still putting it together. And Bomani didn't make it easy for me. He wanted to know everything, and I had to do the work. I had to pull the people. I had to hook them up with the right people and stuff like that. I did a lot of the legwork in Liberia, and I convinced him that I know that I got people on the ground and stuff like that. I got key guys on the ground and stuff like that. So I lessened his burden because I know he has other things to do. So what I'm trying to say is if people are serious about this movement, right, and connected with Bomani, you got to do all the legwork, get all that stuff together. Boom, 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 boom. Cross your T's, dot your I's, everything like that. And when it's a go, right, then you connect with somebody like Bomani. You have to give him that to respect his time and that thing. That's what I did. I didn't bring just, let's go to Liberia, let him do everything. Now he's done most of the recruiting and stuff like that, but as far as like laying out the vision of Liberia, where to go and stuff like that, and convincing him that about the economic opportunity and stuff like that, the beauty of the country and everything, I had to do all that legwork, And So what I'm saying is you have a good idea. That's a good idea, what you have, but we have to have people that say, I'm going to do my homework, right? I'm going to do my homework. I'm going to put all this together, put it down on paper, make a PowerPoint presentation, right? And then submit it to Bomani, myself, and everything like that. And let's see what we can do after that. That's what we need.
But even for myself, simple, just calling me and then us talking with another person that we can work together with. And one thing about me and projects, and people have seen, because what you see on the website, what you see right here is projects. I'm gonna do my part. I mean, that's like you and I connected together, and the Liberia stuff that we worked on is online, right? As wild as it is, and maybe you and I can't still believe it, but we worked together and got it done. So I just need to find a way. And when you talk about government contracts, I wish it was as simple, because we're still stuck on here on a few contracts. So my sister, I'm open. But I also need additional help. So if that could be provided, man, let's work on different things. And for anybody else out there that see things that we can work on, just reach out to us and help us to work on things, and we'll make it benefit for us, for each other. Because I'm always telling people that, I'm the deal maker. You know what I mean? I'm ready to make deals.
Okay. Yes, because I didn't know, I don't want to do a lot of work, and then I bring it to you guys. You're like, I'm not working with the white man government. I'm not working with the white man government. Babylon's gonna fall, and I'm not working with the white man.
We're looking for people.
And I appreciate us saying that, because a lot of people are like that and things like that. The only thing that I ever revert back to is working with us as a people, because us as a people is the only ones that ever have given me a chance outside of military career and obviously employment. Us as a people, the reason that this business is built is because of black hands, black dollars, and black participation. There's no white anything that has made this business enterprise work. But at the same time, too, part of how we're going to evolve is we're going to have to work with other entities. So if we can work on programs with the government to get our people connected, because the government owes us as a people, and they're not just going to give it to you. So you have to work the system. So we're open to that. But yeah, unfortunately, many of us take that mindset. But eventually, we'll have to grow up and evolve. And there's only so much you can do when you're limited to this us.
Right.
So,
Well, I know
ropes, we're open to following, as long as it doesn't lead us in a situation where we're selling our soul and sacrificing everything that we're working for.
Yeah, no. Okay, well, yeah, so good. Okay, as I find out about resources, I'll do all the legwork, and I will definitely pass on information. And just last words is that we got to start doing things for Africa from America as well. There's a lot that can be done for Africa from America. There are African advocacy organizations. We don't have a real strong national one. I know here in Chicago, I'm in Chicago, we have the Pan-African Association. So there are some African advocacy organizations starting to pop up. But I think there's more that has to be done for Africa from America. And we have to look at that avenue as well, because the American market, as the premier market on the planet, is not going anywhere anytime soon. And Africa is going to need export markets for growing exports. And let's jump in there and dominate that market and those channels now before other groups do. So I come in peace. I go in peace.
100%. 100%. Let me ask you a question before you go.
Okay.
Now you said something about Sierra Leone cracking down citizenship. My problem is like I said, the feel good Pan-Africanism.
Mm-hmm.
And my Dynas is my brother. He's like a nephew to me. I love him to death, and I appreciate what he's doing like this. But that was basically 1970s. Getting a passport. I got a passport Sierra Leone, right? Now, basically, these countries are like, okay, we give you this passport, right? They thought that was going to translate into major corporations in Black America coming. They see top 20 Black businesses in America are multi-billion-dollar entities, industries, and everything. We got manufacturers like you won't believe in Black America. People don't know that, steel, some everything, fiber optic cables companies. We got some everything in Black America, construction, everything. So therefore, those type of people, and one of my guys in the BAIO has reached out to Mr. Hightower Group, an oil group. He's interested in coming to Sierra Leone and getting into the oil business. Wants to build an oil storage in Sierra Leone and West Africa. And I told him, Barrington, I said, get in touch with me right now. I could probably hook him up with some people in Angola. But what I'm saying is when we start talking about Pan-Africanism at this late date in time, right? It has to be more than feel good, right? People want to know what can you bring to the table. Before, if Black America has all these connections in the gut, we decide who's going to be the next president, right? We sit on cities in America, major cities in America, and major states and everything like that. We should be in a position to help Africa, but we don't do it. Our Black political class in America, all they care about is carrying out the Democratic Party's agenda. You know, you can give Ukraine $100 billion or whatnot, but how much money do we give that we use our political clout to give to Africa, to develop Africa, a region that America wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the destruction of Africa. So America does owe Africa, you know.
Yeah, it does. I do think that recent reparations conference, I had a lot of concerns about that. It's a little bit too top heavy. One thing that came out of that was the African Union. Yeah, the African Union wants to create a reparations fund that the African Union controls. I saw that. I said, oh, no. That's the last thing we need is some big top heavy thing that the African Union can use to line its pockets. And none of that money goes to people.
The current African Union, right, in my opinion, right, is nothing but a dictator's club. How are you going to have the African Union and you got the president of Equatorial Guinea who are robbing the country blind and leaving people in poverty while they spending all the money on that, but yet they're a member, you know?
And if they really wanted to do operations, they could admit Haiti to the African Union. They didn't even admit Haiti, and they didn't even say that they were going to do that in their recent reparations conference, but they said they were going to establish that fund. So no, that was way too top heavy. What I saw coming out of that conference, no way. But see, that goes to show you, who does the African government, who does the American government deal with? Because there's so many splinter groups that have popped up now over the
people like Dr. Arikana. She just came out of nowhere. You know, she's a crook. You know, they got people like her when they talk a good game. They talk about all this stuff like this. You know, that feel good. Well, we got to fight the man, colonialism, all that. That's dead and gone. You can't sit here and not talk about infrastructure and building infrastructure and everything like that when you have the power on the continent. If you control the governments of Africa and whatnot, you control what gets bought, what gets built, what's taxed, what's everything. You can make a difference. That's why I'll never accept Africans telling us no, you know, on our own ancestral homeland. So basically, I don't buy all that stuff. I think we're doing this the right way, a grassroots movement and everything that basically can connect on a grassroots level and everything. These big people that are sponsored by the media for us, you know. Oh, that's the leader one. I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Yeah, no, it has to come from the bottom up this time, and it will. Let me just say this, and I came in peace. I'm going in peace. I'm going to just say this, though. But a lot of people are doing things very quickly with no strategy, taking a lot of action with no strategy, and then running into a wall, and they're taking their following with them. And this is what Dynas is doing again with the Sierra Leone thing. And I don't want to pick on him. I think Dynas is not a mean-spirited guy. That's why people like him. But I do think he is not a very grounded, rooted, or principled guy. And I think he's taking a lot of action without really thinking things through and with no strategy. And he's running into walls with carrot bars, the Lumejdra investment, now the thing with Senegal, and he's taking his following with him. And that's my concern. And so I just wish maybe he would slow down, maybe start to rethink some things, maybe just maybe even consider maybe he's not as deep as he might think that he might be. Even though he's traveled a lot, he still hasn't studied, and he still hasn't maybe reoriented his consciousness. Still very much Albert Hollis, who might be, if he made the NFL, might have a white woman and a designer suit and be wearing a designer suit instead of a dashiki.
Rewind. I did not drop her. I don't know what happened, but she was on fire,
Mm.
literally on fire. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Whether people want to agree or not, the key thing the sister said, Carla, that's it, that's your boy, you and him good. She's saying he's taking his following with them down,
I'm gonna put
down.
this. I have
It's
nothing
not
wrong
like
with the Sierra
going
Leone
down with the ship.
passport thing, but I know for a fact is that a lot of these times these people they're basically thinking they're gonna gain something from Black America that that maybe Dynas can't deliver right now, and so he's putting himself out there like that. I would basically temper a little bit, right? It's like if you're gonna take people don't understand something. When you take a citizenship to a country, can you commit to like every year sending that country $3,000 or $4,000 for taxes? So okay, this is my tax burden as a citizenship, even though I'm not there. I'll give them I'm gonna send the government of Sierra Leone. I'm going to the local embassy in DC, wherever like that, and say, look, I'm a citizen. I'm gonna pay my taxes. If you start saying that, they'll be like, okay, we could, we got thousands of Black people. If you have 1,000 Black people giving $3,000, right? How much is that? $300,000, a couple of $1 million, whatever. That's $1 million. That's money that they could use for whatever. Every dollar counts. So it all comes down to dollars and cents, But
Yeah.
just having a passport, it's not enough. You gotta give. So that's why I say I'm against the passport thing for Black people in Liberia. I'm against it,
Yeah, and then before Mufasa come on, pro woman Jay, I'm not sure what happened, but sister, you can come on back. Just click back the link. I'm not sure what happened, but go ahead, Mufasa.
No, I was gonna say that. I talked to Dynas about that on that show where he was saying that they're gonna start making it harder and all this stuff. And like I said, that's up to them if they want to do that. And I don't know. I didn't really like that he was being critical of us in that situation because to me, right, if that's what you want, you should say that. You know what I mean? If I go to your website, it should reflect that you're attracting qualified investors within Black America that have the intention to invest a certain amount of money when they go. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's what you have to sell. And then but the other side of that coin, when you do that, Sierra Leone has to step up to the plate to people of that caliber. Because now because I know people doing people don't know, like Kala, you say all the time. I know personally because I do business with them and I know them. There's people with tens and hundreds of thousands, even seven figures. I've been in business with a Black person. We were in independent business, right? Over seven figures invested into this, straight out. No banks, no nothing. So these people exist, but it's just like if Sierra Leone wants to bring themselves into these people's world, like this same person I'm telling you about, it's a family member of mine. He sees me going to Africa. He trusts me. He knows my business is my business mind. He's like, hey, man, I want to do something over there. Boom, boom, boom. Let me know. And I'm kind of doing recon. I'm looking through it, and I know how he thinks about business and his investment requirements. I'm not really finding anything yet. You get what I'm saying? So if you want us to be able to present these things to these people, you got to step up to the plate. But if you want to just say, hey, come do some tourism, join, reconnect for those people who are interested in that, that's a different requirement. That's a different bar that you have to have set. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like when you want to start blaming, oh, well, like Dinah said, I blame us. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, all right, man, but this is a two-way street.
It's always the onus is always on African Americans for everything. You ever notice that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why is that? That's another thing about Pan that has to evolve. It's not a charity case. We all have to start gaining and winning. It could be a win-win situation, like the Chinese do with their diaspora. They offer them something. They say, hey, come back to China. Modern China was built by its diaspora coming back. The Chinese were mostly illiterate, mal-headed. They got the Chinese from America, right? They got free education in the 1960s from the Civil Rights Act, right? They said, oh, we got these Chinese with that good in math and science. The Chinese started recruiting them, bringing them back, and say, we need you to build our industries. And that's how they did it. The African government's got to step up on that level.
No, for sure. And even going to what you were saying a second ago about taxes, taxes is business. At the end of the day, it's business. Like when I pay taxes in America, there's a benefit typically that's coming with those taxes. You know what I mean? So it's like I have no problem paying taxes in Sierra Leone, but I need to be making money. Like taxes is a percentage of what you're getting out of it. Get what I mean?
Right.
I make 10 grand, I kick you back 15. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But you have to be creative and you have to find ways to reach out to the right people. If all you do is say connect, reconnect, see what tribe you're from, boom, 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 that's the energy you're going to attract. You can't attract that energy and then get mad that that's what you're doing. When that's If I go to your website, it don't say nothing about investing and boom, boom, boom. I don't see that on your website. All I see is, hey, come out here, reconnect with your tribe,
Eat bushmeat,
swim with the turtles. Yeah, I mean, like, bro, we came to swim with the turtles. We wouldn't really. And even if you find people who do that, anybody knows anything about marketing and things like that, you want to target the people who have the ability to do what it is you want them to do, whatever it is you want them to do. So yes, okay,
and you gotta be respectful
right,
to those people.
right. Yeah, you gotta be respectful of people. Exactly, and that's but because I kind of some of his pushback was that they discuss some of these things like when you get your passport about the contribution they want them to make, but it's like you have to qualify your people. You get what I'm saying? You can take some people and they may even think, a lot of people think they might be able to do some of these investments and do some of these things, but a lot of these people have never had a business in a day in their life.
Right.
They might be a postman, they might be something like that. They don't know what this stuff is really like out here. So
Right.
when you bring somebody like me, I actually know what stuff is like. I know that what stuff can make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, and you just lose all your money. I've lost money. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I put money out there. I know what it's like. So when you're dealing with people who've done this stuff, we're going to look at it a little bit different. So you got to target those people. That was all I wanted to say, really.
Yeah, exactly. What 100%. When you basically talking about the Africa, right? They're looking at it as what can you do to contribute, and they don't complain when you see the Lebanese. The Lebanese are coming there organized. They're bringing money. They're coming there organized. We don't even. Let me give you an example, right? And this is what one video I saw. This one lady, I think she was an African lady, right? And she was basically saying, why don't the African Americans, when they go to places, right, build their own communities, right, where they have their own banks and everything? They can contribute a lot to the country. But we got black people in America, right? They go in Africa, like, I want to connect with my tribe and whatnot, and they don't want to basically build with their own people from the diaspora. That's a problem. That's a problem. And so when people talk about investing and stuff like that, you got to be a benefit to the people. And then some people say, why should I invest? I want to go to yeah, that's fine. You want to have a feel-good Pan-African, but we're beyond that. I want to be around people that look like me. Okay, that's that's good. Good, but that's not going to sell this movement. The movement will peter on the vine if that's all it is. But if you're talking about building infrastructure and connecting, like I talk about the Sister City projects, right? We got black people sit in cities in America that got sovereign wealth funds, right? A lot of let me give you an example. In Virginia Beach, the Filipino community got millions and millions of contracts going piping back to their home villages in towns in the Philippines, and contracts from the city of Virginia Beach. And I'm saying to myself, it dawned on me years ago. I said, that's what we should be doing. And so I sent my guy Ron to the Sister City Project for Ghana. That was like 4 years ago. He said all they was talking about was libations and cultural stuff. But the French Sister City and the other Sister City, they were talking business. And the black people, all they would talk about was, visiting the slave capsule. That's good and everything, but they weren't talking about any real business. But that's not what we're about. We're just talking about just some emotional connection. There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong.
I mean, and at the end of the day, too, I mean, you have to promote these things. You have to promote these things. You have to lead by example. Show me, take me, give me a deep dive, or not a deep dive, but give me an overview and a showcase of your business and what you're doing and how much you've made the country and how much you've paid out and contributed directly with your business endeavors, right? Outside of, like, if you want to see us do more, lead by example. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
And I understand that for what not. I'm not just speaking about Dynas per se. I understand his tourism business definitely does bring some things in, but I mean, show us some of these other people, or kind of show what it looks like. Show what it looks like, and then I think also a good thing they may want to do. Um, they may want to do, like, how you have investment visas or investment passport programs. You invest a certain amount of money and you get your passport. They may want to do something like that, and maybe because I'm sure they already have that in place, but maybe they'll discount it for people who test back, because it tests their blood test back to one of the tribes. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't, I don't know, to me it's not really the same if the opportunity is conditional. You get what I mean? So if the opportunity is conditional, it's like, what is it? Because I test back to the tribe, or is it because you want me to invest a certain amount? Because if it's about me investing, then just let me invest, or you know what I'm saying? Just let me invest, and then that's how you get the passport. Just be more direct with what you want. You see what I'm saying?
There should be targeted investment, right?
Yeah.
Targeted investment, right? And also what I haven't seen in all the years I've seen on YouTube, right? As I have never seen any YouTuber on the floor of an African commodities or stock exchange. You know, now poor woman Jay said about investing in corn. Now, if that was done right, that could have been lucrative, right? Invest a little bit of money for a harvest, and let's say April harvest of corn, right? The corn gets sold, right, and you get your dividend. That could be, and when you show success, more people start saying, "Oh, I could put money into this Ghanaian corn, and when I made some money." And that's what we should be talking about on YouTube platforms, right? Where you can invest directly in a government security in Africa, commodities securities and stuff like that. But we're not even having those sort of conversations.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Marie Shy put on here a second ago. She was talking about how she invested in her poultry farm and things like that. That's, like I said, that's the type of stuff we need to do, and not to limit it to that. But the point, what I'm saying is that at least you're putting some skin in the game, and you're seeing how these things work, and you're making an attempt to invest, right? And then when those things work, then you can kind of report that. Like, I'll give you an example. And then another thing on that, it also depends, how do you do it? Because there's some people that just kind of sending money and doing this, and it can be like a moral kind of thing. But if you're doing it, take it seriously. Actually measure how much money you're
Learn how
taking.
to scale it.
Learn how to
How,
scale
how,
it.
how to scale it. How can we
Yeah.
duplicate this and scale it?
And even if you don't scale it, make sure you know your numbers. Make sure you're learning techniques to grow it. Like, there's a guy, I'm sure you've seen, well, Marie, I'm sure she knows him, or maybe you guys seen him. His name is like farming in it's either farming in Africa or farming in Ghana or something.
Go ahead.
All his You guys know him, right?
Or save it for Africa.
Oh, that's somebody in his background.
Should-
Either he's
Something
on
like
there all day showing you
Yeah,
exactly how he's doing business, giving tips, doing business from that page. We could be doing that. We could be doing that if that's what it's about, or you could be showing that. That's what I'm saying. It's just like that, to me, it's disingenuous to all day.
And like I
All you're really
expected,
talking about is reconnect, have fun, tourism, swim with the turtles, and then you expect money to come out of it, but you're not trying to directly stimulate that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the reality is that's a what's much tougher group to reach. And when it's time to reach that group, you got to be able to offer something. But when you don't have much to offer, you got to kind of work from where you at. That's the thing. It's not easy to invest in these places. Some of these places are difficult places to do business, and the reality is, it's mostly going to come from those of us who see this as we're actually Pan-Africanists. We actually have a vision. We actually believe in something. That's what made Bomani even get to this point. You don't just you don't live in America with all the opportunity you have and get to this point out of nowhere. This comes with what you believe, what you're practicing, what you do, and then you end up in this type of business because of the views and the things you believe in. And it's going to be those of us who have these views and believe in things, but then also want to be serious about doing business beyond just the emotionalism. So, and those of us are very few. So that's just kind of what it is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm past the emotional stage. I'm like, I see opportunity, on the continent, right? And I have people on the continent saying, why don't you guys come over here? I said, because we're not organized, we're not organized. Black America is very fragmented, disunity comes out. It's like the Pan-African movement is the most disunified group of Black people on the planet. Pan means unity, right? Together, right? So tell me, why is it that the Black churches are more unified than the so-called Pan-African world? The Pan-African world, everybody's measuring each other's, to see who's a bigger Pan-Africanist, and nobody ever gets anything done.
We probably need more organizations, and we need to kind of, I don't know, we just need more of probably need to be more organized in terms of actually having organizations and people operating from them. You know what I mean? And the things they do actually operating from them. I don't know. We don't really do that unless, like, each church,
we have
churches are organizations.
I think we have organizations. We have the UNIA, right? But let me give you an example, right? The UNIA has talked a good game, and they bought some land in Liberia. And my good African says he's with them and everything. He says they got this thing on Liberty Farms. They've been there for a couple of years. They haven't done anything with it. They bought land, but they haven't done anything, because it actually takes work to go there and actually build stuff. And a lot of times people aren't real business people. They've never done this. Now, Great African got a farm that's doing really well. He's about to plant. He's planting onions now. He's planting all stuff. He's doing real well with his farms in Liberia. And so it takes a lot of work. And so my thing is a good way how to get into Africa, right, is Liberia is a perfect example, right? There's a lot of Liberians in America, right? And Black people in America don't think to connect and be friends with Liberians that are in America and on the ground and say, what do you guys do, right? First thing a Liberian will tell you, right? They'll tell me all the time, right? Don't ever give up that U.S. passport, Use your position in America. Look what we do. We work here, jobs, everything like that, but we spend like a few months a year on the continent, and we invest our money back in Liberia, Now, when the time comes, if I have a business or farm that's really kicking off, I could quit my job and move to Liberia permanently, He says a lot of Black people in America think they're just going to go to Africa and things are going to work out like that, and say, no, you don't do it like that, You don't do it like that. You basically ease your way into Africa, make connections on the ground, show you a value. If you're going to countries like Liberia and you're employing people like me, I pay a lot of people out of my pocket every week in Liberia. I got people on the ground in Liberia that I pay, to do stuff for me and stuff like that. That's why I got a lot of stuff done in Liberia, because I put money out. And so therefore, when I'm there, people respect what I have to say. And they say, and a lot of Liberians are looking forward to this tour. They're looking forward to more Black people from America. And also we're encouraging a lot of Liberians to get involved back in their country, back in their country.
Absolutely.
And so therefore we're leading the way. So it has to happen organically. So, the fanciful stuff and, that's past tense, Black people have been going to Africa for 150 years from America.
You don't think it's more now, though, Kala, honestly?
Well, Black people don't realize this, man, that Black people, even in the 80s, was going to Africa. People like Kenya, Tanzania, the large numbers of Black people in Kinshasa, Zaire, that stayed there after the Ali Foreman fight. There was a large number of African Americans that were that moved to South Africa at post-apartheid. There was even Black people that lived in South Africa during apartheid, And so going there quietly and everything like that, but it's going there, but because of YouTube and everything, it makes it seem like it's just something new. It's not. It's been going on a long time, you know. And a lot of these people were going over there and they were getting involved in stuff, learning the local culture and getting involved in business and everything like that for a long time, you know. This is nothing new. We have the African America organization, right? That's been helping facilitate. We have the Leon Sullivan group, you know. We have a lot of people that's been going to Africa building stuff for a long time, right? So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to look at these people that's been on the continent and doing stuff and say what we can do. And they always tell me, you know, they always say, get your education, get your skills, get your stuff together. And also when you go to Africa, working groups, form your own investment club, your susus and everything like that. You know, we have to work together. And also, like my good friend Yembe Alongo said, he's from Cameroon. He's back in Cameroon now. He's an IT guy, right? Yembe is my boy, right? He's that's my brother right there, right? Love Black America, you know, and basically, and he has an IT business and everything like that. I don't know if you remember him. He was on my Blog Talk Radio show. I had him on Blog Talk Radio back in the days. Anyway, he basically told me, he said, look, man, when you're in Africa, right? He says, what you want to do is check in with your embassy. I said, he said, look, the smart thing to do is check in with your U.S. embassy. You know, he said, like, there ain't a problem, go to your embassy, you know, man, use that resource and everything, because they could guide you to certain things and everything. If you get in trouble with the government or anything like that, use your embassy. You know, a lot of us don't want to do that. You know,
that's tough, man. It like going to Africa and actually kind of interacting all this stuff some years back. I had to break out of that. It took me some time to break out of the mentality because you kind of know the history. You know, we've been given a raw deal, and you know that we're rejected by this country. But you can't. At the end of the day, like, you know, there was a good point I heard someone make. It was profound for me in the current mindset I was in. And he's like talking about how people saying we need to build schools. We got to build schools. You know, Black folks got to build schools. He was like, bro, we built all these schools. What the hell you think our Texas has been doing all these years?
Exactly.
We built these damn schools. You just got to take your ass up there and hold these people accountable in the municipality. Right. But in these municipalities, like if you actually was at the city council, if you was at all these meetings, if you went to all the school stuff, in enough numbers, especially some of these places where we dominate numerically, you could get that stuff done. But these are things that we need to do. So we have to take ownership, because in the end of the day, if you're not going to overthrow the system, and you're going to have to, and you're going to live here, which most of us will. You're going to have to do something here within the system. You can't just be paying taxes and then at the same time just saying, I'm disconnected from the system, I'm not voting, I'm not doing anything. But you're paying taxes, contributing to the economy, and you're getting nothing back out of it. You're not getting anything for your tax money. That's just stupid.
And other people, Africans, when they come here, man, they know every last single NGO, so they know more stuff than we do. Liberians know how to ship stuff and put things on containers. They know about the maritime laws. They know all this stuff and whatnot. They take advantage of everything that America has to offer to benefit themselves back in Africa. And so therefore, I'm saying to myself, the Black people in America, we're just like, oh, I just want to get out of America. I want to get out of America, right? And they don't only look at how Africans are successful, how Nigerians become rich and stuff like that, you know, and everything. We don't do that. They come here and they take advantage of the education system that's offered here. You know, they take advantage of college, community college. They take advantage of trade schools. They take advantage of all these stuff like this, which we refuse to do.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of opportunity here, definitely. So I mean, I agree. I think that, and then in terms of the Pan-Africanism stuff, I kind of was going back and forth a little bit with Afro Think Tank on his page, because he keeps saying that somebody's not a Pan-Africanist because they vote conservative or something. I'm like, what is? And then I asked him to define it. I said, okay, if you can't be conservative or vote for a Republican and be a Pan-Africanist, I said, give me a definition. Give me your definition of Pan-Africanism. And then he was like, well, I ain't about to explain nothing to nobody, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I was reading that. You know, he was just going back.
I was like, bro, because in the end of the day, at least I'm not going to agree with you, but at least present it so this way we can know where you stand. You know what I mean? You can't just make things up as you go. I need
Yeah,
a definite.
he's just pissed off because we called him out.
Yeah, I'm just like, listen, if you're gonna say that, give me a definition, and within the definition, I want to see where it says you can't vote conservative or something. But that's going to be difficult to do because no one's ever really done that. Because the way I see it, how you vote, I mean, whatever, it's a million ways to skin a cat. So if we want, if one person's going to say, hey, we can reach Pan-Africanism by voting this way, the other one's going to say we can reach it by not voting, the other one's going to say we'll reach it by voting this other way. It don't make you not a Pan-Africanist. It's just like you want to have disputes with guys, and like you said, competition and all this. I didn't really get that video by Brandon, but yeah, if you want to have competition, keep Pan-Africanism out of it. Y'all just have your dispute on whatever it is you're arguing about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, like I said, here's the thing. I'm gonna drop a jewel here. People will always say, right, if you're connected with Africa, you hate America. And that's not the case, right? People say, are you not happy in America? Let me give you an example that people never thought of, right? And you're going to hear, when people hear this, they're going to be saying the same thing because I always start a lot of stuff and people run with it, right? Being happy and being satisfied are two different things, right? I'm happy with the business I have and the life I have in America, right? But I'm not satisfied, right? You know what satisfaction is, right? Satisfied means when you're satisfied with something, you're satisfied. Satisfaction. Building in Africa will give me satisfaction. Okay? That's the void that I'm missing. Okay? We say, well, people, you say, somebody's a multimillionaire. Why is he here? He's happy. Go. Trust me, there's no rich person that's not happy, right? They may not be satisfied. A millionaire may want to be a billionaire. He's not satisfied. He wants to be a billionaire. Somebody like what's the guy that won 7 Super Bowl rings? What's the guy? New England
Brady, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, right? They say, aren't you happy with 6 rings, whatever like that? He was happy, but he's not satisfied. And calls him his wife. He wasn't satisfied. He's playing NFL right now. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but he's not satisfied. The bottom line is this, right? The Pan-African world ought to give us some sort of satisfaction. It's not about happy. You could be happy anywhere. You could be happy living in friggin' Antarctica, You could be happy living in the jungles of Brazil. You could be happy any place on the earth, right? But satisfaction, And that's what we have to deliver, satisfaction, right? And I've created an image, right, of countries like Liberia and say like this. If we can reconnect and rebuild a country that we can basically trade with, travel with, and reconnect our roots with and everything like that, right? That will give you a satisfaction that you won't have just being in America. It gives me satisfaction, the fact that I basically have another home for myself. The Zionist movement, right? Jews were happy. They had money all over the world, but they weren't satisfied because they didn't have their own state. And when the state of Israel was created, that gave Jews, Zionist Jews around the world, satisfaction. They don't have to live there, but they have satisfaction that their state does exist. We have never understood that. We always think, black boys think everything has to be about happiness. You can be happy any place. Only you can make yourself happy. If you're living and breathing in this world and you got your life and your health and everything, you should be happy. If you got a little bit of money in your pocket, you should be happy, right? But it does not mean you're satisfied. When you're satisfied, that means you got everything that you need. You're at peace. We can never be at peace in America, because we're a minority group. We're a hated minority group in America. We can make a lot of money here. We can be happy here. We have good times here in America. We connect here. This is our home. But the bottom line is it's not the end satisfaction. That's why we are into Pan-African. That's why we want to see Africa develop. That's why we want to see Africa build and everything. That's why we all dream about Africa, seeing Africa shine one day. That's going to give us satisfaction.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I just look at it in terms of power. I look at it seems that everyone else has a home base. Everyone else is is organized in a way where they're not totally vulnerable. They're not totally at the bottom. They're not at the default bottom of every situation.
Exactly.
And that's how it just seems like it is for us. And I looked at that situation and I figured, hey, let's find a way to do something about this, right? And then I realized a lot of people are brainwashed and they have the system set up in a certain way to keep people confused and lost. So the best thing I can do is do what I can do, and influence whoever I can influence in my circle of influence. So that's pretty much what's driving it. So it's like, yes, can you if you make good money, and you have like a lot of things, there's a lot of things you can get if you're successful here financially. Yes, so on a certain level, yes, you can be satisfied, but for me, the way I see it is just more. There's more that's needed, because I don't see myself as an individual. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I see us collectively as a nation of Black people, because I understand at the end of the day, my individual power has something to do with our collective power. You could try to split off, and so many people try to do it, but at the end of the day,
That's why people like Tariq. He's personally satisfied with the system of America. Oh, I'm a foundation. That's being just satisfied with America as it is.
Yeah. I'm torn on the Tariq. I guess he kind of gave up on his Pan-Africanist politics, right? I don't listen to him anymore, because I'm torn on the diaspora or the Caribbean African versus the FBA stuff.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing about it.
I'm torn on it, man, because I just don't. I see too many immigrants that like they don't think Pan-Africanist. They don't care about anything, and they just go with the white supremacist narrative, and it's just like whatever. They just going along to get along. No Pan-Africanism, no consciousness, no pride, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see how they do Pan-Africanism any good like that, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So I'm torn on it.
The thing is about the Caribbeans and the people who come here, Africans. Remember something, right? When they come here, right, these people are just coming here just to friggin' survive, right? So therefore, if you're Pan-Africanism is us. Remember something: Black people in America and white people in America have been here around the same time, right? After 400 years, we still see America. The world sees America as a white country. That angers Black America, because we helped build cities like Pittsburgh, New York, and stuff like this. And our contributions to America as science and innovation is overlooked, So therefore, we're always second guessed. We're always dismissed, everything like that, right? So that's our fight. That's, as African Americans, that's our fight. That's why our version of Pan-African is a little different from everybody else's, And so their belief is, when I get to America, right, I just want a life. I just want a house. I just want to go along to get along and everything. Do you remember back, you probably don't remember this, you're probably too young, when there was a Korean boycott, there was a Korean guy, people who beat up some Black people in Brooklyn and whatnot, and they were boycotting the Koreans in like the late 80s. Remember that in Brooklyn?
I wasn't there, but I heard about it.
Okay.
I heard about it.
Well, anyway, and then there was another incident in Harlem. Remember when the Freddie Fashion Mart, whatever, in Harlem, right? And that incident that happened in Harlem.
Where the lady shot where she shot the girl in the back of the head?
No. That
was over here,
California.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say. I remember that.
There was what happened was, they basically around the streets of Harlem, right? There were people that were setting up vendors, Black people that were setting up vendors, making a lot of money, right, on the street, right? Well, anyway, Giuliani went in there and said, "Yo, shut them all down." He went there and shut them all down. Said, "Yo, you can't be like this," and everything like that. So anyway, some Black people started retaliating against the white businesses. Some of the white businesses were even renting from Black-owned buildings. A lot of buildings are old in Black America, but they built modern stores and everything like that. So they cleared the vendors out, so you can go like 3 blocks over and sell whatever like that. So black people start protesting out there, saying we're going to boycott Harlem and everything like that, white business Harlem and whatnot. Well, I noticed that there was a lot of people, Caribbean, like, I just want to come up here and shop. I don't want to be like this. So they weren't really, into the protests and everything like that. They were like, well, I just want to come up here and shop. I don't want to hear all this stuff like that. I'm just coming here to shop, man. Shop or not. I don't want to be part of no black protests, whatever like that. So that's not, like I said, that's a crunch where we had to bear. Well, we had to bear so in the end, the vendors never came back and whatever like that, because it is what it was. It was what it was. But the point I'm trying to make is not everybody feels like going to come here and join all our causes as strongly as we are. We feel about. So we think Harlem's ours. We should be able to set up businesses and whatever like that. Who are you to tell us? Who are you to tell? But people forget Harlem's still in New York City. Harlem's still in the United States. And then people at the time were talking about buying Harlem and whatnot. We should buy Harlem and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And Harlem, and then in the 90s saw Harlem being regentrified. And so it is what it is. It is what it is. Black America keeps taking these L's on a lot of stuff. And now you got the Senegalese there, the Sierra Leoneans there, and and all these Ghanaians there, and it's completely changed now. And
for sure.
So they're not thinking about this. They know that they're satisfied because they came from the third world to the first world, and they're sending money back to their country. So they're not ready to join us in our struggle. So we have to evolve to the point where how do we attract these people back to the Pan-African movement, right?
Well, we don't have to. I'll say this, Kyla. We're not going to have to do that. That will happen on its own. But it's just in the meantime, you're going to have to deal with that. Like, that's how these people are going to think for now. When they get rejected, from the rest of the society, they'll inevitably see what we see. Right now, they just think we're just making all this stuff up. They think like a lot of these people, like they do all this lying about what Nigerians are doing and blah, blah, blah. So they think they're like doing stuff that we haven't done. Like they don't, they're like, oh yeah, I'm a doctor. Like a black man didn't do the first open heart surgery here. Right. Like we've been doing this stuff. So they think the issues we have is because we're lazy and all these white supremacist narratives.
Yeah.
So they don't believe it.
White supremacist narrative.
Right. But as they're born here and live here and they get out of this mentality of I'm just happy to get out of the bush mentality, they're going to see the same thing we see. And if you talk to a lot of the people who are, they're like first and second generation, they see it. You see more and more of them, they're like conscious on close to the same rate as the rest of us, because all of us aren't conscious either. But so that will take care of itself. You get what I'm saying?
Well, appreciate it, brothers. And while you're, just wanted to stop so we can do some interjection. Great point as far as that analysis, and that's aligned with what we talk about in the topic about evolving. And we do have to get to where we connect with our people, to where we build some kind of energy towards them, to where they can evolve into where we're more on the same page. And the same thing as someone like myself, from somewhere else and going somewhere else. You leave from Jamaica and you're in America, and you're trying to connect with your people in America, and then you're leaving from America trying to connect with your people in Africa, and somehow you're trying to connect with them where we can grow together, and where we basically see the same thing. And as you mentioned, the previous 1 or 2 generations, they see certain things of the evolution, and I wanted to say that, to post a comment and get your feedback on this comment. And maybe our colleague, you can read it, but please just read it all through, please.
Frilla says immigrants don't think Pan would benefit them. They are still brainwashed that serving an oppressor is a better way of life. Well, this is the way I see Pan. When you come from a country where it's all black, right? And some people will tell you, say you live in Africa and Caribbean long enough, you think the black man's the devil, because it's like, you say the white man, the black man's the devil. So I had people, I always take that as a joke, right? But people like, when you got people that look like you oppressing you robbing you, stealing from the coffers, don't build nothing, don't build anything like that. And then you come here to a country where things work and everything, and work or not. White people know that, white people know that. So that's why when we say Pan-Africans, right, they think we have this idea that Africa is Wakanda, everything's perfect. No, we understand Africa has its problems, right? But what we're saying is the feel-good Pan-Africanism is dead. I understand that. We have to confront the corruption in Africa, right? The nepotism and all the stuff like that. That we have to do that. We have to speak on it. We have to talk about that, because if we don't address that, right, then it does look like Pan-Africanism is fake. It's fake. So that's what I want to say about that. If the Pan-Africanism starts translating into international trade and businesses. We played a video a couple of months ago on the Pung Loi group. That's a Pan-Asian international logistics and infrastructure building corporations with headquarters and offices in several different Asian countries in the Middle East, right? They built everything from subways to stadiums and everything, all Asian. Imagine if we could showcase that as the model for Pan-Africanism. Would people buy into Pan-Africanism? If they see
Yes, Colin, that's the perfect point I'm trying to get us to make, and that's why I posted this comment because that's the situation I feel when I go to different countries and I'm connected with different people. Some of them when we come, people say that we come with a whole different energy. Our Africa for Africans energy. It's a whole different energy. When I'm talking about the tour guide or the people who work at a hotel and they're feeling it, like one of the biggest comments we get is, I like what your shirt say, Africa for the Africans, and you hear different comments and things like that, and but it's like people never seen certain kind of energy. So what they're looking at, like in the comment, they are brainwashed that serving the oppressor is the best way to a better life. So us building that energy for Pan-Africanism and talking about Africa for the Africans and building it to where you're now looking to build something more into the world of economics, because most of the people we're dealing with are people that are benefiting from the business that we're dealing with, and they're saying like, okay, this may be a good possibility or potential, but as you say, once we build entities to where we can create a better life and better opportunities for people, they'll buy more into what we're pushing. So responding to both of you brothers, because what you're saying, I feel like people should really just listen and be clear on it, because it's not too many people dropping it and explaining it as both of you are dropping it as far as how we can get to this, because with the focus is still on Pan-African evolving, and if it's going to evolve, that means we have to give people time to learn what they need to learn, and people time to be around people who are about that business, because a lot of time people turn around and they see the fake Pan-Africanism stuff. So they that's why people are always coming at us, because they don't see a bunch of people doing what we're doing. They see a bunch of people talking the other way. So that's why me and you all working on these things, Colin. That's how you and I got energy in Liberia going to where now they can't say, oh well, he's talking about Liberia. Now we're involved in Liberia. We're making moves, and yes, the people that we bring in there is not going to change the dynamics overnight, but at the same time, it will create an evolution where more people will be open to this, like really connecting with us. And then I also want to get your feedback, Mufasa, because I feel like we have to be a leadership to educate people about what's real about Pan-Africanism and not. And as you were mentioning earlier about Afro think tank and you and him going back and forth and him not defining certain things, us defining certain things would be more on a level of just practical, where people say, Bomani and Kala, they're in Liberia. They talked about Liberia for a whole year. And then next, they have business going on there. They have this phenomenal business conference. And now more and more people want to live, do business, and invest in Liberia.
Yeah. I mean, I think, first of all, immigrants don't think Pan-Africanists will benefit them. They are still brainwashed that serving the oppressor is the best way to a better life. Most Black Americans think that too. Most Black people think that. That's why we're in this condition that we're in. Like, that's why you don't see a lot of resistance like you should see. You see what I'm saying? And we had revolutionary politics and Pan-Africanism infused into pretty much our DNA because there was a lot of movements and organizations and structure in the community coming out of, the churches, coming out of the NOI, coming out of these things, and these politics were dispersed to the people. But they've so you've seen a breaking up of these ideas, and we don't really have like Farrakhan. The Farrakhan in the 90s, 80s, like when I was a kid, my dad wasn't in the nation or anything like that, but you still see he'd love to listen to him. Sometimes he'd play the tapes. He'd always big up the NOI, and we just don't really have that. So you're sitting and watching people kind of grow up without the politics and the context necessary to understand these ideas. The core of these issues is that what people are seeing today and calling Pan-Africanism, you have people involved who haven't done the studies. They haven't placed the world in the context to understand why Pan-Africanism is necessary. And if you don't have that context, you can never understand what's going on, right? It's totally out of context. So a lot of people in these immigrant countries, they don't know this, especially like Nigeria, for instance. I like to speak about Nigeria a lot because I've spent months and months and months in Nigeria, and I've really talked to a lot of people. I talk to older people. I talk to younger people. I talk to a lot of people, and their understanding of history is terrible. So if you have no historical context, you can't put into perspective why Black power is needed. And we used to have that, and that's even kind of being lost in Black America as well. So I think that's an issue in general, going across the board. So I think the biggest issue with the immigrants is an education issue. And that's why I said I think over time they'll come to see it. Like I was just talking to a guy, he's on Cloud 9. He's a Ghanaian guy. I was on somebody's panel. Who was it? Was it here? I don't know where it was at. But he's basically he's in a company, he's doing great. He's been here a few years, and he's seeing everything going well for him. And he's like, yeah, I'm not experiencing any racism, right? He doesn't even really understand what racism is. You get what I mean?
About Zongo?
Is that his name?
Zongo, yeah.
Yeah, okay. What panel was that? Were you on that panel?
Yeah, I was there. Bomani, it was Bomani's show. I was there.
Yeah, okay, boom. Yeah, exactly. So it's like somebody like that, bro. He ain't gonna see it. It may take time, So he hasn't seen what we've seen. You sit there, you work just as hard, but they push these other people ahead of you, all these things going. You see all this subtle racism, and then you start studying and you say, oh, so they have all the wealth and this happened and boom. So it's not common sense. It takes some study and knowledge.
So let me give you another example, brother. Right now in the UK, right, the Black British, right, I guess they thought their situation was like Black America, right? And like a Jughead always says, the Black people in the British didn't build any institutions like we built over here, and they don't have the numbers. Anyway, the Black British, right, rightfully so, from the Caribbean and everything like that helped rebuild post-war England and everything, worked in the factories and everything, and they're born in the British and everything. They thought they were going to be the Black Americans to the Black British, right? So they want seats in Parliament. They want all this stuff like that. And then some people make some advancements and everything, but they're still saying that we're not getting our fair share of the British thing, right? So what the British do, right? The white man is something else, right? He says, something? We got a bunch of Nigerians down there, right, that are top educated and everything. We're going to bring them here, right? We know they don't have a history with the whole slavery, transatlantic slave trade, and Black power. Like that. So we're going to get them here. We're going to make sure that they get into our best universities. We're going to make sure they get hired and everything. We're going to give them bank loans. We're going to give them stuff. So we're going to make the Nigerians shine, right? And then so I was watching an interview one time where this white guy said, well, why is the Nigerians doing much better than you Caribbeans that have been here so many generations? And the guy just sat there like, now, instead of saying, something, we Nigerians and we British are both Black, that's the Pan-African spirit. So if a Nigerian succeeds, I'm succeeding, right? The British were able to do that because I guess the Black people from the Black British were saying that I don't feel any connection with the Nigerians because the Nigerians are all about Nigeria and themselves and everything, and trying to fit in, whatever like that. They're not trying to like. So they can't be part of a Pan-African Black Power movement because they're not making waves and anything like that. So the British and all this. So the bottom line is all goes down to power. As long as the white man has the power to pay favors, and they tried to do that in Black America, that's not going to work because Black America is too strong, too powerful. And what are Nigerians? Nigerians are not doing nothing that Black America hasn't already done and everything. And no one can ever show you any Nigerian restaurant chain, any Nigerian business, anything in America or not. They just say, oh, Nigerian, just because somebody got a job, everything. And also you got Nigerian doctors. We love the Nigerian doctors. A lot of them work in my communities when I know some of them, And
but yeah, Tyler, one of the main things is what are they building? What have they invented? And what is the connection of them building a connection from America to Africa? Those are the things people like myself are interested in before people get all this credit.
They don't,
because I can talk about my folks in Jamaica and all the success and all the things they did, but everything has to translate to nation building and Pan-Africanism on the African continent.
Right.
Which is ultimate end goal. I mean, us thriving, surviving, and doing okay in America is just not enough.
But the thing is, we got to look at Nigeria as a country, right? You have Banana Island, right? But overlooking Banana Island, you can see Makoto, the worst slum in the world. So what we see is, okay, you got some rich Nigerians and they're going to Dubai and they're flossing money and everything like this. But you got Nigerians mostly living, and now you got a country like Nigeria, you got hunger, and famine in parts of Nigeria now, but no one cares because all they do is showcase, oh, you got this billionaire here, and whatnot, but there's no real middle class. There's no real industries and everything like that, the infant mortality rate is high and stuff like this. So
I mean, those people in Nigeria are suffering so much, bro. Like in terms of, there's so many people out there that are smart. Like, man, I'll be riding around in Bolts or Ubers, and
oh yeah, very
like
smart.
These people are so smart.
They're very intelligent
people. These people, they're so long. I'm not speaking on all of them. I'm speaking on the people specifically that keep pushing this like Nigerian striving immigrant narrative. You're focusing on that. It's just like, but really, you really sound dumb. If you're doing so well, why are you not investing in your own people? You see what I'm saying? Until you're investing in your own people and fixing that problem, bro, I don't want to hear about that shit, man. That's it.
Yeah, that's the problem. And the whole thing is, we're when we talk about Pan-African, we're talking about uplifting our race. We're Garveyites. We're talking about uplifting our race. And other people, it's all about themselves and looking good and pleasing white people and stuff like that. Mara says, can you be anti? I'm not anti-white. I'm pro-black. Now, white people get in my way. Yeah, I will be anti-white. But for the most part, what I'm saying is most white people don't give a damn what we do.
Well, I would ask you, Marie, in your opinion, are white people anti-black?
Great one for them. Maybe she can post post that one.
Because if that's the case, you get what I'm saying. It's like he said, if they want to get in our way, but it's like they do a lot of getting in our way.
I mean, let me give you another example, right? What's that jumper? What's that jumper? Whatever.
No jumper. Adam,
okay, well, he had Tariq Nasheed and that light skinned guy from the Hebrew Israelites on, right?
Yeah.
No, he had, and he had that Liberian American that was on there, right? I like him though, the Liberian guy that was on there. He interviewed Brandon one time. Anyway, first thing they always do, right? Was he made a comment saying, "Oh yeah, man, because I have Africans. Their kids are so respectful, and like most of our kids. Look at your daughter, Mufasa. She's very respectful, So basically, for sure. He pivoted towards, African kids. Their kids are so respectful. You got African kids get in trouble too because as Wayne, because they'll tell any African will tell you their kids are acting. I'm gonna send your ass back to Liberia. I'm gonna send your ass back to. So all these people have their problems, right? But the thing is, the narrative, white people love to step in. So this is why I have a problem with some white people, right? Because they want to come in and pick sides and choose sides, and it's always against Black America.
Yeah, and then people will let it ride because they
Call
can get some
ourselves our
YouTube.
countrymen. They don't never have our back. White people go around the world spreading propaganda against Black America. They go to Africa and spread
Facts.
propaganda about us. They go to Japan, spread propaganda. They go to China, spread propaganda about us. So what I'm saying, when they say we ask them, well, we anti-white, anti-white, we're not. Are white people anti-Black?
Yeah, I mean that's very true, man. Like you said, speaking, you brought up my daughter in terms of I was at a game the other day. It's funny, just was talking to him now. It was a guy at my daughter's basketball game, and he was a coach. He was filming some stuff. He had missed some stuff. I helped him out. I had gear, and we were talking. And he was talking about how he helped his daughter fix her jump shot because I needed some help or whatever. And he was like, "Yeah, man, I went out with my daughter every single day. We started with 150 shots a day. Then we gradually built it up to 250 a day." And then he was giving me all these different tips on how to do this stuff. This is a Black man helping, really working with his daughter, really working with his kids. And then he was talking about how in the AAU leagues, right? AAU is like the competitive basketball or whatever. He was like, all of these coaches, they're all Black. He was like, but when you get to the NBA, and none of us Black. So it's like when it gets to the grand stage, you never see Black people like him and me. You get what I'm saying? It's like we just don't exist. And then people just be like, yeah, Black men ain't doing nothing. But meanwhile, you got people like us doing this stuff every day. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Me and my daughter, we just wrote her 3 months, 1 year, and 3 year goals. All of them SMART goals. All of them we're going to be tracking up on them and measuring them. You know what I'm saying? She just got a 4.0 on her second quarter, got a 4.0 and reached her goal to be captain of the basketball team, a new basketball player. You know what I'm saying? You hear some of the stuff Brandon be saying about his daughter. They act like we don't care about our kids and we ain't doing nothing. It's just the Nigerians. That's a bullshit narrative. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
that's
Yeah, absolutely. Add myself into it, man. Kali, you see, man, I've taken my son around all of these trips I have and things like that with me, working on business, working business, and it's not easy to travel with a child and moving around.
Yeah, I
And
mean, and you're
so
teaching them
the
all this
level of
stuff.
accountability that we're doing, the ones that I know, it makes me sad when people say that Black men are not involved and they're not doing certain things. So which Black men are y'all talking about? Because the guys that I'm around, they're working every day and they're taking care of their family. So I mean, let's
All of
be
them.
real about
All
certain
of them.
things.
Right.
So brother Mufasa, appreciate that, man. That's very important that we let people know that we're just not in a movement just for anything. We're building we're building a new opportunity for generations for our children. Opportunities, as I say, for our generations to come. So family, for those who want to believe in those lies, believe in them. But if you're gonna say that Black men is not doing certain things, identify those Black men, because I can't say I know them.
Hey, you know what, brother Bomani? It's just like, and I want you to play that video that I sent you with Roddy Meyer. We got to play that. So I want to talk about that. Now, check us out. You got people like Umar Johnson, right? His whole thing is Black men ain't shit. Black men ain't doing shit. We're failing the community.
I mean, which Black men is he talking about?
That's what I'm talking about, And I'm saying to myself, so what I'm saying is you got people feeding into this negative narrative about Black America. Yeah, there's some Black people in America that are failing and that's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But all the Black men I know are working hard. And when I feel bad for every time I see a brother riding a truck all kinds of hours during the night and whatnot, and doing all the backbreaking work here in Virginia and stuff like that, working in the shipyard and whatnot, and to basically be dismissed as lazy and no good and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, that has to change. And the bottom line is this, and what they doing is they're telling Black immigrants whatnot, you could replace these people, because they're not doing here. And when they're coming here and they're finding now that these immigrants and whatnot, they're like, damn, man, I got to answer to Black people here. You got migrants walking the streets in New York, knocking on people's doors, begging for food and whatnot. They thought that this was a country they could just come and take over because Black people are lazy and there's all this opportunity here. Now these people are going back to Venezuela and whatnot. It wasn't the America I was sold and whatnot. We got position here. That's a real issue here. So, like I said, the Pan-African movement, right? Is led by us. and it's evolving. It can't be about feel good and stuff like this, because people are only going to go by what they could. The people that come in here, they're coming here from a position of desperation, and they're not going to join in our struggle and what we got to fight for and everything like that. So the Pan-African world has to evolve into industries, international banking, business, and stuff like that if it's going to survive, because the feel-good stuff of the 70s, I mean, I love Dr. Karenga. People talk about Kwanzaa. We passed all that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the key thing is about evolving. So we, you appreciate what your generations have built as far as a foundation, and then we have to be the ones to take it to the next level. That's why you and I keep on talking about how we about building towns, communities, building industrial zones, to where we can compete as a people and also put ourselves in a situation where we're self-sufficient, which is a key thing. Is like you go to the different countries, and one of the things is our level of dependence on the foreigners is too much. We depend on the foreigners to import certain things so we can buy from them, when we have a whole business class and a whole generation and a foundation of people in Black America or the Americas that that we really need to step up our trading and doing cross nation business with our people in Africa, and also us being there to set more things up. Like, a lot of times we see basic business that the Chinese, the Lebanese, and the Indians set up, and those will be business that we need to set up more so. So the key thing, family, right now, West Africa is wide open for us to do those things. The other parts of Africa, we talk about East Africa and Southern Africa. They're more dominant in those areas. So before we just completely lose a continent, we can definitely, and all of us have been back and forth to different parts of West Africa. That's the energy that we have to stick with. One other thing I want to add in as far as about South Africa, we talk about the level of just one of the most beautiful, incredible countries in Africa. But one of the things is the level of poverty is just ridiculous, to where we have to learn from that in West Africa, as we build a future in West Africa, that we don't want it to be like that, where we want to see more of our people have a certain basic standard of life and living, and so it's a lot of work we as a people have to do, man. And I'm really telling folks, man, those who can really make a difference in this movement, reach out to us. I'm always game to connect with us and things like that. I don't want us to be here just talking and things like that, and people out there who can connect with us don't connect. Some people understand that you're looking for a show to be entertained with, and people just to talk about a good subject, and it feels nice. But this is our life, this is our commitment, and this is something that we're building for the future of our people. So we can, one day we get to a level where we're seriously doing business across the Americas, across the African continent. And one of the biggest thing that we got to get up on is the way we trade and do things back and forth. I'm seeing too much void that's being filled, by the Asians, and that's one of the things that have disturbed me on my last two journeys. And I got to, I keep talking about it. Tanzania, which I love, and South Africa, which I love. Those are some of my favorite African countries. The ones you see on my schedule, those are some of my favorite. But I gotta just always look at the fact that it sucks for us to be in an African country where our people, the Black people of that country, are the ones struggling, and everybody else are coming in and enterprising and living it up. And give me I'm just adding in not Mizi, but go ahead, brother Mufasa, if you want to also.
No, I wanted to ask you, why do you think, so those Chinese people or whatever, like what type of business they were doing? Why do you think they're driven to do it and be successful? What are we missing?
Well, great question, because it's the same thing as I was talking about about Jamaica, that it's about the level of Chinese and Indians that are coming in doing business. The number one, I feel like they see it as a great opportunity. Number two, I see it as a situation where they realize that that they don't have much competition, and they realize that the people that they're dealing with in the country specifically, like Jamaica and South Africa and Tanzania, in retrospect to what I'm talking about, they can easily dominate those people, and they can also, if they need to do things on a higher level as far as industries, it's easier for them to put their money together and pay out the government, and the government and kind of win the government over, where the government would have more trust in them to do projects and do certain things. But at the same time too, they're also backed by powerful countries that give them the energy and the resources to do the things that they need to do, so those countries could get access to those markets. But it's I would say it's maybe not as simple for us to do it unless we're working in the world of like straight up black corporate economics, because we're not really backed by our country, but we're still backed by energy in Black America, to where we can make it happen and figure it out. Would it be a little harder competition? Absolutely. So we'd have to step it up to where we just really want to compete. But when I see these things in the country, I'm thinking about my brothers and sisters, and like, how can we just get access to those markets and things like that? Because all they're doing is generating wealth for themselves. They're not reinvesting that wealth back into the country and the people. It's just wealth and and gain for them as a people. Are they creating certain jobs and creating certain economic opportunities? Yes, but at the same time too, it's not being invested in the country to change the dynamics of the level of poverty. And that's one of the things that us as Pan-Africanists, that's always one of our focus, is that we're not trying to live in a town or community where where we just living well and successful and the rest of our people have nothing. We're always creating social programs and creating things to where we're giving back and working with people. That's the difference I tell people between us and other people as far as nations and race of people. Beyond that, brother, that's why I'm always telling people to reach out to me, and I'm always trying to reach out to people so we can work together and figure this out, because we can't carry on with this generations where we have all these foreigners in Africa and they own and dominate everything, and the only thing that we could be is just their workers. You know what I mean? And this is something that bothers me, traveling to all the different countries across Africa. And that's why I'm always coming back to West Africa. Like, there's a sense of dignity, a sense of where us as a people, because the energy I get from our people in West Africa is family taking care of family, and everybody taking care of each other, to where no one is living in dire poverty. And at least if people are struggling, they're struggling on a level where they can struggle and at least be okay. But I feel like we're the difference maker, us from the African diaspora, and the Africans that were the first or second generation that have moved to America, and to set a tone to where we become focused more on things that we can invest in the country, to where it creates opportunity, but at the same time too, the funds and the financial resources are going to come back into the community, into the different towns, into the different places. That's not what I'm looking to do. I'm not looking to leave from America and go to Africa and see a bunch of suffering, and then still feel like it's okay to live a nice quality of life. So on that note, let me at least bring Mizi in, and you guys can give me some feedback, and we can continue talking about the evolution.
Hey,
and then
peace,
we'll play.
Bomani. Peace to everybody.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, so you already know where I come from as far as Pan-Africanism is concerned. I think the majority of the people that call themselves Pan-African nowadays are just, capitalists disguised in kente cloth, even to the point now where they're sounding just like people who think they're supreme, which happen to be of a lighter hue. Their talking points are almost the same. So I don't support it, but I do support brothers like y'all that are doing actual work. But I just think on a global scale, it sounds cool on paper, but I don't see any real long-term success in it. If you look at these countries that brothers are trying to work in, the governments of those countries, still defaulting on loans, still got the hand out to the IMF. So I think, it sounds cool, but it ain't gonna go nowhere, in my opinion.
Well,
I would say, Nat, I would say that it's an idea. You get what I'm saying? I think you have some ideas. I'm not sure exactly where you stand philosophically and how you plan to help the issues that Black people have, like what your overall overarching philosophy is, right? Ours is Pan-Africanism, and it's something that we're working toward. Is it a reality today? No, but it's something that we're working toward. And if you just pick it apart by itself, yes, there's a lot of challenges. But whatever your philosophy is, we could pick that apart too. And the reality is we have a really tough situation in front of us, you know, and we chose this route. I don't know what route what path, what route you chose, and in that route, does it not require Black people to unite against all these other people who are united?
Yeah, because the white
I'm a Black American tribalist, so I don't believe in wasting my resources and things of that nature to people who just happen to be Black, but don't share my culture and don't share my lineage. So I say, yes, Black people should help each other, but those Black people should be from the same people. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have enough issues in Black America that we don't need to be, wasting our resources to other parts of the world when historically, like, they don't rock with us anyway. So we need to focus on self.
But I think we are focused on self because let me give it. I don't know if he was on when I was talking about let's say Pittsburgh. You know the history of Pittsburgh, right? Steel, right? Steelers, right? Steel.
Yep, I went to high school there.
Okay. Now the steel industry, Black men killed themselves building Pittsburgh in the steel industry and stuff like that. You know, Gary, Indiana. Now, what I'm saying is this. Now, Liberia was once the second largest producer of iron ore in the world, right? Before the war happened in Liberia, right? I'm saying when we talk about tonight's topic, right? Pan-African evolving, right? And we're saying we're evolving past the feel-good Pan-Africanism, you know? The Pan-African is based on just Black unity. It's not enough just to have Black unity and everything like that. Say, oh, we're unified. So that was the goal of Pan-African. Unify Black people. It's cultural, Kwanzaa, cultural. Okay, we moved past that, right? And we found out that although we're talking about Pan-Africanism, right, the infrastructure, the business aspects of what we need to be doing was still in the hands of Europeans and everybody else. You know, we didn't build a Pan-African global Black African infrastructure, right? I said, can you imagine if we were basically saying that the Black people in Pittsburgh say, you know, we want to rehab some of these steel mills, even in places like Newark, New Jersey, there's steel mills that are lying dormant, right? What if we basically, and there's also a federal government loan. We have to evolve past, we have to use the resources we have here in America, right? The federal government has all kinds of loans and programs if somebody wants to do something that's going to create jobs, right? If we say, you know something, we want to basically rehab some of these old steel mills, right? Steel mills, and start producing steel again, right? Steel again. We want to purchase the iron ore from West Africa, right? To use in the steel mills thing. We want to build steel refabrication stuff. And then you would have basically Black businesses on both sides of the continent in the steel industry. That's what every other race of people are doing, you know. That's Pan-Africanism as far as business is concerned, you know. To me, Pan-Africa has to translate into jobs, economic growth, and opportunity where we create opportunity on both sides, because we got Black people in America sitting around for a whole generation not working, you know, because we got factories shut down in Detroit and stuff like that. What if we rehab some of these factories in Detroit and start making automobile parts and whatnot, you know? And what if African countries say, you know something, or we have businesses on the other side of the Atlantic, say, you know, so you can supply us with automobile parts, you know, help us with our burgeoning automobile industry. That's Pan-Africanism. That's a win-win situation for both. That's what we're talking about, Pan-African evolving. You know, when we see that in our lifetime, we're going to shoot for that. You know, we're building this for the next generation to take the ball and run with it, you know, because that's the only way. Other than that, we sit back and say, you know, we're just going to sit in our problem. And I don't see anybody doing anything in Black America on that level. You know, there's nothing going on right now. We have a situation in Chicago, right? We're so friggin' destroyed in Chicago where they're actually openly bringing in migrants, right? And basically kicking black people out of shelters to put migrants in there and everything like that on a government that they voted for. So I don't see us just saying, okay, we're just here in America. Let's do it like this. We vote in an election, right? We elected Joe Biden when we got nothing out of it. You know, every city where we have a black mayor or a black city council, black people are doing the worst. You know, cities like Baltimore, you know, all black council and everything like that, and nothing's being done.
Well, Carla, hold that thought for and let me just post this question. So Marisha, can you be Pan-African and capitalist, and why not?
Michael, let me answer that question, right? It depends on what you mean by capital.
You just finished speaking, brother, and she's actually responding to my comment. You just love hogging the mic.
No, I thought she was asking me.
You colonize every panel, brother. Come on.
All right, go ahead, Nat Meezy.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. What I meant by a lot of Pan-Africans being actual kente cloth capitalists is that they put the capitalism before the Pan-Africanism. They're really just there to get money as opposed to unite. They're using black people as a way, or the diaspora as a way to gain money under the guise of doing actual work, because beyond just whatever capitalist venture that they're doing, there's really not much there. So you can be, and you should be. We live in a global society, but if you're in Pan-Africanism primarily to make money, then you are not a Pan-African.
Well, if they're not Pan-Africanists, like in the example you gave, should they be criticized when Pan-Africanism is spoke about? Because by your logic, they're not a Pan-Africanist. They're actually just an imposter. Should you criticize Pan-Africanism on the basis of their actions?
Absolutely, because honestly, see, Pan-Africanism is not codified. You ask 5 different people who claim to be Pan-African, you'll get 5 different ideologies, right? So I think that those that call themselves Pan-African need to have a Berlin conference of sorts, sit down and weed out the weakness, weed out those who are not really Pan-African, those who are Pan-African in word but not in deed. And this is what this panel is about, which is why I like it. Not that I'm a Pan-African, but I like how Bomani and Kala do it. They need to get down and start kicking the fake people out. I mean, Afro Think Tank is doing that now. You know, he's attacking people who aren't real Pan-Africans. But the problem is that if you're gonna do it for likes and views, that's what a lot of people are doing it for, you're gonna be in a certain point having a message to people that really don't rock with Black Americans. That's at the core of it. That's one of the main issues, is overcoming the fact that most of you guys' political and economic power structures are based on the continent, and people on the continent have their own issues. We have our own issues. So when Colin says, yeah, the steel mills and everything like that, then he's going back to Africa. They're not worried about us. I say, worry about whatever your tribe is. Mine is Black America. So I'm only working for the betterment of Black America, period.
Well, this is the thing, though, Nakneezy. We're also Africans, so I could just be a Pan-Africanist and just deal with just this one tribe right here, And I mean, you could be the most effective doing that. Now, there's some of us that can reach across, but see, the reason the Pan-Africanist part is necessary is because it's like a long-term goal, right? It's a way to orient yourself. It's a way to see things. So instead of, he gave an example earlier of how the white man was using Nigerians against blacks, and you could kind of say they're using some of the Black immigrants against the Black Americans here. If we all had Pan-Africanist politics, we wouldn't be so easily divided like that. We could find a way to make it work for all of us, right? We'd be stronger in a group. So
Well, the white man doesn't use Africans against us as if that never happened. They don't divide and conquer. And that's what a lot of people say. Oh, they divide and conquer us. No,
they
they
conquer the divide.
exactly. So
Yeah, I
then
agree
you
with
have
that.
to ask,
Same thing.
why is there a divide? There is a
Because
divide
we're
because
not
we have
Pan-Africanists.
no, there's a divide because Africa has never been Pan-African.
I
And
know.
when they
That's the point.
exactly, so you're pushing a diaspora concept that says blackness. We have the maybe I'm I'm not even going to tell you what your version of Pan-African is. It might be different, but a lot of Pan-Africans are pushing this. We got to work together, and Africans never really work together outside of the ethnic group.
Yeah, but that's why that's the whole point. That's what we're doing here. So we're fighting to get this idea out here.
We're
Like, for
trying to
instance,
Right.
evolve.
What happens to the salmon when they swim upstream? They die. Y'all are swimming upstream, fighting against the actual natural social order of a continent full of different people. It's never gonna work.
Let
And
me
when
ask
you
you a
say you're
question.
an African,
Yeah, let me interject.
Africans don't identify as African. If you say you're an African, that's a very broad term. I'd ask you, what is your ethnic group?
Yeah, and I got you on this one. But I do need to play this comment. Let me know who want to read it. And it ties into what we're talking about.
I'll read it. It says, if you're not a capitalist, then you're very hard to accomplish, as in what your ideology is. I think, yes, you can be a Pan-African capitalist. Yes, if your capitalist goal is to build Black African infrastructure and industries and stuff like that, I'm all for it. But if your capitalist is just to make money, for example, look what happened in Puerto Rico, right? Perfect example, right? Puerto Rico, because it's under control of the United States, right? A lot of these people, particularly cryptocurrencies, found a tax haven. They went to Puerto Rico, right? And they shot real estate prices up, right? And the people in Puerto Rico did not benefit from all these people. They say, well, all these businesses have the headquarters here and everything. And the Puerto Ricans are like, we're not getting jobs. We're not getting anything. Taxes are going up and all stuff like this. Properties that we had, they're buying up and everything. We can't afford anything. And Puerto Rico is a mess. Puerto Rico is a mess. It's under a thing. So that Puerto capitalism, right, where you got these people that are just out for making money, adding money. That's a raw form of capitalism that no one think. But we look at Japan, right? Japan used capitalism to have an economy where they have the most distribution of wealth of any people in the world. They have capitalism. In other words, basically, Mitsubishi will basically outsource opportunity to smaller companies in this country in their supply chains and everything like that, right? They're capitalists, right? But they have a social responsibility. They're nationalistic, in their approach to capitalism, right? What we have is this: when we talk about capitalism, right? That means and the white man's capitalism, he just means I'm just trying to make money, profit, and everything like that. Overuse of resources and everything, or abuse of labor, cutting out labor, laying people off to shoot stock prices up and everything. What's the other one? What's on top of my head? When people do things like shoot stock prices up with phony inflated numbers and stuff like that to make a profit and stuff like that. That's capitalism because they're making money, but that's not the capitalism that we're talking about. We're talking about taking capital and investing in stuff like that, to basically create wealth and everything like that and create opportunity and everything. That's the sort of capitalism we're talking about, right? So just like many different versions of Pan-Africanism, many different versions of capitalism. If it's all about the values, your value system, right? If you basically believe that business have a social responsibility, then the business is going to basically make sure that people have good paying jobs, got health care, got all these things in place and everything before they can make a profit and everything like that. And if they do that, you give them low tax rates. There's some country, I believe it was, I can't remember the country, where if they said if the people all got the workforce all got high incomes and their health care and all stuff like that, right? Their tax rate in that country is like zero because they're providing all those things. But they're making companies making a lot of money, but they're giving back, So it all equates to the value system of what you mean by capitalism, Just like socialism sounds good, but
nobody knows what capitalism even is. People don't even have a definition of that.
Right.
Like we were saying a second ago.
Money.
What do they mean by capitalism? Like I get into go ahead.
This is capitalism. That's not capitalism, Capitalism just means a free enterprise system and everything like that. But when America was started out, it was capitalist and everything. Whatever you did to make a profit, you could make a profit. You could sell human bodies. You could sell opium, right? People selling opium. Investors in Rhode Island would buy opium ships from Turkey and ship them to China when that made profits and everything like that. That was capitalism. But over time, people said that's wrong. So we outlawed it. We outlawed it. So it's all different types of versions of capitalism, right? The whole idea of the raw capitalism is that whatever you could do to make money is fine. The government has no say-so, whatever like that, and everything. And most capitalists believe that the government should not tax or very little tax or whatever like that. Also, why the Revolutionary War was fought, over taxes, So it's all about the value system of the people. I don't think Black people really have the wealth and the power. We could be pawns in the white man's capitalist system, be used by the white man's capitalist system or everybody's capitalist system and everything like that. Like right now, what you have going on in the Congo right now, that's raw capitalism because the government of the Congo is letting people take out cobalt, and they got children as young as 4 years old picking cobalt in a mind which they should be in school. So that we're all against that,
Well, it's capitalism on the behalf of the people taking the resources from them, but it's not capitalism for the Congo if they're controlling the resources. They're controlling them. They're assigning them out to Chinese. It's not the best man wins. They're controlling that trade. Right. So that's not capitalism on their behalf.
Yeah, so it's exploitation. When we talk about exploitation, now if you're going to pour billions of dollars into a country and you're going to build industries and everything like that, and factories are going to be built, and jobs are going to be created, schools going to be built, and everything, I have absolutely no problem with that.
Absolutely, yeah. And let me just get some feedback from Not Meadsy on this one.
Bomani and I are on the same page as far as the capitalism is concerned. I thought I made my first statement clear that it was really about weeding out those who are capitalists at heart disguised as Pan-Africans. And like anybody with half a brain can see what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those that use this global Black alliance as a way to get in just to fleece people's pockets. That's what I think you got to watch out for.
No, I get you, but I
agree with it.
No, just real quick. My point is that you use these people as an argument against the idea of Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? You're using imposters as an argument against the idea of it, and that's the part that I don't understand. There's two questions I really want to ask you. Do you feel that your African American tribe is under the domination of white institutions? And question one. And question two, how do you plan to get them out of that, if that's something you care about? How do you see a plan for us to get out of that domination?
Okay, so the first question, let me just correct you. I'm not an African American. I'm a Black American. Secondly, are we under domination of white ran systems or something you said?
Yeah, white institutions.
I mean, we are integrated into systems of a country that we help build. So America is a multi-racial society, and we, being in America before a lot of these white people, are actually integrated in pretty much every facet of American society. So we don't need to get out. We need to get more involved.
Can I ask you a question, Nat? Okay, now, do you remember in the did you used to read Ebony magazine?
Yes.
Back in the days, right? One of the things Ebony magazine always talked about was the glass ceiling in corporate America. Right? In corporate America, there's a glass ceiling for Black men in the corporate America. There's a glass ceiling, and I mean this is far as you can go in corporate. Even though we got a lot of Black CEOs in corporate America, which is good and everything, but there's a glass ceiling. I don't think personally in America, Black America, like we have top 20 Black businesses in America. We played it. I think he was on the show. We played top 20 Black businesses in America. Phenomenal, right? And people were saying, the feedback was, well, I see an awful lot of white people working in corporations. Okay, yes, that's good. The top 20 Black businesses, one was worth like 10 billion, grosses $10 billion a year. Phenomenal. You don't hear about them, medium playing, right? But the thing is, though, they definitely integrated into, like you said, America and everything. That does not help the rank and file Black people in America, right? That's why the Pan-African movement is so important. Now, do I say that we need that's going to change in our lifetime? No, because a lot of these white people that work for these Black corporations have skill sets that a lot of Black people either are in short supply or not, maybe in the right place at the right time and everything. So you got to hire non-Black people in key positions. I get that, but the company's owned by Blacks. We take pride in that and everything like that. But like I said, just like Pan-Africa has to evolve, Black economic empowerment has to evolve, Look, when are we going to have businesses, right, that are Fortune 500 companies that are run top to bottom by Black people?
Brother, that's a great point. But the brother Kabayesi asked me a two-part question. As I was finished answering the first, you jumped in and colonized the conversation again. So, Brother Kabayesi, could you tell me what your second point or your second question was? Because I answered the first.
Yeah, no, it was so first, if we're under the domination of white institutions, and then it was how do you plan to solve that? But I think you kind of you can't solve a problem that you don't agree is there. I think
no, it's not that I don't. There is it's that to number one, recognize that we are integrated. All right. Do you agree that we are integrated in every part of American society?
I don't think we're integrated into the wealth ownership. So I wouldn't say every aspect. We can't really play capitalism.
Are there not rich Black people in America?
Yes, I don't think it's there's enough to really seriously say that we're really integrated in. I mean,
Well, I mean, we are definitely represented. We are definitely integrated, and there is definitely opportunity for more of our brothers to gain wealth in America by taking advantage of the opportunities that everybody else seems to see, but we don't. Wait, hold on, Khaled, damn, man. And what was your second point, brother?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that I think when it comes to America and the way America works, the capital is necessary, right? You need the money. The money gives you the power to really play America the way it's supposed to be, right? You don't have money for a lawyer, you don't get everything you need to get out of the justice system. That's not the way the system works. So when they own these things, when you have Jeff Bezos with Amazon, you have Bill Gates, we don't have anything close to these things. The Koch brothers, these people, they own too much of this system, right? The majority of the people in Congress, they just, the power dynamic between Black people and white people is it's just too unbalanced to explain away in a statement like we're integrated into the system. That's an understatement. We're in the system and we're integrated on the bottom, but we're not integrated on the top. That's why I think the power dynamic is just one. It's so unbalanced. I would consider it domination. That's just where I'm at with that.
Well, no, I mean domination. Like, look, we have rich Black people, we have poor Black people. There's rich white people and there's a lot of poor white people. Go to West Virginia, you'll see what I'm talking about. I don't come from the aspect of talking my people out of economic opportunities and scaring them and making the white man this big bad wolf that's dominating us. And when you have that talk, that kind of talk leads into the we got to go back to Africa to get the resources and build up. No. That's a failure, because like I asked about what kind of African you were, the glass ceiling in a lot of these African countries, the glass ceiling politically and economically is ethnicity. That's how they vote. They vote on ethnic groups. For you to get into certain areas, you got to be, or it would be highly helpful if you were part of that ethnic group. We are not. So if we look at a lot of movement on the continent, Western Central is where I really focus on, because that's where we come from. They leave. Their best and brightest leave. They come to America. They go to America and England. Those are their destinations of choice. When they land in France, they're jumping another raft to get out of France to go to England. So they'd rather be in America and England. Why? Because of financial opportunity to become something. So we're already born there. We already have an advantage, but we're talking ourselves out of success because we're saying we're not integrated and we're being dominated. I've never been dominated by any white man. I
Yeah, I
literally
would say like institutionally.
Well, what then you'd have to explain how we are institutionally dominated. You can't conflate institutional domination with the lack of access to the American capitalist wealth system.
So I would give like examples of like, so we could look at the movies that you see, the music that you see released. These things are largely controlled by major white-owned distribution companies. You look at the way that the school systems and that what your kids learn in school. These are controlled by the state and the political process, which is hard for us to really compete in that process to get things to be the way we want them to be, because we don't have the same amount of capital as these other entities, these other corporations, and the other people who are pretty much white owned. So that's what I'm saying when I say institutionally. Any institution that we want to build, even my business, it's very difficult for me to compete as a video production company with these other people who pretty much been rolling off cotton money. These other people that got the J people, and you know, not that you can't get out here and thrive. You can make a lot of money, man. There's multiple trillions of dollars in this economy, so you can make $10 million, but that doesn't put you on the same level as Paramount Pictures. You get what I'm saying? They actually control a lot. That doesn't put you on the same level as Viacom. So I'm not saying I would never tell people that you can't succeed here. That's not true. You can live a great life here.
Nat, what we were saying earlier was, I broke down this before you got on, right? I said, look, I have a happy life in America. I have a good business in America. Bomani has a good business. Mufasa has a good business in America, right? You could be happy. Being happy and being satisfied are two different things, okay? Okay, or as Pan-Africanists, right? We could be happy in America because America provides a lot of opportunity here, You could be happy, but satisfied, right? Being satisfied. Satisfied is when we want to know that we have some place that people that look like us and like us, we're top. We're the pinnacle. We're not the pinnacle in America. And it's a sad situation, right? Where I go online, right? I go and just go on TikTok, right? Anytime you see a black person getting arrested by the police, whatever like that, you see these racist people in 2023, 2024, still like those people like this. So in other words, everything we do is dismissed. All the hard work we do, all the law-abiding stuff we do, the business we do to raise our families and everything like that, we're still looked at as the scourge of this society. And that basically, although we have happiness, we had black people back in the days in Harlem, where people were happy, smiling, everything like that, but they weren't satisfied. They knew there was something better. They said, why are you people so happy? Well, why are these people sometimes angry. Why? Because we're not satisfied, you know? And that's what I'm saying is, as far as like us talking about reconnecting and building this global black business pipeline and whatnot, you know, this thing is being satisfied, you know? We could be happy in America. You know, if I quit the movement, the Pan-African movement, I have a good life here in America, you know? But it's never going to give me that satisfaction. And I would have to die. My soul would have to die in America being unsatisfied. You understand?
Well, then go to where you're satisfied, brother.
No, I'm saying, look, the movement we're doing is giving me satisfaction.
Well, you can have satisfaction in work, and in America, you have the freedom
I
to
can't
do
be
that.
satisfied being knowing that I'm not top. You know, I'm not the number one.
Well, if you want to be the top, then you have to work
No, I'm talking about I want my
harder.
race, my people to be
Well,
top.
and that's the thing. Work for your people in America. I'm
Look,
with you
the thing
on
is,
that 100%.
look, the thing is, America is like this. This is what I was saying. Remember something, right? Prior to the 1950s, right? America, top to bottom, was white, right? We were just on the outskirts of America. And basically, white people integrated us into America in increments gradually, you know? And we got a taste of the American dream. We got jobs, we got houses, we got mortgage loans for the first time, everything like that, you know? And that basically created a black middle class culture and everything like that, right? But the thing is, though, America never said, you know, you guys are going to be like us, you know? And so, like I said,
They don't say that to anyone. They don't say that to anyone. What America affords you is access to that political system. Back to Kabayesi's point.
I had like
about,
one more point too. I had one more.
all right, so I want to address the point that you made, and then I want to
ahead.
hear your next point, brother. So to your other point about, you know, schools, well, you can make your own schools. I was schooled primarily in the early years in schools that were owned by black people. So you don't have to participate in a school system that is underfunded in many areas, and there are white school systems that are also underfunded. You can make your own school. You can send your children to those schools.
I
If
mean,
they're
those are our schools too, by the record. Those public schools are our schools that we've built also.
Oh, absolutely.
I
But
think
what
you
I'm
would agree
saying
with
is you can create your own schools, like Dr. Umar has been trying to do for 25 years. But you can do it. You have the opportunity to do it in America. You see, I think there was another point you made, but I'd like to hear your next point.
I mentioned the institutions and the images they put out, like the music, the movies, stuff like that.
Yes,
How
yes,
we're
yes.
portrayed.
So I'll give you that the media aspect, while we do have opportunities and we've had black media companies, print and also film, you know, we end up selling them out, and we have the opportunity to do that, and we can create more under the great American system. So I would say this: the small hats can't push anything negative, any poison to our community if people from our community didn't write these lyrics. We write that stuff. We bust the guns that are supposedly put in a neighborhood. We sell the crack that's supposedly pumped into our neighborhood.
No, that's true.
They're not pumping crack into our neighborhood. We're linking up
They did pump
with
crack.
Hispanic drug dealers. We're linked, brother. You got your finger on that unmute button. Crazy. When y'all are speaking, I'm just listening. I can deal with both of y'all at the same time, but please allow me to land my plane, because I don't just fly around haphazardly. And there's no pause on that. By me saying I can deal with y'all, I'm speaking in terms of a debate. So, but go to your next point, brother. Go on.
No, what I was going to say, there's a difference between repatriation. So there's repatriation, and then there's Pan-Africanism. These are two separate concepts. You get what I'm saying? So you can be one without being the other. You don't have to go to Africa. You don't have to repatriate to Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. You get what I'm saying? I can be a Pan-Africanist from right here, and we could work with African people from right here. Right? I can have a company here, and then I could parts of my supply chain could be right over there. I could do video production and work with Nigerians to help me edit everything that I need to edit or do my pre-production. You get what I'm saying? So you can
Why
do
wouldn't you just do
Pan-African.
that with Black Americans?
Well, it depends. Like it depends on the situation. In my case, Black Americans are too expensive. You know, I live in San Diego.
So you want to take advantage of the economic disparity. You're a colonizer.
Well, how's it a colonizer?
Because you want to pay them less for the same work.
What's wrong with that?
If you love Black people, you would want all Black people to eat, right? So now instead of just saying,
I hire Black people here.
Y'all get y'all get Kaboom, and my kids get Captain Crunch. Why can't the whole Black world eat Captain Crunch?
No, well, I hire Black people too. You get what I'm saying? So, like if I need people to go on to do the video production aspect of it, the videographers will be Black, and then I do hire some Black videographers because sometimes it won't work. Like I may not be able to communicate, or that project may be better for a different editor. But if I have an opportunity to outsource the editing process. And then there's even cases. I'll give you an example. There's a sister that that's a client of mine. If I had to get an African American editor, she couldn't even do the project she wants to do because my price will go too high. But because I can outsource that editing, it actually helps a Black person. So it's not so simple to just be you're a colonizer.
Person, though?
It helps my client, right? So because for instance, I can charge her $200 or $250 for editing, but if I had an African American editor that has to pay $2,100 in rent, it'd probably be $700. So then she can't afford this opportunity to create the content she's doing. So
then she needs to step her financial game up. You literally just reduced Africans on the continent to Mexicans, to cheap Mexican labor. You literally just did that.
I disagree with that.
No, but that's what you did. You said you can get it done cheaper on the continent. When I asked you, why won't you just use Black Americans? Oh, they're too expensive. I have what do you call her? She does all my designs. She's from Suriname. She lives in Amsterdam. Her shit is expensive. It's expensive. I get it. But guess what? We both live in the same country. I know that her rent is high. I'd rather deal with her because her work is good primarily. I'm not shopping around on another continent because I can take advantage of some economical loophole or turn people into the Mexicans of the continent. I just pay what I need for. So if you're going to have this capitalist mindset, and as we should, then we should also be thinking about enriching our people as well, sharing wealth, not just saying, okay, y'all expensive, I'm going to go somewhere else. That's crazy.
I disagree with you.
You don't want. So you're saying that your Black American people ain't worth what they're charging?
No. Okay. So, but what about the African American sister that has a business as a package engineer that's creating content and wants to take her business and her consulting business to the next level? If she can't afford that opportunity, she doesn't make money. What about her?
Well, then, and that's where you have to start getting interns, bringing people up, training them up, and offering them equity in your company. You see, there's a whole bunch of ways that you can do this. It's not just jump to the continent. It's really about each one teach one, or each one teach 10 now. Go to your neighborhoods, look for the best and brightest in our neighborhoods. Oh, you good in math? Oh, she got her timetables down pat in record time. But what is she good at? Well, can she do this? Have you ever used a computer? Can you use this program? Bam, bam, bam. Boom. There you got your new employee.
Man, I hear you.
Nack Weasel, let me ask you a question.
What did you call me just now? Nack Weasel?
No, I said Nack Measy.
Oh, hi, brother.
Come on, I gotta disrespect you like that. Come on, bro. Check us out. What do you think about the AGOA Act, AGOA law, as far as like thing? You think black people in America should take advantage of that?
I'm not familiar with it. Could you enlighten me, brother?
The AGOA is the African Growth and Opportunities Act, right? It was proposed by Bill Clinton, signed into law by George W. Bush, right? And sort of petered out with Obama because he don't care about Africa. But it's still law. It says that if a company is African, manufacturing is manufactured in Africa, it can come.
Oh, the white man got his internet.
That's am I interrupting?
Yeah, we didn't hear the last 20 seconds of what you said. Could you repeat, please?
Okay.
I heard him. But go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, let me repeat it. So the African Growth and Opportunities Act basically says that any good that's manufactured in Africa for certain African countries. Now, recently, Uganda was kicked out of the AGOA. Mali was kicked out of AGOA, and because of the LGBTQ stuff like that, because of the Biden administration. So goods can be manufactured in Africa, right? And it can pass through America duty and tax free. So what's happening now is it doesn't specify whether the company is black owned, right? That's where the Pan-Africans come in. We come in and say, look, it can't be the Chinese. The Chinese are setting up factories in Africa, right? Doing textiles, shipping to the United States under the AGOA a law and duty free and making millions and millions of dollars in taxes and everything. Now, there's a lot of Ghanaians that are shipping shea butter, and you got Ghanaians who are now getting into processing chocolate and stuff like that. Same thing with Liberia. Same thing what's happening in Liberia. And they have plans to ship this stuff to the United States and duty free. Now, if you have let's say you have let's say Carl Kanai comes back, right? And he says, something, I want to open up my next rebrand Carl Kanai, a FUBU, whatever like that. And says, I want to basically open up a factory in West Africa, right? I'm going to make all these stuff like that, employ people in Africa, right? And I'm going to basically have the stuff shipped to America. Like, let me give an example. Sean John, Puff Daddy Combs, Rockaware and all that stuff like that was made, but it was made by sweatshops in South America. And we had no, in the distribution and the supply chain, he had no control over that. He said, okay, yeah, this is just a label. Sean John, he didn't know what was being made, whatever like that, And so therefore he didn't benefit. What if Sean John was manufactured in Nigeria or someplace like that, and you would create opportunity for Nigeria, and you would have the price of production would be better, and also you'll be duty free, no taxes. Now, what I'm saying is that part of Pan-Africanism makes just what I call common sense. Why not take advantage of the AGOA agreement to basically move manufacturers? That's what people in Africa were hoping will happen with the AGOA agreement, that there will be more Black Americans, as you say, will go over there and do their manufacturing on the continent. But that has not happened, on a large scale. It's happening on a small scale. I gave it to our shea butter sisters. They were over there with their shea butter, and a lot of sisters are importing shea butter and stuff like that back to the States and making money and saving a lot of money on taxes because of the AGOA agreement. So I don't think there's anything wrong with people taking advantage of opportunity that's out there. That's why I said Pan-African has to evolve, because most Pan-Africans, I have yet to see anyone in the Pan-African sphere even mention AGOA, and that's a tremendous opportunity to if you want to get into manufacturing, because the manufacturing in the developing country is much more cheaper than in America. Now, I would say if you go there, we got to go there with our value system. Let's not go there in exploitation. Let's pay a fair wage, a good wage, living wage. Let's pay a which we'll call a health care. Let's give back to education and everything. And then we're getting stuff made on the continent that we're distributing in America, right? That we're making the money. We're doing the same thing the Chinese, everybody else is doing, because we have something other than was the 50 states of America to operate in. That's just as common sense. That's not anything fantastic. That's just common sense.
I just think a lot of people like
Was that to me or to Kabiyesi?
Well, I was saying that to Nagmizi.
All right, brother. So look, I was looking up the AGOA agreement, right? And I think it's a good initiative. I'm not anti-African trade. I'm really not. But that is for developing African nations, and they have to adhere to rigorous eligibility requirements. They have to establish or make continual progress toward establishing a market-based economy, the rule of law, political pluralism, and the right to due process. Right. So what did I just read? I just read a whole bunch of stipulations put on this act by the American government. You see what I'm saying? I don't think Pan-Africanism is really trying to hang on the nuts of America. On another part of the trade agreements in that same section, it was the Caribbean Basin Initiative. I looked at all these trade agreements and stuff, and yes, they're going to be international, but I rather just see, I don't want to say the platinum plan. I'd love to see, trade initiatives, or not even economic initiatives in the Black American community specifically. I don't believe that we as the American government should be meddling in other people's business. But if you're going to throw them a bone, then cool. But I don't think that Black Americans should be trying to jump in on the AGOA agreement, because it ain't made for us. It's made for African countries that are starving or that are struggling. And if they can do that, then power be to them. But I don't think that's something that we need to get involved with.
Hold on, isn't it a trade agreement or a trade initiative?
We're Americans, aren't we?
Yeah, we're Americans.
Yeah, we're Americans, and that initiative is for African countries.
Yeah, to do business with America.
Right, the American economy. So we can purchase.
So we're not Americans anymore?
No, I just agree. Come on, brother. Don't be disingenuous. Yes, we are Americans, and we can purchase their goods at market value here in America. That is not a Pan-African initiative, brother. That is a United States government initiative.
Well, that's why we're saying we're evolving. We're evolving past. If somebody in Nigeria has built a new computer system, right, that's trying to compete with computers and everything like that, and they're saying, look, we got all these units and everything like that, right? It was made and manufactured in Nigeria, and somebody in America, a Black person in America, say, you know something, I got $300,000, right? Ship me all these stuff right here. I got stores throughout America. I got distribution system and whatnot, and so I don't think anything's wrong with that,
No, I don't think that there's anything wrong with them getting tax breaks that allow them access to, the American market, as long as the tax breaks are not infinite, and there has to be an end, because we have to supply the capitalist American machine with these taxes. So yeah, give them a head start. We as Black Americans, if the product is good, because that's what it's about, if they're creating quality products that are affordable, then I say yes, purchase them, support them.
So we agree that
it's not a Pan-African initiative, though.
No, we are we can do it as Pan-African.
You tried to pass a fastball on me, but
no, but
I've got good Google, and it's a United States government initiative, and I say yes, they should. I agree with that, with the AGOA agreement, but I think on our end, our participation should just be patronizing businesses that are producing good products for a certain time until we kick them off of the program and have them start paying taxes.
Well, but by that time, right, the whole idea is by that time, the African businesses will be so integrated in America. We have African products on our shelves and everything like that, that we won't need a Goa. You see what I'm saying? And so, and also black people in America, see, you said something, my brother Nakmeezy. A lot of people that was help spearhead were black people from America. Help spearhead go. They don't call themselves Pan-Africans. They don't wear dashikis and everything. They saw opportunity. And the bottom line, no smart man passed out opportunity. And Bomani, can you play that video, Woody Meyer? So I want to get Nakmeezy's opinion on this.
Just to end it, that AGOA program has literally nothing to do with Black Americans investing in Africa on a Pan-African initiative.
We know that. I know that. What I'm saying
is, next time say that as you try to pass it off as some Pan-African initiative.
Oh no, I never said that. I never said
you did mention Pan-Africanism with it though.
It's a tool that I said initially that the Pan-African world has not used because they have not evolved to that. You know, it's the Chinese, the Lebanese, and everybody else. For example, do you know the Filipinos are manufacturing Liberian cassava and rice and whatnot in the Philippines, right? Sending it to Liberia, right, and then shipping it to America as Liberian made. And
no, I didn't know that. That's a L for Liberia,
right? And so
you can't link up with people that are constantly taking L's.
I don't know. We gotta move forward on a few things. Khaled, what do you want me to play? This video or something else?
Play video with Morty Meyer. Let's see what Mufasa has to say about this.
Okay, perfect. I'll play in a few. Nakmeezy, I got a special question for you. So let me know if you want to read it.
Yes. Just because there are crooks in the mix doesn't mean we should ignore any means to accomplish goals. All business would stop if they were afraid of the crooks in their organizations. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what this comment is for, but yeah, you shouldn't allow, the white man to scare you from getting money, right? So I agree with you 100%, Frilia. So thank you for the question.
So I'm glad you know about AGOA now, Nak. I'm glad you know about
it. And I will immediately begin legislation or to try to get it canceled.
Yeah, I know you will.
See, I haven't really got to say nothing, bro. We're gonna just gloss over. So doing business is exploitation, basically. So that's what you pretty much applied to me. Can you take advantage of the AGOA thing without being a exploiter?
AGOA is the opposite of exploitation. AGOA is giving people who have been or nations that have been under the thumb of colonialism a leg up so that they can get into the American market, so they can actually become prosperous. It's the opposite.
But so
it's the opposite of paying them cheaper wages as opposed to paying someone else. So that, my friend, is exploitation.
Okay, now you understand that as they manufacture these products, these people aren't going to be getting $7.50 an hour. They're not going to be getting the American minimum wage. So that's exploitation, right?
No, we don't know.
We should be paying them the same thing.
They're going to get an hour, and I don't think that their hourly wage is factored into this. I think that this is purely about giving them a tax break and access to the American market to see if their products can pop. That's what this is.
The point I'm making is that in these countries, they don't get paid the same rates as us because their economy doesn't operate the same as us. So the sugar you're probably eating, the bananas you're eating, all these things, they're being manufactured by people who are not making the same amount of money, or they're being produced by people who are not making the same amount of money as you. And they're being shipped in here, a lot of these products, almost everything you use.
All over the world.
So if that's exploitation, every single time you go to Walmart, every single time you go to these places, you're also exploiting people.
Chinese people pay the people nothing. They're worse than Africa.
But but don't let him out of this. You are also
I don't
by using this.
Smoke, my brother. What you're doing is conflating corporate strategy and global economic
That's
strategy.
what I'm doing.
Wait, brother, but no, you're not. You're literally, because you're a Pan-African. You're a Pan-African. These companies are not Pan-African. So if you're a Pan-African and you think that all black people, I don't know what your concept of Pan-Africanism is, so I'm not going to put that on you. But you literally said you are not going to do business with the Black Americans because they are too expensive. And I believe you're a Black American, so you can jump over to Africa and pay them less. That's exploitation.
How is that exploitation? That's what they're doing with your
Well,
sugar.
if you can't
That's
see
what
it,
they're doing
I
with
don't know
your
what to
phone.
tell you. Put it
It's
like
not.
this:
This is what I'm telling you,
any
bro.
African person that I do business with, right, and I do business with them, I pay them a fair wage according to the money that I make. I'm not going to say, oh, well, he's normally getting paid in CD. So like I could have got a haircut in a crop for like $4, right? I'm not paying $4 for this dude's haircut because he laced me. So I'm going to pay him what the haircut is actually worth because I'm trying to empower him, not trying to take advantage of him. You're
Bro,
trying to
your dollar,
you
he's making
turn
more
West Africans into Mexicans, bro. Arriba, andale. Let's watch this video.
What you call it now,
No.
bro?
Wait.
Hold now,
I
hold
keep
up.
Bro,
bro,
you
can I
got cooked,
talk, bro?
man. You
Can I
got
talk?
cooked,
Y'all,
bro.
every
You
single
guys
time I
gotta
got something to do, y'all
Your
make
man
me.
that get cooked, bro.
that means you gotta let them finish, man, because they cooking you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm
Come
like,
on,
bro,
Carlos, stop it. I
your
mean,
the phone. Tell me what type
Bomani,
of
you the
phone.
liar.
Tell me what type of phone you're using, and you know that these are manufactured in other countries and they don't make as much money as the people here. Are you exploiting by using the phone?
Well, I'm
But
using
you
a
know it's
Samsung.
manufactured for cheaper.
Brother, you asked me a question. I'm using a Samsung, and I believe Samsung may be manufactured in Korea.
Korea,
Let
yeah.
me let me just
So
check that
why
out.
is it not exploitation when they do it, but
Well,
when I
brother, you asked me a question. I want to speak truthfully. I believe Samsung is manufactured in Korea.
okay.
Do you know, since you came with the phone analogy, do you know where it's manufactured?
No, I didn't know the phone that you had when I asked the question. But the point
Okay,
I'm
well now
making is
you know. So now
manufactured
answer this
outside.
question. Where are Samsung phones manufactured?
It doesn't matter, brother. It's not
Oh,
here
so now
in the building.
your question doesn't matter
Well,
when you realize
you're
that you
getting
may have
into
shot
the
yourself in the foot.
Samsung is a Korean
no,
company.
yeah, but you're getting
Okay.
into the
So
details
your
don't matter,
analogy failed. Your analogy failed. So do you
bro.
have another one?
Now,
No. I wanted
Yo,
to finish with this
Kyla,
one.
could you please
Kyler,
tell this
bro.
man who I am?
Hey,
Please tell this man who
bro,
I am.
can I talk, bro? Damn.
I did cook you. You did good
this is
cook.
what I want to say, right? All right.
Oh
Now,
God. So I don't get to talk, Kyler?
the whole
Kyler,
thing is
Kyler.
this. Now, also, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, right?
Oh God.
There was a man called Leon Sullivan, late Leon Sullivan, right? He had this thing called the Sullivan Principles, right? And the Sullivan Principles, as far as like doing business in Africa, he advised Coca-Cola and all these other people to basically say, try to pay Africans a fair wage, no more exploitation of African labor, and so like that. Of course, things are going to be cheaper in Africa because the cost of living is cheaper there, you know. And so therefore, people go to countries. Why do you think the McKinsey Group advised Nixon and all these people to go to China, right? Because China was a cheap source of labor and everything. That's why we're living in a global world right now, you know. And if Africa is going to be integrated in a global world, it's going to compete with China because although labor is cheaper, we still have to pay a living wage in Africa. If we could do that, you could create eventually a middle class, and the middle class will grow from there. You have to have that initial startup, right? And so, therefore, to sit back and say, you know something, let's not invest in Africa because it's exploitation. You know, well, you maybe if you give any business to Africa, right? Bomani will tell you, a little bit goes a long way. When I'm in Africa, right, people are telling me, why do you always give people so much money, right? I had a guy make furniture when I was in Liberia, and everybody got on me, why you pay him so much? Why you pay him so much? Whatnot? I say, yo, the guy, look what he did, man. He took bamboo, some foam pillows and stuff like that. And a day later, I had a whole furniture set. And then the guy made my bed and whatnot, the best bed I ever slept on in my life, whatnot. You know, I saw wood panels, and next thing you know, I was like, my God. I gave that guy an extra $100, man. I said, yo, why you do that? Why you do that? I said, look, you know, And so they looked at me like, man, this guy, I like this guy. When I said, that's my value.
That's how I move too, Kyler.
Okay,
And
but
that's how
bro,
you're gonna
like
get
charity,
places.
you guys can look at Africa as a charity case. There's charity,
Yeah,
and
it's
then
not
there's real
charity case,
economics.
brother. It's paying them what
Why
they're
are you
worth.
cutting me off, bro? You said I was cutting
I'm
you off.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
on.
That's what. No, so there's charity, and then there's real economics. I wanted to get back to what I was saying because something you said you would pay him according to what you make. If you go back to the example I gave, I told you that I can't charge this sister as much. You see what I'm saying? I can't charge her as much. So the package is only available if I can outsource the editing. She pays less, I get paid less, right? And they get paid more than they get paid for what they do. If you editing Nollywood movies, you might get 10, 15, $20 and have to grind. I can give you $100. You know what I'm saying? I could give you more than half of what you're gonna make just to do this thing. So it works out for you, it works out for me, and
You
it
gotta
works out for
clarify
the other
that,
person.
Mufasa.
That's not
We're talking
exploitation
equity. You guys
according to what.
He didn't say that in his initial.
That's what I said. I told you.
gotta
Wait,
I said,
brother. You
Kala,
absolutely
Kala,
did
you
not
gotta,
give.
Kala, brother.
Hold
You
on,
gotta
hold
let us
on. I want the brother Mufasa, because I'm not going to call him a king, to finish what he's saying.
Mufasa means king, but
Well, yeah, East African, you're Yoruba, so you're king on two different sides of the continent.
Tabietsi does not mean king. But let's focus on this.
King in
Go ahead.
Yoruba.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We can get on that in a second. But the point I'm making is that was what I said in the original. That was what I said in the original statement. I told you she couldn't afford that. I said there's other ones where I will use those people, but because she couldn't afford the higher price, I had to bring the price down, and she can afford it. And it gives me the work, and it gives her the opportunity. That is what I said. And then you turn around and said the same thing. You said I pay them according to what I make, and that's what I said. There's no exploitation in that.
Well, one point you got to make, Mufasa, is that the Africans, right, what they normally make, right, is way less than even you're paying them way more than they would make normally. So
yeah, that's a blessing.
It's not as much as the Black American. It's still more than what they'll make in which we call thing. I'm dying to see this video, Bomani.
Bomani, could you show my shared screen real quick, just really quickly? I ain't gonna do no bombing stuff. Could you show my screen real quickly? King, Yoruba. That's like the fourth L you took tonight, brother.
No, you don't
But
know
you
what.
keep
Okay,
taking more.
all right, okay. Show me. Let me show you,
Somebody
bro.
tell this man who I did be.
No, bro, you don't know what the fuck you talking about or who you talking to, bro.
Why you cursing, you bitch ass nigga? Fuck is wrong with you?
Yo,
nigga?
Let's
Okay,
stop.
bro, control
No,
yourself.
but I'm saying, you see, he
Control
started with the
yourself,
F word.
Yo,
You started with the F word. I can go everywhere.
Bro, control yourself. I know you have no self.
No, but watch your cock sucking mouth though.
I can
Okay.
talk, bro. You don't tell me how to fuck to talk, bro.
Nah,
Hey,
but when you start cursing
mute
and you
this dude,
cursing at
bro?
me, you're
Can you
gonna
mute
turn
this
this
dude?
program very dusty.
Bro, can you mute this dude? He has no control over himself, bro.
No, but
Okay.
you're gonna curse me out. You're gonna get smoked.
I did not curse directed to you. I said you don't know.
You
who
watch
the
your
fuck you
cotton
talking to.
thinking mouth when you speak
Bro,
to
you
me.
don't tell me how to fucking talk, nigga.
All right, so eat
Fuck outta
several
here.
dicks.
All right, yo,
Can you get this dude off the fucking panel, man?
Hey, Bomani, play the video.
No.
Let's watch the video. I don't want to see his dusty Yoruba book.
Let me. Like I said, this is a Yoruba dictionary, right? And then we have here, Kabiesi. It does not mean king. It means your majesty. It's something you say before as you address the king.
Okay, so now we're gonna play semantics. Stop it, bro.
Nigga,
Stop
it doesn't mean king. I could tell you.
Why is it on the K? Why is it on the page for K then?
But this is for the Yoruba language. You see this?
Okay,
These are all
great.
Yoruba words.
What is your majesty? Who do we call your majesty?
Bro, it doesn't mean king. You're wrong. You think you know
We
what you're
address
talking
kings
about.
as your majesty. All right,
No,
man.
you
Let's
say
stop.
your
Let's watch the
majesty, and then
video.
you say the king's name.
Let's watch
You
the
don't know what
video,
you're talking
brother.
about. You thought
Let's
you
watch
could
the
just-
video and don't curse at me. And we
I'm
good.
calm. I'm
We had a
calm. I'm
real
just saying.
We had a real good.
I didn't get Timothy Square.
We had a good discussion debate. let's not
He got mad. He got mad though.
I'm not mad at all, bro. I'm just
No,
saying
but
you
why
don't.
you shouldn't use the F word? Let's give him an opportunity to apologize.
I can
we
use
can
whatever
go
word I
back to
want.
being civil black people.
I could
Brother,
use
do you
whatever
want
word
to
I want to
apologize
use.
to me?
You thought you knew what
You
you were
want to
talking about.
apologize
You
to
were
me, and
wrong.
I can apologize to you, brother. Let's
No. I want you to admit you were wrong about this word.
No,
Acknowledge
I'm
that, right?
totally right. But besides
I
being
just
right or
showed
wrong, can you admit that you were wrong for calling me for dropping the F bomb on me?
I didn't call you any name. I was just talking to
Can
you.
you
I didn't
admit
call
that
you.
you should not speak to another grown man and
I
say
didn't address you
F
like that.
words when we're just having a conversation? Were you wrong or were you right in that, brother?
I don't feel I addressed you in a certain way.
Okay,
I
so
feel
you're not man enough to admit when you made a mistake. That's your fifth L for today. All right, continue taking L's. Let's have a commercial break with Warden Maya as our Majesty, the king of coonery, reads his Dusty Yoruba book.
Okay, here we go. Bro, you're a clown. In the end of the day, it doesn't mean king, and you know it. You thought you could just Google it. You think you know something, but you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about.
Warden Maya. Warden Maya. Let's listen to what he has to say. This is a good thing. Let's talk about this. You know, geez, everything always goes left.
Yeah, but y'all let this dude come up here and just clown out and take it that way.
No, it's not. I'm not clowning, brother. You use the F bomb. Let's put it to the side, brother. Let's watch more. What am I?
Speaking about what I was
mad
talking.
because you took an L, brother.
Then you came insulting me, talking about eating dicks and calling me and all that.
Not after you dropped the F bomb. Everyone heard it, brother.
I don't care. I didn't drop the F bomb. I didn't disrespect you though. You disrespected me,
brother. Let's get
past it. Y'all let this dude do this shit, and then,
brother,
you want to say
when I said I can handle you both,
do shit. He did it.
You said pause, which was tantamount to saying that I said
joke, bro.
Gay.
That's a joke, and you know it. You from New York, you know that.
Yeah, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? But let's get past it, brother. Let's get past it.
I know. Let's get past the fact that you thought you could Google something.
Let's get past it, brother. You lost the debate, brother. You turned West Africans into Mexicans. Salute to you.
You thought you could Google something and you didn't know what you was talking about.
All right, brother. Okay, you win. You win, Kabi.
I know I win.
Yeah, all right, you win. You get an extra plate of Jollof.
I just learned something that I never knew it existed, and I'm so blown away. And I feel like I need to use this medium to also educate you all. I have been to Liberia. I know how Liberia was formed, but I never knew that once upon a time, I mean, we had Barbadians leaving Barbados to Liberia. I was in Liberia. No one told me this story, man. Is it really true? Sorry, because I'm shocked. Is it really true that in Liberia we got Barbadians that left here?
Yeah.
Why did they leave in the first place?
Right, so they left to get better opportunities in Africa because they were offered, in Liberia in particular, they were offered 25 acres for every family that came from the president of Liberia. And if you came as an individual, you get 10 acres of fresh, fertile land, and you can build it up and build your own town. The Barbadians actually built a town in Liberia called Crozierville.
Are you from Liberia? I really want to visit Liberia again just to get to see this one more time, because I've been to Liberia, but I didn't know what you're telling me. And I'm coming from the continent and I have no idea what you're telling me. But I know that there are people out there who watches these videos that knows this. So if you're from Liberia, do you know this town? What is the name again?
Crozierville.
The Barbadians that left here to Barbados.
Yeah.
Which year was this?
It's 1865.
1865. How many Barbadians left in here?
About 346 went on a boat called the Cora.
Can you show me more? Because I really want to know more.
Right, so on this boat, this is his speech, talking with the president of Liberia, offering the 25 acres of fresh fertile land and the 10 acres. And this was actually a little paragraph on the journey that the people took from Barbados to get to Liberia, and all the build up towards it, how much funding it took, the date that they left, the time that they left.
Cora, that's the name of the ship.
Yeah, the Cora.
It took them 33 days to get to Liberia. I wanted to know number of young people in that ship that time.
Right. So out of the 346, about 231 were children, and all of the rest were adults. In terms of young people, let's say between age 20 to 39, there were about 58, and about 30 to 39 were 63. There weren't many older people because most of it was children and young people that could actually build the country and have the skills to build up, to cut down trees, build houses, make clothes, everything like that.
Can you see this, man? Now I feel like going to Liberia again, man. And even the Liberia and Barbados, it's like it sounds similar, you know?
Yeah, they got no similarities too. The first church that they built was called Christ Church, and this is the Bajans that went on there. And Christ Church is the name of a parish in Barbados.
Oh,
I think there's
right.
also a broad street in Liberia, and we have a broad street here.
That's crazy, man. Who is this?
This is Arthur Barclay. He was the president of Liberia, and he was also a Barbadian. He left Barbados when he was about 9 years old to better opportunities in Liberia, and from there he became the president. One of his other, I think it's his son or some other family member, Edwin Barclay, also became the president.
Yeah. Barbadian roots.
Yeah, Barbadian roots. All these people here have prominent roles in Liberian history, and they were all Barbadians, or descendants of Barbadians.
Will you say that some of the names that we can find in Liberia right now are of Barbadian descent?
Yeah, a lot of the names. So there's Padmore, there's Barclay, there's Clark, there's Darrell, Doldren, Arthur. You have a list of names actually right here.
Look at that. And if you're wondering where do these names come from, it's also like more like a plantation.
Yeah.
Because Barbados had over 500 plantations, so which means over 500 slave masters. So the plantation that you work in as an enslaved African, that is the name that you have. Their real names were taken away from them.
Yeah. Some people would have created their own names after the slavery, because you see people with names like Prince and Queen and King.
But I heard some of the names were also derogatory.
Yeah, some of them.
Like for example,
like there's a name like Kaba. Like Kaba is a name that you would see in the slave records, but in Barbadian society, a Kaba is like an idiot, basically.
Wow. Interesting.
This is the list of Bajan passengers that left from Barbados in 1865 to go to Liberia. You see a lot of different last names here: Skeet, Austin, Wells, Padmore, Darrell, Jackman. So these are Barbadian names. So if you live in Liberia and you have one of these names, you might be a Barbadian descent.
It's gonna cover too. You're saying that it's gonna be a Sankofa movement?
The Sankofa pilgrimage, May 6th to 13th, 2024. All the descendants of those early voyagers, they're going to be returning to us just to have a feel of where their ancestry is buried, and you know. So about 500 persons are expected during that trip.
This is so new to me. I can't believe this, but I mean, this is why I travel, so it's quite interesting. So if you're from Liberia and you're watching this video, share this to your dad. You know, tell your dad that they are calling them in Barbados. It's about time you all come and see your ancestors, where your ancestors were buried. This is interesting. Pardon this name. Jackman. Look at the names, man. I'm so sorry. I'm touching it, but I just want you all to see. I want you to see your name in here. Can you see your name, your surname? We go down. Campbell. Williams. Okay. Welcome to Barbados. And I'll see you all in the next one.
That, my friends, is Pan-Africanism, on a different level. They're just starting out. We've been through all these times. They're making that connection. They have roots on both sides of the Atlantic and everything. They're making the connections. And the connection between the Barbados and Liberia will grow stronger because of this, And, we're living in a global world. And like I said, people want to be, this, like I said, people are searching, people are searching for history that was hidden from us, right? People don't know this history, and they're basically trying to rediscover it, So being, the Barbados people, they're interested in this history. This history has been covered up from people, and when people think of Liberia, they think of African Americans or Black Americans, but the people from Barbados made a significant contribution to Liberia's history. The Barclays, the Howards, these were top prominent people that rose from nothing, and built their own communities over there and rose to prominent positions in business and government in a new Black country on the shores of West Africa. So like I said, this is definitely significant and definitely very, very striking. And this is all happening at this time in our history, And I just think that this is the way the world is going. People were not just confined to the Barbados, we're not confined to America. We're just basically, people are rediscovering things outside of just, America, just outside of America, Somebody says, what the fuck does that have to do with Black Americans, clowns, look, we just played a video, right? And now the significance I'm trying to say about that is the fact that the Barbados people are stepping up and making that connection and realizing for the record that they contributed to this country called Liberia that still stands to this day. And basically saying, yes, that's our history. Black people are the only group of people on the planet that'll throw their history away, whether it's in America. A lot of Black people in America don't even know their history in America. I ask Black people all the time, what is watch night? I asked Kasha that on Dynasty Show the other week, right? What is watch night? Never heard of it. But watch night is an African American, Black American tradition that goes back to slavery times, where we welcome in the new year by just sitting in a church or a house with the candles, eating black-eyed peas. But it's a tradition that we carried on, and they do watch night in Liberia too. So all these things that we don't find value in, right? And we wonder why our people think we have a rich history in America, in the South, in the Carolinas, a rich history of foods and culture and stuff like that we're not bothered trying to preserve, And so I think the Pan-African world will say, look, me personally, I'm like this. When we talk about the Pan-African world, I want to bring something to the table, right? I'll bring my culture, my food, my experience to this world we call the global Black Pan-African world, And I'm very proud of my history and my culture here in America, and people around every other group of people will share their culture and things about their culture in that guy Monk, right? This is obviously a white guy, Liberia is a white man's country, ignorant shit, stuff like this. And the bottom line is this: if we don't fight to say, yeah, Liberia was a Black, I was on a call with one of my Liberian brothers today. Him and I debate all the time. He's a scholar, Sando. He always tries to out debate me and stuff like that. He's a Liberian. He was at my engagement party in Liberia 2 years ago. He plans to go to Liberia. He plans to be in Liberia I don't know if he wants to go on the tour with us, but he's planning on being in Liberia when we're there in March and April. But The bottom line is this: is the point can be made. Liberia was a top to bottom, black owned, black built country, and the bottom line by the Caribbeans and Barbados talking about this, they're saying yes. The significant people who built Liberia were black men and women that built Liberia. From the Americas, from the Caribbean, and all these other places, and we're not going to give that up. Other people, like you say, white people in Southern Africa, why aren't they leaving? They're not leaving because simply they built South Africa. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? They're still there. They're not going to give what their ancestors fought for and bled for and built up. The only group of people that basically will give something up is black people in America and black people around the world. We let our history go. We let our institutions go, like Ebony magazines. We let our institutions fall by the wayside and stuff like this and everything. So whether it's in America, whether it's in Africa, right? Whatever we have that's ours, right, we want to keep. We have what we have in Black America. We want to strengthen it and we want to build it and we want to keep it. No one's giving up anything that we have in America. No one's
So I
saying.
have a question about this Liberia thing with the Bajans.
Yeah.
I was trying to read that board. What group sponsored that trip?
Oh, I don't know. But the Barbadians got money. They just recently kicked out the Queen of England.
Brother,
they got some money there. They got a lot of
please. Do you know because we had the ACS in America. Because when I was doing my Googles on this, it said that it was a Pan-African initiative as well as an initiative to civilize and Christianize Liberia. That's why I'm asking what group came up with this initiative, Bajans Back to Liberia.
It was this is my version of the history, right? It was the president of Liberia at the time was reaching out to Black America. It was like around the Civil War time, right? And they initially went to Black America, right? If you read my book, Journey to the Promised Land, right? The Barbados history happened before this book right here, this story right here of the Azore in Charleston, South Carolina to Liberia, which is my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, Voyage of the Bark Azore. The governments of Liberia reached out to the Lincoln administration. They reached out to different Black churches and everything in America. And at the time, Black people in America were going to Africa based on the auspices of the American Colonization Society. As the Civil War waned, so too did Liberia was a republic at the time, right? And the American colonization didn't have the sort of power and control over Liberia because it was now an independent government. The funding for the dried up. And so therefore there was very few voyages being financed to Liberia. Because remember something, Liberia wasn't to get rid of Black people. I think it was to get rid of free Black people out of America. It was never to get rid of that slave population because they needed that slave population to rebuild the South. Okay, so therefore the government of Liberia reached out to the places with absentee ownership, like the Barbados and everything.
Brother, it was in 1865. Slavery was finished.
I know, but I said the Reconstruction. They still needed Black people to rebuild the South. Remember that. That's
do you know? You said it was the Liberian president reached out to Americans to bring Bajans to Liberia.
Let me put it like this. Yes, it was Liberian ambassadors and stuff like that reached out to the Barbados people like this. There was a man called people confuse him for the first president when what's his name? John Hanson. He was in the United States during the time of the Civil War, talking to Lincoln and Black leaders and everything, trying to get Lincoln to finance, to get recognition for Liberia. And he got recognition for Liberia as a state, Liberia and Haiti. And so therefore, at the time, right, several Liberians were reaching out to people in the Caribbean to come over and somehow it worked out in Barbados, where 365 people said they were going to come over on a ship to Liberia to build, to give them land. Same thing was going on in America, right? Now, the point I'm trying to make is it didn't work out in America because there was nobody really trying to finance.
Brother, you're umming and on, and I just want to present this to you, please, if I will. It was the American Colonization Society that did that.
American Society almost was bankrupt at the time of the Civil War,
No, but wait, that's what I'm seeing here. It's saying on April 6, 1865, the ACS chartered the ship Cora with 346 Barbadian immigrants for Liberia, where they arrived in Monrovia on May 10, 1865. Many of the immigrants came from the parish of Christchurch in southern Barbados. So when I asked you the question, you started and talking a whole bunch of other stuff. Why didn't you just say it was the ACS?
Okay, it was the ACS. Okay,
well, that was the answer to the question. Okay, that's why the Christianization and the civilization thing.
I thought you was talking about the government that was doing this, right? The United.
I said I asked you specifically, what was the organization that got these Bajans back to Liberia?
So
it was the ACS.
I didn't know it was a trap question.
No, it's not a trap question. I just wanted to know, and then you're babbling about something that had nothing to do with what I asked you.
What I'm trying to say is this: though, the ACS. Remember something? The ACS wasn't just one organization; it was several different organizations, right? Each state had their own chapter and their own thing that still operated, and bringing Black people from the for the most part, the people in Liberia probably went to the ACS and said, we need immigrants to come here, right? Because remember, at the time, Liberia was still capturing slave ships and settling people from the Congo into Liberia. So that wasn't a thing. And then also, there was a slave ship in the 1840s that was run aground outside of the coast of Georgia, right? And so the ACS helped resettle those people in Liberia, right? In Liberia, and they settled a colony called New Georgia. The ship was off the coast of a slave ship was of course off the coast of Georgia, but they didn't dock, right? And so the ship was set back, and Liberia said, "We'll take these people in," and they settled a settlement called New Georgia. So the ACS was very active, but that wasn't the whole the thing. And before the government was formed in Liberia, it was the ACS that actually ran Liberia as a commonwealth. That's all I was trying to clear with you.
And this is what's wrong with Pan-Africanism. You have a bunch of brothers that don't answer questions. They use tricky words. It was easily answered by the ACS sent them. So then the follow-up question is, was the ACS good or bad for Liberia?
Well, let me give you my opinion, right? Initially, and I had a debate with my brother today about this, right? He basically, him and I disagree about it. He said Jedi Ashman, and all these other people in ACS, they did a lot of good stuff initially in Liberia. But my whole thing is, well, let's look at it from a standpoint of what Hillary Teague had to say about the ACS, right? The ACS was all about ridding Black people from America, right? They were not in the nation building process. Once you got to Africa, right, they may have given you some rationing, some tools and everything, but you were basically on your own, So was it good for that? When people carried the ACS, remember something, during the height of the transatlantic slave trade, right, in the 1800s, right, you could not pass across the Atlantic unless you had the U.S. flag and U.S. Navy ships backing you. So the ACS was definitely good initially in establishing establishing Liberia, because without that, Liberia would never been established, because you could not have Black people sailing across the Atlantic to Africa, unmolested by pirates, slave ships, and everything like that. So therefore, yes, it was good.
I appreciate it, Carla. And your arch nemesis is here. And navigate freely. Navigate freely. What's on your mind? What do you want to share? And or let me know if you have any questions about the topic. All right, navigate you there, or you just hello. All right, so he's not answering. Our next person.
Yeah, I guess we can continue having a conversation. Yeah, I think when we push these initiatives, we have to really be very open and honest about what they were about, what were their initiatives, what were their goals, who were they working for. American Colonization Society. Kala is, I look at him as an expert, or at least someone of knowledge speaking on Liberia. But when it doesn't favor him, he sometimes mixes words. And I think that's why Pan-Africanism has to rid itself of people who are not straight shooters. Speak the truth, no matter where it takes you, and then you can decide where you need to go. But if you don't even want to acknowledge the real history, then it's going to be built on a lie. You see, so Pan-African's the easy work. I was going to give y'all a break today. I was going to tune in at 5. I said, let me go to sleep. Got back again, and y'all are still here. Brother Bomani, you said I got cooked. Brother, that's never happened in the history of me clicking your link, brother. Y'all need to hire me to get Pan-Africanism in order. Bomani, are you trying to take that offer, brother? Bomani.
And I was waiting for Colin to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I've been cooking y'all for years.
Oh, okay.
Not for real. Brother, Colin, you couldn't even say that it was ACS.
Mufasa, do you feel like you got cooked today? That's basically what Carlos, not me, is saying.
No, I disagree. I know Nak, man. He just likes to come on and have fun. But I was kind of speaking on Pan-Africanism and kind of pushing it forward as an idea. You know what I'm saying? He just wants to come on and have fun, and that's his prerogative if that's what you allow the space to be about.
No, I don't. I come and I give. Look, I don't just spew nonsense, right? There is an aspect of edutainment with it, right? So it's gonna be spicy, like our interaction, which I'm not gonna take beyond this stream to the next. That's just what happens when we get in certain spaces. But the facts of what I say, the historical accuracy of what I say, and the questions that I ask are all legit. They're all legit. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know how we got on Liberia, but the thing was Pan-Africanism. If we get back to Pan-Africanism, I've never lost a debate on Pan-Africanism that doesn't go to shoulda, coulda, woulda isms on the part of the Pan-Africans. It's great that y'all want to do it. I'm saying, just let's focus on our own people. Let's focus on our own people. That's it, man.
Let me ask. The question I asked Nak is, I said, okay, there's a lot of black people in America, like years ago, right? I saw how sad the situation was, right? That black people say, "Oh, I want business." They got. You ever seen that movie with Bill Cosby, Sidney Poitier, A Piece of the Action? Remember that movie back in the 70s, A Piece of the Action? I would advise anybody to go revisit that movie, A Piece of the Action, right? That basically summed up what a lot of black people in America were feeling at the time and still feel to this day. They want a piece of the action. They want a piece of the action, right? The Chinese, right, as Pan-Sinoism, Chineseism, and everything like that. It goes without being saying. You got Chinatowns all over the world, which they trade with each other, they do business with each other and everything. It goes without saying. It's not rocket scientists, right? You're Chinese, we're Chinese. Let's work together. Let's build, or whatever, right? You got Pan-Asianism, right? You look at Asia, right? How Asia's integrated as far as like the companies that dominate Asia right now. You have a company in Hong Kong, have offices in Japan, Singapore, all these other places. Why? Because it makes sense. They have certain perks they have just for being Asian in different countries, and they could do business and stuff like that. So the fruit of that Pan-Asianism, you're producing more millionaires and billionaires in Asia than any place in the world, right? And now in Asia, they're building super smart cities, right? Which they're going to be a Pan-Asian fusion cities where the new educated people from Vietnam, think of Vietnam, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, even the Philippines are going to be able to go to these new cities they're building in Asia to build this new Asian fusion culture of ideas and everything like that, stuff. Why? Because it makes sense. They're controlling their region and they're controlling their mother continent, their mother region. I'm saying that the Pan-African world has to evolve to that point. It can't be just like Pan-Africanism and we just feel good, because if we just sit around, see how you and Mufasa, one minute we're talking, next one we're fighting, and we're not building anything. If you guys were basically, let's say you and Mufasa got together and you guys are making millions of dollars together and everything like that, you think you'd be fighting? No. Of course not. So Pan-African has to evolve towards business and practicality and progress, and that's what we're talking about. This Pan-African has to evolve or it's going to die. Pan-African, because people are always going to hunker down into their little ethnic group, their tribal group, and all stuff like that if they don't see any tangible benefit towards this. And that's the difference between us and the Asians. The Asians have taken the Pan-Asianism and built mega projects and businesses together.
Well, I think my thing about like Nakneezy and a lot of people like him and some of these people in the comments, we're not trying to do the same thing. So for you, you're like, oh, you can make money in America, but I'm thinking of like low global and group politics. So we're talking about two different things. So if you're saying, hey, we don't need to connect with Africa to make money and to thrive as an individual in America, I agree with you on that. But I'm looking at the overall context. I'm looking at what happened with colonialism and all throughout, from the 1500s to now, the weak position our people are in, and I see similarities in that position globally. So I'm trying to solve a different issue. You're not trying to necessarily solve, and you don't agree with that issue. So I mean, you could come on and, like I said, we could have fun and whatever, argue over definitions of words and shit like that. But in the end of the day, we can't really debate. We're not trying to do the same thing. That's why when you first came on, I was trying to establish your assessment of the situation, right? And it just seems that you guys are like thinking smaller. Like most of the FBA people that I kind of run into, it's like you're thinking smaller and not really putting the whole situation in its context.
I'm thinking big, brother, and I'm thinking logically. We could take it however you want to take it on the continent. Oh, I don't really know right now. What is your definition of Pan-Africanism? I don't know what your ideology is.
Just Google it like you Google everything else. I'll roll with that.
Well, and what would I get if I Google it? I'll get 4 different definitions, correct?
No, the first one, I'll roll with that. Essentially, Pan-Africanism is Black people working together to achieve their political goals. Coming together to have power as a group, because we have a collective situation where we're being oppressed on the basis of Blackness and globally. So it's saying, let's come together the way they came together in the Berlin Conference to oppress us. They came together, work together as white people. Let's come together as Black people. That's essentially what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and
It's a
that's never
political
gonna work.
orientation. Yeah, but the thing is,
And
I'm
that's
not. I
never
don't.
gonna work because you can't show me where black people outside of the diaspora, where they were forced to work together, have done that on a global scale, because
No, they
there's too
haven't
many
done it. But
differences,
oh, my
brother.
bad.
You
Let me
know, it's
know
no
when you're done.
problem. No problem. That's what I'm saying. We can't jump over our own people in America and go to Africa to do business when we need business in our own communities. That's what I'm saying. I'm more of like a Black American nationalist or Black American tribalist. We got to fix our own problems first,
Let
because
me ask
the
you a question.
problems that we deal with in Black America are different than what an African deals with on the continent, are different than what a Caribbean person deals with in the Caribbean. So the whole we have similar enemies and similar struggles, that's nonsense. We don't. They're dealing with colonization that they invited onto themselves. We're dealing with the after effects of being sold into slavery and thrown into a system of chattel slavery. And we've worked and we're still working our way out of its after effects. The Caribbeans are dealing with neo-colonization from China, as many African countries are, and they're dealing with also trade issues, right? You know how expensive things are in the Caribbean. So there's different issues, and there's not one size fit all solution. So if there's so many issues, I say don't complicate it, delineate, and fix the issues of your own people.
Let
Now,
me ask you a question, Nick. Do you believe, like me, like a question we've always asked in the BAO is, when we say community, right? You know, community means commune, right? And it just seems like Black people in America, right, where more of us don't live in traditional Black neighborhoods anymore and everything like that. So where's the community? Where do we commune at? Where do we commune at? Where's just the other day, a week ago, a patriarch in Norfolk was killed. 84-year-old father figure for everybody was killed outside of his corner store. That's in the Lindenwood area of Norfolk, right? He was killed trying to break up a fight. 84 years old, should be retired somewhere, but running a store. And like, I don't know why is the store open 2:00 in the morning? I have no idea. But anyway, he was killed breaking up a fight outside of the store one night. The whole community came by. And that's a community right there. Now, to be perfectly honest with you, right? You know, even though I know a lot of people in Norfolk and whatnot, I don't feel like I'm part of that community. You know, the people there have known each other for generations and generations and everything like that. And the people, families know each other and stuff like that. You know, we don't have that sort of community that people say we are. People call us a community, right? But people have their own little families, their own cliques, and it don't stop. Just like we delineate from Africa, Black people delineate from each other here in America, right? We have families and neighborhoods and stuff like that. If you don't, especially here in Virginia, right? If they didn't know you, if they didn't know you by the time you were in second grade, you're always going to be outsider to them. And that's a lot in Black America, right? We don't have that sort of community. Now, when we lived in segregation and we couldn't live in white neighborhoods like that, we were forced to live together. We were never voluntarily. Now, to my point is evolving is you do got Black people who are building new communities and enclaves and subdivisions and everything, where it's mostly Black and everything, but still everybody's an individual. You know, we're just living around all the Black people and everything, but still, will say we're a community because we don't pull our money together and we don't like this. It's all about individuality. You know, we don't have that in Black America. That's all throughout Black America.
So do they have that in Africa?
Well, like Bomani will tell you, more people are more communal over there. You know, they're very more communal over there than we are over here, and so therefore, a lot of times they'll always. A lot of people from Africa will say, well, hi, America has opportunity, but they understand something. They're coming under a different value system. They have elders and everything when they come here, like the Liberian community. I watch the Liberian community in America. there are people that are respected in their community that come from Liberia that they can go to for advice, and they help each other, and they always with each other and stuff like that. And the Liberian community here in America, really, and the African community, they stick together. We don't
Right.
we don't have that culture.
Well, you're proving my point. So if we have a uphill battle, even connecting with other Black Americans and Liberians specifically, and then in Liberia you'd have to break it down to ethnic group, because those elders are tribal elders. They're not they're focused on their ethnic group first and foremost.
Well, not Liberians. Like Liberians don't see themselves. They see themselves as Liberians. They don't really go by ethnic groups in Liberia.
How many different ethnic groups are there in Liberia?
There's 16 tribes, but let me tell you something. When you go to Liberia, right, the culture of Liberia is like more of a fusion of Black American, Caribbean, and it's more cosmopolitan than any other part of Africa, right? In other words,
is there a difference between an Americo-Liberian and indigenous Liberian?
No.
So why do they call them Americo-Liberians?
Like we had a debate. I had a debate with my boy Zondo about that, right? The Americo-Liberian was a label that was put on them by the Europeans, right? They called them Americo-Liberian. There's no one in Liberia that calls himself Americo-Liberian. That's what they were knowing. A lot of people don't even know they're Americo-Liberian until they come to America and say, "Oh, you're American." It's like, I'm not American, because I'm a Liberian. I don't know what you're talking about, you know? And so,
who says that they're Americo-Liberian when they come to America?
The outside world. When you read the Americo-Liberian, that's what they labeled them. Just like, let me give you.
Brother, I've met Liberians who broke down the difference between Americo-Liberians. I think they have some people called Creole or something, Krio. Does that exist over there too?
That's Sierra Leone.
Oh, that's Sierra Leone. All right. But they have ethnic groups. So when you talk about their tribal leaders, they come from a certain ethnic group. There's not a tribal leader or an elder from a kind of like just a flat Black Liberian. Just they go back to different ethnic groups. You understand what I'm saying?
You'd be surprised. I know a lot of Liberians. Most of my Liberian friends are from the indigenous population, right? Mostly from Bassa and the Mano people, you know.
So who are the people that are not from the indigenous population?
They're indigenous, you know.
But who are the people? What do you call the people that are not from the indigenous population?
Well, it's like this. It's hard to say.
Brother, could tell me what you named indigenous people?
Right.
Now, who are the people that are not the indigenous Liberians? What do they call them?
Well, they call them Congo people.
In the same country?
Yes, they call the
okay.
American.
Now, have there been issues between indigenous Liberians and other groups in Liberia?
Well, yes.
Yes, that's all. I mean, you don't have to explain it, brother. What I'm just trying to say is that all people separate based on ethnicity, religion, political affiliation, right? And those are huge uphill obstacles to try to form this global alliance based on skin color. It has to be more than just skin color. It has to be the juxtaposition of well, not the juxtaposition. It has to be based on political alliances, economic agreements, you know, things of that nature, not just Black skin. And that's what y'all have to understand. It ain't just about being Black.
Yeah, check us out. In Liberia, Bomani, you want to play that video from Bernice video at the rave? Show them how Liberians are getting down to.
You always go to videos.
No, I'm just saying.
Like,
if you go to Liberia, right? You go to Liberia.
Why are we still talking about Liberia? Pan-Africanism ain't just about Liberia, and there's different ethnic groups in Liberia, bro. It's hard for you to just admit that.
People in Liberia don't give a damn about tribes or stuff like that anymore.
But they were killing each other based on where the people came from. What are you talking about?
It was, you know, that like if Ross will break that down to you. It was
but is that true or not?
Chaos.
Is that true or not?
But it was not based on ethnic group. It was just based on opportunity. It was looting,
Opportunity
killing.
of what? Opportunity of what?
It was just a breakdown. Warlords, criminals, everybody took over the country. That's what happened.
Come on, man. Stop it, bro.
There was no ethnic groups, but there was no. They say, well, what's the political system? They had no political.
Who were the players in the Liberian War? Who were the players?
It was the whole thing was in the interior.
He's stuttering.
People don't understand something, right? A lot of Liberia's war was spilled over from the interior of Sierra Leone and the blood diamonds. You know, that's what was fueling a lot of it. You know, and it's also people just running stuff, just criminals like this. Just basically people just. It was just a complete break.
Why are you speaking in generalizations, brother? Who were the players in the Liberian War?
There was no side A like in the Civil War in America. In the North that wanted this, and the South that wanted this. You can't explain to me what happened in Liberia was not a civil war. It was an anarchy and chaos. So there was no civil war. Okay, people fighting on ideology and whatnot, you know.
The people with the guns that were firing at other people with the guns, were they on the same were they from the same ethnic group?
There were all different people. There were crying people.
Brother, please, brother. Were they of the same ethnic group, brother?
Well, if you're in Liberian urban areas and you got gangs, most of these things were nothing but gangs. That's all they were.
Now you don't. I don't want to hear about gangs, brother.
That's
please
all
don't.
That's all it was. I'm trying to tell you what it was.
Use African social constructs and ethnic groups and cultures and compare them to gangs.
So
that's
what
disrespect. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
What were they? I can say that because I know enough about Liberian history and Liberians and whatnot.
Brother, I've been trying to get you to tell me the names of the players. You got two sides pointing guns at each other.
Group in Liberia, even the so-called Congo people were involved in the chaos that happened in Liberia. Everybody.
So the Congo were going against the indigenous Liberians?
No, they were going against other Congo. It was looting, killing, raping, robbing, whatever you could do. That's all it was.
What were they fighting for?
They were fighting just fighting just to fight.
So these are the people that we're supposed to build some global alliance. They're just banging on each other. What you're doing is you're trying to make Liberia seem like some lawless savages that didn't care about anything but violence.
Liberia is dead.
They were different people, brother.
Chaos was dead.
They were different people, brother. Come on. See, this is what I'm saying. You can't just admit anything. You want to do the Pan-African dance, brother.
So you're trying to tell me, like I said, matter of fact, when I went to Liberia, right, I've never felt more safe than any place in the world. I could walk down the streets at night or not, the back alleys and everything, and people saying hello, how you doing? Hey, what's up, brother? And whatnot. I sit there and talk to brothers, whatnot, Liberia, whatnot. They're like, how's America, man? Now welcome to Liberia, man. Welcome home. They never tell me welcome to Liberia. They say welcome home, brother. Yeah, you're here, man. You know, like this, you know. So the bottom line is, you know, what happened in this that chaos that the world calls civil war, the world labels civil war. Wasn't say it was a breakdown. Now that Liberia is stabilized, it had a peaceful transition of government. We just had an election. George Weah said, "I lost. I'm stepping down." You know, the world said, "Well, wow." You mean tell me he's not contesting the election, whatever like that? No, a peaceful transfer of government. And we have a new administration coming in and whatnot, you know? And the country's on the uptick. You know, so
I mean, why did Charles Doe become president? What did he run on?
Who?
What was his his campaign talking points?
Samuel Doe?
Yeah, Samuel Doe.
Samuel Doe overthrew. This is what happened. If you people know the history of Liberia, okay, and this is where geopolitics come in, right? Liberia made the mistake in the 1970s where embracing Pan-Africanism before it was really ready for it. That's where it made its mistake. Liberia started embracing sort of radical Pan-African ideologies and stuff like that. It invited the Russians, the Libyans, the Chinese in, the Cubans in, and everything. Liberia made President Tolbert made a speech in the UN condemning Israel in the Palestine situation. And then what happened was right after that same year, the United States and the CIA sent a guy named Marcus Matthews back to Liberia to start this whole thing about the indigenous people being oppressed and blah, blah, blah. While Liberia was brokering the Lancaster Agreement in Zimbabwe, while Liberia was brokering the peace in Namibia, peace in the Congo, and all stuff like this as a major power broker in Africa as far as peace and everything. Liberia was ahead of the Organization of African Unity. When they basically made sure that Liberia became unstable. In 1979, they had a rights riot, which people rioted and everything like that on a lie.
Whether did Samuel Doe bang on the Liberian president because he was a miracle Liberian? Was that one of the issues?
That was what the history wrote, and I do believe that's part of it.
Okay. So let's start there.
Right.
So Samuel Doe was from some ethnic group, and the other president, I forget he was a Kran, right? The other guy was descendant of Black Americans.
Charles Hill was half. He was half Gola, half Trinidadian.
Half Gola and half Trinidad. All right. So then he basically was not an indigenous Liberian. So you're trying to paint it like there was no, and the whole purpose of this is to prove that there's been ethnic groups, there's been ethnic tension in Liberia. So that flies in the face of Pan-Africanism. You even said that one of the causes for this war was the embracing of Pan-Africanism in the 1970s.
So, well, let me finish what I'm saying.
Did you not say that?
Anybody on this panel
did you not say that?
No, but you didn't let me finish my point, right? The problem was at the time, right, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, right, which you're also Pan-Africanism also ultimately means you're going to have confrontation with the West, right? Cecil Dennis, right, was a #1 Pan-African. He was the secretary, the foreign minister of Liberia, right? He got into a fist fight in the White House with the Undersecretary of State in the White House, and the reason why is because America was flying its jets in Liberia, refueling and basically supplying arms to UNITA in Angola. And Liberia said, no, you're not going to do that, right? And so what happened was the United States started flying these fighter jets over the Liberian capital to intimidate Liberians, and that's what caused a fist fight between Cecil Dennis and So the United States made the decision that we're going to remove this government from things. So that's why they got Samuel Doe. Same thing they did with Haile Selassie, And so my point I'm trying to make is we prematurely went into Pan-Africanism, not realizing that these people were going to sabotage it in this planning stage. The largest Pan-African gathering in history will happen in Monrovia in 1979, right around the rights riots, right? Where all the final stages of the Pan-African, the OAU, was going to be the preemptive organization for Pan-Africanism. Liberia, they have a Pan-African Plaza in Liberia, which was built, right? It was still there today. Beautiful building, right? And also a Pan-African peacekeeping mission was being built in Liberia one night. Liberia was going to be the head of the Pan-African movement in Africa right now, and they sabotaged it. So what my point I'm trying to make is that Liberia should have locked down Liberia first, as far as like its internal stuff, and then talked about Pan-African position of gradualism, right? We went into Pan-African head first, right? That would have worked, right? If the West would have left Africa alone, like they did Asia. For some reason, they have more respect for Asians than they do Africans. Maybe because of our proximity to Europe, whatever like that. but it seemed like the Asians did their Pan-Asianism better with the Bandung Conference in 1955. You know, and
Well, but Kala, my thing is that he's saying that there's different. You guys are discussing Liberia, but he's saying Pan-Africanism is no good because there's different ethnic groups and there's tension between the ethnic groups. I think everybody here agrees that there's different ethnic groups in Africa and there's tension between the ethnic groups. So, like, what's the back and forth about? We know that that's going on. That's what I'm trying to wonder. I'm wondering what's your point by saying that? Because
Well,
just
and
because
I
there's a
agree
problem
with
today.
most of everything that Mustafa and Magnesia is saying, you know, but when it comes down to Liberia, you know, Kala's cognitive dissonance, you know, just sticks out like a sore thumb. But the only thing I want is to be allowed to communicate in a live chat. Thank you.
well, navigate. That's never going to happen because you're an idiot. You know, talking about cognitive dissonance or whatnot. I know Liberian history. You don't. What I'm trying to say is this. So, yes, there's tensions and everything like that. And like I said, the Pan-African.
See what I mean?
See
what I mean?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen,
why would anybody want to come on in and talk to you?
You asked for it. You know, you said I don't know what I'm talking about, so you asked for that. So anyway,
I said cognitive dissonance.
You know, say, look, okay, look. So the Pan-African, the OAU movement meeting of thing, Idi Amin was there. You know, Idi Amin was there. You know, all the African heads of states were there. You know, all these people were there, and they agreed that the things that came out of that meeting was the Lagos Plan of Action, right? Was to industrialize Africa, right? The Mono River Union, you know, came out of that. The West African Power Pool, many different things were brokered, right? And like I said, the OAU was going to be headquartered in Addis Ababa and Liberia, and these two countries were going to be the preemptive organizations before the Commonwealth of Nations, before the French Union. All that stuff was going to dissolve, and Africa was going to rebuild, go to the United States of Africa, right? And all the stuff like that was going to happen. And it's funny how the two people that were instrumental in this, Haile Selassie and Talbot, were taken out right around the same time, you know, but at the same way by master sergeants and whatnot, uncommissioned officers who overthrew them. Same exact thing happened, you know, the CIA. But now, and people like Henry Kissinger and all these other people that you know, and then a year later. Same year before that, Idi Amin was taken out. You know, Idi Amin was taken out. So the bottom line is this: so you got people that don't want this stuff like this. They make it seem like black people are always going to fight each other. But like I said, at that time, people saw that if we had our own monetary zone, we had our own industries and everything like that, we could build the continent and give everybody what President Talbot called humanitarian capitalism. You know. That means that basically we're building the continent and we're providing a life for people. That's on the continent. That had nothing to do with Black America. You know, Black America at the time, right? We're still trying to integrate into America society and everything because we're no benefit for Africa if we don't take advantage of the opportunities we have here. If we're not strong in America, we're not going to be any benefit to Africa. You know, and so therefore, like I said, it's a coming of time now, you know, that all these leaders plan for us in the thing, all this stuff like these things taking place, even the discussion that we're having right now. You know, people thought about this decades ago and say, you know, we knew this not going to happen overnight. You know, the 70s was all about, oh yeah, feel good Pan-Africanism, and people went to Zaire. Through the Ali Foreman fight, I'm in Africa, I'm free, and blah, blah, blah. But Mobutu Sese Seko was a brutal dictator, you know, who was exploiting the Congo. You know, but we didn't see it like that. We just saw, I'm in Africa, I'm African like that. But now, I think now we look at the situation now, what we're doing is saying, okay, Africa needs to get itself together, right? And everything. And this is how we can benefit, right? It's all about how we benefit. You know, everybody has to benefit.
Well, this is the thing too. we gotta keep in mind, bro. We don't have to go to Africa to be Pan
We
Africanists.
don't have to.
We could be Pan Africanists from right here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I think what gets done is people just always they bring up all the issues of going back to Africa and the tribalism and all that. Like, bro, we have issues working together right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I say it like this. For years, I've been trying to build with Black people here in Norfolk, in the Virginia area, when it all falls by the wayside. You know, people always, as soon as Big Shirley comes around and Uncle Rufus comes around and everybody like that, you know, people start getting into their family stuff. They start excluding you and everything like that. You know, it's like, damn, I thought we was into this, you know, Black this and the other thing. So they get around their relatives and their homies and their peeps and everything. All that goes by the wayside. So same thing here, you know.
Knock me easy. If Black people were to work together as one group, would we be stronger? Do you think that we would be stronger together? Africans and Black Americans and Caribbeans, etc. He must not be here.
I think we were stronger, but like I said, my whole point is in America, you know, we have a culture of rugged individualism, you know, and that's just America, you know, just
That's a fallacy, though. Like, there is no individualism. You know what I'm saying?
what I'm saying is, when I say rugged individualism, right, is like back in the days in the South, right? I never forget. No one went hungry. When I used to spend my summers in the South, my youth and whatnot, you know, you can go to distant relatives' house and get a plate of food. You know, somebody came by, you didn't have to call before you come. You say, hey, you know, hey, such and such, and you sit there and spend the whole day together, talking and fellowshipping and stuff like that. We moved to the cities in the north and everything like that. We became more sophisticated, whatever. All that became by the wayside. You know, I don't know him. Well, you guys come from the same town in North Carolina, South Carolina, or not? But yeah, you come in New York or whatnot. You guys rarely speak to each other. You know.
I think that probably got a lot to do with the government, like the food stamps, stuff like that.
No, I'm talking about where I come from in Queens.
I'm saying in terms of
these
like
were strong Black families that had jobs, had everything and whatnot, kids going to school, college, and everything like that. You know, it was like, okay, we lived in the same neighborhood, we're like this, but you know, it was like if you fall, your problem is your problem. I'll tell you a story that I always said. Oh, it's like that. My grandfather, right? He was would go out to Freeport, Long Island, and places like that, and get crabs and stuff like that. He had a side business, right? He worked for Con Edison. He had a side business, right? And he would catch fish and everything and sell them door to door in Queens, right? I never. He told the story all the time. He said there's one guy that they lived on in back of in the alley, you know, across the alley, right? And they would see each other with his garage. He had the garage, a little freestanding garage in the backyard, right? In the alley, and then the other houses on the other side, they didn't have garage. They had a fence, right? But he talked to the guy, hey, how you doing, right? So anyway, he basically knocked on the guy's door with some fish. Said, I got some fish. He goes, what are you doing with that? The guy says, my grandfather's like, oh, this is my side thing. He goes, I ain't buying that from you. He goes, what are you talking about? He goes, don't you got that good job at Con Edison? Yeah. He goes, I live right in back of you. He goes, and I'm gonna keep you there. You ain't moving out of this neighborhood on me. And that's what it is, man. People basically, individual. We don't have that communal stuff that other groups of people have. Oh, you buying fish? Let me help you out, whatever like that. We don't have that, in our community. We never had that, That's why, we just let the whoever come in our community open businesses and everything like that. We had 1 or 2 stores that were Black owned, but that was about it, The rest of the stores and everything like that, we went to Pathmark, we went to like that. We had no interest in building Black businesses and everything like that. So I don't want people telling me now that we're trying to let's build our communities or whatnot, where we had like 60 years to do that, and we never did it. We never did it. We never built the community that we say that we cherish. We don't have that. We don't have that sort of culture in Black America, right? But and Black immigrants are doing it. You know, they open up their little stores and shops. And Staten Island, they got a little spot called Little Monrovia, you know, where people are importing stuff and selling to each other. They sell scratch cards. They sell some of everything. You
I
know,
feel like it's like out of necessity usually when you see.
yeah, but still though, this necessity is a mother of invention. You know, Black people in America, I guess we're not in that survival mode. You know, so there's no need for us to come together on that level.
Yeah, like I see you see pockets of it, you know what I mean? Like I remember being in college, I remember being broken. Me and my homeboys, we like support each other because we was all broken. We just kind of help each other when you down like that, you pull closer to people, you got to help people more. And I feel like they're in that more, like you're saying, they're in just tougher positions. So they help each other more and it's more necessity there.
Yeah.
But I feel like America in general is just gotten more individual. You get what I'm saying? I just feel like America in general is like that now. Everybody's kind of to themselves more and more and more.
Yeah, especially social media is making it even worse. You know, we don't even talk to our neighbors. We don't talk to anybody. And the only socialization we have is online. You know, the only socialization we have really is online in cyberspace. You know, it's the only.
Now, as the church has broken down, as the church has kind of crumbled, is just people have just been less and less community based. You know.
We don't have the communities that we used to have. You know, we just don't have those communities anymore. You know.
So when are you moving to Africa, bro? If America's so bad?
We're not saying that. I'm saying that I'm happy with the life I have. But
okay, that's good.
What we want is that community and stuff like that and whatnot. That's what will give us satisfaction. You know.
Yeah, my issue is power.
I agree with that.
Right now,
more so than my issue.
You don't have to go to Africa.
Yeah, my issue.
So we agree that the Black. Go on, Mufasa.
No, I said my issue is power as a collective of Black people. I feel like the Black man, for the most part, is pretty much a joke. I mean, nobody really has to take us seriously when we talk group versus group. You know what I'm saying? We're like not really organized. You go to all the countries there, you got people kind of selling out the countries. You come over here, I mean, you got some people that's doing good here and there. I mean, it's a really big economy. You're looking at like a $29 trillion, $30 trillion economy or something like that. We might be playing with like 1 trillion of that. You know what I'm saying? But in the grand scheme of things, we aren't really competing. You know what I'm saying? When we compare ourselves up against other groups. So I'm like, let's figure a way to fix that. That's the position I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all are looking at somebody else's plate when y'all eating yourselves. Y'all looking at they get more. But your plate is full as well.
No, but I'm saying, but if they want
to, because even your eyes and your attention is somewhere where it don't need to be. Focus on fixing your own group, our own group, Black Americans. That's it.
The question I ask is, with all the respect, is do we have a group? Look at all the tension between.
Yeah, we do have a group. Look at all the tension in northern Nigeria.
Okay,
we do have a group.
In Black America, every day people are getting shot and killed and murders every day.
The people are getting shot and killed in Western Europe as well. That's what humans do. They kill each other.
Well, I don't agree with that. You know,
you don't agree? Okay. Well, just give me the
country in the world. This
Jesus Christ, right? Jesus, come into College Genesis soul and breathe life into him. You never listen to me, brother. You always want to cut me off because you don't agree with my talking points. But if y'all want to have an echo chamber, let me know and I'll bounce. Let me know.
Not disagree. We're saying I'm trying to make a point.
No, but so wait, you tried to make a point on top of a point that I made when I wasn't even finished my original point. You always interject because you don't have any control over your impulses, brother. And I've been talking to you about this for the longest. Let somebody finish their point and then cook them afterwards if you can. You and I have gone back and forth for years already, brother. Like, come on, man. So what I'm saying, when y'all try to do that whole, there's violence in Black America and we're not, that's my point. We've got issues that we have to fix in our own communities. When you say who are we? We're not we're not a community, and who are we as a people? We're not a group. That goes against all your talking points, which are or all your good talking points, would say you're not tolerating anyone talking down on Black Americans, because so you're talking about our group. That's our group. Who are we? We are the premium Blacks of the world. That's who we are. That's a fact.
Let me ask you a question, Nak, right? Okay. Now, my whole thing is this, right? What I'm seeing right now in the culture of Black America, right? What's presented to the world, right? And you can't blame this all on white people, right? We choose to
I
put
never
out.
blame white people, bro. I take accountability.
The worst element. I look at the Black people, how we were in the 80s and 90s. I look at now, right? Where we got ratchet stuff, we got murder, gangs, and accepted as normal. Accepted as normal.
Do we have gangs and murder back in the day?
As our representation of our culture. That's who we
as
are.
As pop culture.
But what I'm saying is that's what represents us right now.
Are you the father of a twerking daughter, the father of a drug slinging son?
I'm saying that why should and also all the women that I know in my family are not like that. But the bottom line is I gotta look and see that that we're because we don't control the context of our reality in America, right? Anybody could put any image of us out there and it sticks.
No, but we do control the narrative.
How?
Like I said, who's writing the rhymes? We back in our day, we had X Clan, right? Diggable Planets, Leaders of the New School. We had all these other groups, and yeah, we've gotten away from that, but we control the narrative.
Well, let me ask you a question.
We have to get back into controlling our narrative, and instead of making the white man this all-powerful being. I want to get back to violence in Nigeria versus violence in America.
Now,
you can't even compare. You can't. You love.
We're way more
Let me
violent.
ask you a question when I don't finish making my statement, which is just a way to say shut the fuck up.
No,
that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. So back to your point about violence in America, right? We have violence. Every country has violence. That's understandable, and I'm not giving. I'm not making excuses for it. But the violence in certain parts of West and Central Africa, specifically the Sahel, is stuff that America has not ever seen. 160 people killed in one WAP. Black Americans don't do that. A white dude did it in America, though, from the balcony of a hotel. The Sahelian nations, they do mass murder. We don't have that in Black America. Stop it. They don't even keep numbers of their homicides. They don't have official death and birth rates over there. That's why this estimation of 200 million isn't even accurate, because they don't keep records. So when we speak, let's speak honestly. And Louis Awuah calls me a slave catcher. This is very ironic when he comes from an Akan group. I don't know which one he is. I don't know if he's a fancy, the proud wavers of the Asafo flag when they were under the nuts of the British, or if he's the Ghanaian version of a colonizer, which is an Ashanti, the biggest slave raiders that Ghana has ever seen. So if you're going to try to throw shots at me, Awuah, click the link and do it with a super chat, because I'll cook you on the slave catching and slave raiding history of your own Akan group. Let's get it.
Now, my point I'm trying to make, Nak, is this, right? You mentioned X-Clan, all that. I used to listen to them back in the days, right? Then I know where all these people disappeared, right? Because we live in a country that said back in the days, right? It said, we're going to make hip hop profitable or not. The money is white suburbia. White suburbia said, we don't want to hear all this Black power stuff, this Black national stuff, the 5% stuff. We don't want to hear all this stuff that y'all touch positive stuff. And it's moving that music back in there, X Clan used to uplift you, you know. Brand Nubians and all these other people used to uplift us, make us feel good. But they gravitated towards NWA, you know, and all this killing, murder, and all stuff like this or not. And so black people are like, hey, look, you know, we just sort of went along with it, right? Now, perfect example is Afrobeats, right? Now, Afrobeats, because the majority of people that listen to Afrobeats are Africans, right? They don't have that problem, right? Destruction. Like I said, when I'm in Liberia, when I'm listening to Afrobeats, I'm listening to even music. They don't even listen to all the negative stuff that's pumped in our ears every day. They listen to good, clean, wholesome, old school hip hop and everything like that over there and stuff like this. So they have the control over what their narrative on the radio stations playing. They know what goes in the ears of the average people and everything. So people in America, we're putting. I look at on drive time radio back in the days. They thought. I remember one time they thought Run DMC was too controversial to put on the daytime radio, or like, oh, we got to play them at late night. That's underground music. We're not, you know. And so therefore, when
I'm to cut you, brother Bomani, Marie Shai is in the background. Continue, Kala.
So therefore, what I'm saying is this though, because we live in a country where white people tip the balance of who's going to be powerful and everything like that, right? You know, we have to sit back and say, why do we have to listen to NBA YoungBoy? Why do we have to listen to King Bonds? Why are we like that? Why? Who's buying it? Who's distributing the stuff and who's buying the stuff? It's not black people. Black people don't really buy music like that. It's mostly white kids that are buying the stuff. White kids in the suburbia, you know, they're buying that. You know, we have to share culture with them, and it's mostly white kids that listen to this music, buy it, got on their playlist, and really monetize the stuff. The live streams, when you have all these rappers that get all these live streams, you think it's all black people downloading this stuff? No, it's mostly white kids. And everybody, they don't know that they listen to the destruction of a race of people, you know. And I don't want to be the face of the destruction just up for the sake of getting along with white people and whatnot, you know. No, I'll never buy that. You know, I'll never buy the fact that the worst of our culture is displayed to the world and advertised to the world for other people and everything like that. And I just
the thing is that it's not just who's buying it; it's who's distributing it and who's funding it. So when you had the WAP song, when the WAP song came out, someone sent me the link, and I usually have YouTube, you know, the premium, but I had it without it. The commercials were on. There was a Burger King commercial at the beginning. So before you watch WAP, you had to watch a Burger King commercial. So you have these things being funded by Burger King, McDonald's. You know, they'll give these rappers Sprite deals, and then the people who control all of the people who are making these big multi-million-dollar deals, right? These are major record companies. So there's still people making positive music, but they control the megaphone of who really gets to be pushed mainstream. You see what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just we write the lyrics. It's like, yeah, we write a lot of type of lyrics, but they control the media to put a push behind certain ones. You see what I'm saying? And then people don't know any better. So they just end up absorbing that. So that going back to what you were saying earlier and said like that, I'm watching other people's plate and what they're making. You kind of have to watch their plate because there's a power dynamic between you. So if you're in a tribe right here and then the next tribe over is running circles around you and they're way further and way more technologically advanced, more wealth, they can crush you at any time. That's where the relevance of the people around you come in. So that's what pushes me to say, hey, let's work to get better so people can't just take something great that we make and use their wealth and resources and control of the media to pollute it against our will.
But what if we all start listening to Afro beats and said, you know, forget about hip hop and stuff like that? What if
I got some work to do with Afro beats? Afro beats, they don't be talking about nothing, man. I don't know. I wouldn't want to give away what we had in terms of.
Well, I love hip hop too, but you cannot justify this stuff that they put out now. You know, this stuff we put out now is like, you know.
Yes, Carla, talk down on Black American stuff.
So
Marie Shai, welcome, Marie Shai.
Knack, I'm a hip hop head. I got a radio. I'm on a radio show I play nothing but hip hop, you know.
So then
And
why talk down on it to try to build
no,
up
no,
Afro beats?
I'm talking about this stuff that we see now is not us. That's what I'm talking about. And I talk about that all the time. This is not us. You know, I know black music when I hear it. I put out the other day the battle between Busy B and Kumo D on Facebook. Everybody's like, oh yeah, 1981. The battle with Kumo D ran up on Busy B. And I never forget that battle back in the
That
days.
was the worst battle in terms of destroying someone that I've ever heard.
You don't think
He
Kumo
literally murdered Busy B, and it was bad, bro.
Yeah, he murdered Busy B. You know, Busy B never recovered from that. You know, he never really recovered from that. Kumo D crushed him, you know? And so the bottom line is this. That sort of hip hop that we enjoyed, right? The battle, the fun, everything. They didn't pull out gats and guns and stuff like that. You know, white people want to see a Biggie and Tupac and all this stupid shit shooting back and forth and all this kind of nonsense and everything that got away from us and everything like that, you know? When it was just us doing the music and everything, it was okay.
Now, there's always been a negative, violent element as it related to hip hop, because hip hop was the voice of the streets. So
Yeah,
they were,
it didn't get played.
okay. And then he cuts me off again. This shit is
We had DJs and everything. Go ahead.
brother. When they were at these shows or when they were doing block parties, there was guns there. There was substance abuse. It's the voice of essentially, or the music of the ghetto. That's how it started.
Right,
It
but I
started in
was
the
there in the
Bronx.
Bronx,
Like,
bro.
it started in the Bronx, the last shithole of New York City. So
Yeah, I was there in
that's
the
where it
Bronx and
started.
whatnot, and we had a good time in Bronx River, at the concourse, at the Soundview and whatnot. You know, we had a
It's
good
funny
time.
you mentioned Bronx River, Africa Bambaataa, who was doing horrible things to young black children. So there's always been an element of of nastiness as it related to hip hop, because there's an element of nastiness as it relates to a people that have issues, which is why we should focus on our own issues before we start trying to look at global black stuff, whatever. But Marie Shai, she's been trying to get on for the longest. How you doing?
Oh, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, peace and love. So for the question, is Pan-Africanism dead? Um, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, I still believe in Pan-Africanism, but like, just seeing how, like what Nakmizi was saying, that we're all different. And if you think about it, even way back in the day, it was different ethnic groups. There were warring ethnic groups together. And I just don't know if we can get along to come together to even do something anymore. Like if you even look in the Black American community, like I love my people, but we're not even getting along. So I don't how can we fix things? Like I don't know. How can we fix things for us to come together to build something together? Because I just don't see that happening right now. We just keep talking about the same things for over 50 years. What are we going to build? Anything? So I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick. I'm sick, so my voice is kind of, but I just want to know, how can we go forward? How can we fix things? Because we keep talking and talking, but what are we
Well,
actually doing?
let me ask you, do you feel like all the ethnic groups in America are together? Or there's been like tension, turmoil, lynchings, all type of stuff between us, and we
Well,
still managed to build America?
well, that's what I'm saying, my foster. Like we can't. I don't know. We're not even getting along in America. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm talking about within the Black American community. Like we're not even getting along. We're not even like trying to get together, form susu, or get together to try to build anything. Or at least I don't see it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like I just don't see us getting along. Like trying to come together to do anything. So I don't know. Maybe someone can point me in the right direction. Where what is there different like organizations that I can join to, contribute or something? Or I don't know. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong way.
No, well, this is the reality. It's not happening right now, right? Pan Africanism is not in effect. it's an idea that we have to work toward. You see what I'm saying? It is not in effect. Like that's why when people like Nat come on and say that, I'm like, we know that it's an idea and a philosophy that we're working toward right now. Right now, it don't exist. Like people say, oh, we're only Pan Africanists over here, but we ain't even really Pan Africanists like that. You know what I'm saying? People that kind of die. That's not even African Americans or Black Americans ain't even really Pan Africanists like that. You see what I'm saying? That's dying out too. So it's something we would have to work toward. And in the end of the day, it's like, what's the alternative? If we're looking at global power, what's the alternative? But if you just want to make some money as an individual, then it's really no need to be in these discussions in these panels. I mean, you can do that. I think everybody on the panel agrees that you can do that. But I think we're looking to fight for something greater, and that's the whole point of Pan Africanism, because we're looking at it, it's like, man, how do we have a chance? How do we stand a chance out here? How does David fight Goliath? It's like, look, you got to come together, and that's the only chance we have against this machine. I think a lot of people who simplify and don't see the need for Pan Africanism don't really understand what we're up against. I think they just think, oh yeah, everybody got money. Like Nak was saying earlier, it's white folks with money, it's black folks with money. It's like, bro, we're talking about more than money. They got a lot more money and a lot more power, control of means production, control of distribution. It's way more than just that. Like with the rap, you could rap about whatever you want to rap about, but in the end of the day, they control the narrative because they control the media. You need more than a few black people doing good to compete with that. That's just the way it is.
No, I mean, no, I understand, Mufasa. I definitely want Pan Africanism to work, and I definitely don't want to just focus on myself or just, I want things to be great in Africa, like in different African countries. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's just so much stuff going on. And I really just, I mean, I wish Black people, we can work together, but I don't see it. Like, I just don't see it.
You
I
don't
think
see
we
it just because it doesn't exist and it never has existed. When you speak to these Pan Africans, you're always going to come to a couple of things. The major thing is that it's an ideology. We're working towards it. They've been working towards this since the 60s, right? So where is the work? We understand the ideology, sounds good on paper, but if y'all are trying to leverage black skin with power, you're already lost in the source. Power is not is not derived from skin color. Power is derived from innovation that allows you to make or take other people's shit. So the whole point is not to just say, "Oh, we gotta come together. We gotta recognize we African people, and no shit." But what are you doing? That's the issue. I think Maria wants to see the work. And that's why I stepped out of Pan-Africanism, because it's a bunch of ideological babble with no work. And a lot of the babblers have white supremacist talking points. And I use that word very carefully because I don't believe that there's a white man on a planet that is superior to me. You understand? So the question has to be, where is the work? And if we can all agree that there's been different ethnic groups, different issues, different colonizers, Francophone versus Anglophone, Christian versus Muslim, this subgroup versus that subgroup, you would never, ever form some long-lasting global alliance based on skin color, because every ethnic group has their different issues. In America, we have New York versus the South, or the North versus the South. We have the East versus the West. In communities, you got the East Side versus the West Side. If your people are from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, then you got Hill District versus Homewood. You got this one versus that one. You got we all as humans find ways to separate. So the answer for my people, because I'm concerned about my people first and foremost, is to take advantage of the opportunities, financial, political, and otherwise, in a country that we helped to build under duress. I'm not saying that we were free and doing it, but we helped build it regardless. So if our ancestors, aren't having benefited from it, we should not allow their work to be in vain and take advantage of what they went through and integrate into that system. And if you don't want to be part of the system, then separate. I don't have a problem with Black Americans saying they want to separate and go to where you think it's better. And then you'll come back with your tail between your legs talking about, I wish I was back in America. That's what's going to happen.
How about doing what the Liberians do, right? They take advantage of everything that's in America, like my brother Chris Jackson. He's Liberian, so-called American Liberian. But basically, he's, according to him, he's Black American, because he's full Black American descent. And he basically is taking advantage of all the opportunities in America to help build his homeland in Liberia. So he has the best of both worlds, right? I want a best of America, and I want best in Africa. And there will be the peace.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kyla. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, there will be the peace. In other words, basically, I can't, even though I have everything I need in America. I love my life, the business I built, the career I built, all stuff like that. I love it, I like the neighborhood I live in. I like the community city I live in. I like the infrastructure. I like the everything America has to offer me. I love it, right? But there's still me as a Pan-Africanist, right? There's a void, right? And that's why I said I want to connect with my ancestral homeland. And if it means just this one place, Liberia, which I could plant down roots and connect and help build a business and connection with America, I'll be satisfied and I'll be at peace. That's all I want to do. If somebody else wants to has another vision, Dynas has a vision of getting people's passports, whatever like that. If that's his point of that, that's fine. Mufasa got his, and whoever got his, that's mine. But to say that I just be satisfied with them, because white people aren't just satisfied with America. White Americans are all over the place. I know white people, Jews that got everything in America, but they invest in Israel. I know Italian friends of mine and whatnot, they always going back to Naples or Sicily, whatever like that, to connect. Like, why? You got everything in America. Yeah, but my ancestral homeland and everything. That's what spurred me to be a Pan-Africanist, because I had so many white friends that been here for generations talk about, oh, I'm German. I got relatives in Germany and blah, blah, blah. I don't speak German, but I go back there and they show you pictures of the town where the ancestors came from and traveled over to America and stuff like that. They're they're still living an American life, like everybody playing football and playing golf, whatever like that. But there's always that connection that people have. Same with the Chinese. You got Chinese that have been here since the 1800s who are now living in Beijing, China. That's not unusual for people to say, something. What is there more to me in America? And something. When you do that, you get the respect of white Americans. I always thought that when I talk to white Anglo-Saxon, listen to them talking, they don't know where I'm coming from, right? And they'll say, oh, yeah, such and such went back to his homeland and such, like that. And I'll be like, that don't bother you? No, man, that's his country. Now, the white Anglo-Saxon, the English person, whatnot, Anglo-Saxon, whatnot, they're the least likely to do that because they feel like America's them. America's, this is all they know. America, they don't care about England. They don't care about, they care for whatever like that. But other groups of people, they say, yeah, such and such is from El Salvador, or somebody such from Mexico. He went back to Mexico. I understand, blah, blah, blah. He wants to get also his Mexican roots, whatever like that, and everything, but they don't expect Black people from America to be like they want like this, even though they dominate America. They can say this is their master plan and everything. We can't do that because nobody respects us as Americans like they do. That's what the
What do you mean we can't do what? What can't we do?
No, what I'm saying is you cannot. In other words, you don't control the context of the infrastructure, the narrative of America.
Well, what is the narrative of America then?
America,
America is a multiracial
America,
society.
America.
America is a multiracial society.
I don't
We
believe
came in. No, it absolutely is.
I don't believe it.
You can look at Congress. There's almost every ethnic group or race group represented in that.
No,
The
you know,
only true Americans are Native Americans.
And you said interrupt, man. This is what I'm going to say. Right. Everybody is a darker shade of white in America.
Oh, come on.
In other words, when you see Nikki Haley, right? What did she put on her thing? She's white. Now she's Indian, but she lives her life as a white person, a white woman in America. When you have a lot of black people, right? Black politicians, they're white liberals. You know, we have no representation. You know, no, I don't see no black politicians speak for me. You know, they're white.
Are there black politicians though?
Huh? They're black and face on.
No, see now you're pushing it to they're black in nature. Either they're black or they're not. So
No,
what is your if America's not working for you, then what is your alternative? I'll tell you, because you're a Liberia dude, right? I guarantee you will never ever move 100% of your time to Liberia. And if
I agree with you,
hold on. And if you did, you'd be moving to a country with a very poor HDI and a GDP per capita of $675, which is peanuts. So you're going to give up what your ancestors worked for in America to go live in the slums of West Africa?
No, when I'm saying
you speak to any honest West African, they will tell you if they had the choice, they would come to America, and many of them do. But people like you don't even want to accept and respect the work that our ancestors did.
But Mac, you misconstruing what I'm saying. I respect what my ancestors did, but look at all these Africans that live in America. Are they really in America? You're right. All of them
live in America.
Hold up, they're in America using American infrastructure, and everything, but they're all involved in their homeland's country. You know. You're a Kaiser, though.
We don't have a country on the continent.
We're trying to build that sort of. This is why I'm trying to build that sort of.
You're not telling the truth, brother. You're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth. You don't come from Liberia.
Hold on. The black America, as you say, did we build and establish Liberia?
The American Colonization Society established Liberia.
No, they did not build Liberia.
The ACS in 1920.
They did not build Liberia, bro.
James Monroe, a white president, established Liberia.
No, that's not what happened. You want me to tell you
about Americans established Liberia already existed?
Let me tell you, and it's getting late, and I got to get off one now because I wish you would ask me this earlier.
Of course.
Look, Liberia is a country that was built by black men from America and the Caribbean.
Wait, were there people already existing there?
Well, in the land that they settled on, no.
Wait, that land that they settled on, was it also called Liberia?
No, it was not called Liberia.
What was it called then?
There was no land. It was called the Green Coast.
So was Liberia a country at that point or not?
No, it was not a country. You know, this is what I'm saying. When Liberia was founded, right? It was founded as a settlement, right? It was founded right there on Providence Island, right? When Providence Island was established, right, by the Day tribe and whatnot, let the first batch of the American settlers.
Hold on, there were people already there.
Mac, you interrupted me. You keep saying because
I gotta call you on that line.
Hello, you keep saying now, Mac.
That's where the tension
now you're interrupting me.
The people were already there.
No, people were not already there. I know the layout.
People were already there.
No, there were not people already there. You know, and so therefore, when the Day tribe said you could settle in Bushrod Island and Providence Island and everything like that, and then what happened was the Day tribe was still involved with the slave trade, right? The Europeans that they were dealing with said, look, if you let these people say it, that's going to sever our ties with the slave trade. So the Day said, you know something, the agreement that we had, this. They waited till they built like a small town in Monrovia, a small building. Everything. They said they wanted the land back. It don't work like that. So they went to war, right? And what happens in war, right?
So they went to war for
They
land.
went to war. They went to war, and guess what?
And they took back. So they were already people there.
And our ancestors won, right? And everybody
there were already people there. That's what I'm getting at. That tribe that you're talking about could only authorize them to take land that the Europeans said, no, they can't have it. And then they took it back from them, or they went to war if they were on that land.
No, that's not what happened.
Come on, you're trying to gloss over the fact
that's not what happened.
Violence,
no, that's not what happened, bro.
There was a war.
That's not what happened. If someone's gonna march on you, right, and slaughter you, right, and you got your women and everybody sitting there, what are you gonna do? Sit there and let them kill you? Let them kill you?
Of course not. Of course not.
All right. So our ancestors. Do you know who was heading there? Black people there. Elijah Johnson. He was a veteran of the War of 1812. That was a bad mother effer right there. Right there. He basically was friends with King Boatswain of the Mandingos, and Mandingo told the Days, if you touch these people right here. These are people coming back from slavery. You touch these people, we're going to go to war, right? So the Days.
Ironic, the Mandingos were selling slaves.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, the King Boatswain was the most powerful chief on the coast and whatnot. He told the Days, you touch those people, we're going to go to war, right? The Days went to war anyway and whatnot, and we beat them, And then at the time, even the British came along and offered Liberia assistance, right? If you hoist the British Union Jack. And Elijah Johnson said, if we hoist that Union Jack flag up here, it'll take us more effort to get it down. This is going to be a free country for black men from all over the world that want liberty and freedom to come here and settle. And over time, the Liberians, indigenous people start joining the Liberians saying, I like what you guys are doing. I can walk down the street. I don't have to be nobody's slave and whatever like that. I like you guys got education. I'm getting educated. We're doing business together and everything. And every last single agreement in Liberia, no country in Africa was ever taken over by treaty. Liberia, the Golas, the Grebos, the Vais, the Manos, the Gios, all these people said, I want to join this republic. Go to any other part of Africa. They were subjugated by force, the Upper Rhodesia, Lower Rhodesia by force. The Zulus conquered by force, everything in Liberia was black people saying, you come here and we're going to build this black society. And that's why Liberia is a republic that still stands to this day.
What does it stand as? What does it stand as? A GDP per capita of 675.
Well, bottom line is
that's a shithole country.
Well, the bottom line is it has potential.
If it's so great, why don't you move there?
Do you know?
Why don't you move there?
Hold on. Do you know? I don't have to move there. I got.
Of course, because you're talking, but you won't walk the walk. Don't sell us Africa from America, bro. You sell it as Africa from the
But you don't live in America, so what are you talking about?
No, but I go and I don't have to. I can live anywhere in the world.
But I can live anywhere in the world too.
Hold on. My activism is in America.
You don't live in America. We can live any place in the world. Why not?
I was just in America. I go to America more than you go to Liberia. That's a fact.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't live in America right now.
No, but I'm an American. You make
your business in the Netherlands.
Right.
All right.
Right.
So we're saying, what's the problem with basically somebody saying, I'm going to make some money in Africa and basically live in America? So what?
No, wait, now here's the thing. When your talking points tend to go to, and I'm going to quote you, who are we as a group? We don't control anything. You look down on Black Americans on one hand, then try to lift us up on the other. So you're more pro-Liberia than you are pro-Black America.
No, I'm pro-Black America.
But you won't move to Liberia. If Liberia is so great, hold on, brother. Give me 20 seconds and I'll land. My thing is this. you're an intelligent guy. If Liberia is so great and America is so bad and we don't have any control, then why don't you leave? You have a wife there. You have a wife there. Go be with your wife in Liberia.
Oh, didn't I just recently say that what I do is I look at what Liberians are doing. The first thing they'll tell you, they live in America, right? But they invest in Liberia. You know,
but you're not Liberian.
So if I say
you're not Liberian,
hold on. So in other words, basically what you're saying is somebody can come to America, right, and become an American and do all this stuff like this, and you can live in the Netherlands and still be in America right now. I can't.
Yes, and I don't talk down on my country.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you think the Jews should stop if they don't live in Israel? They should stop supporting Israel.
Oh, how about this? I don't fall for the okie doke of going outside of black people and black people's issues to try to make a point about black people. Let's keep
why
it.
Are we any different? Why are we any different?
The blacks, okay?
Why are we any different?
Because I don't need to use the Jew and the Chinaman and all of this to make points about we're having an argument or discussion about Liberia versus Black America. You had this, you come with these tether talking points that are saying, well, Black Americans, we don't have culture. We don't have this. But then when I ask you, well, what culture is there over there? You know, or the violence over there, you don't want to talk about that. If you're pro-Liberia, then move to Liberia.
I said early in the show, right, that basically Black African American, Black America has a rich culture in America, right? There's nothing anybody could say that I'm pro-African American.
You say that sometimes, and then you shit on Black Americans right after that.
Shitting on Black Americans. I'm saying
you do it, and I'll tell you what you did, brother. You said that we didn't have the structure, and you made it seem as if their cultural, their cultural structure was better than ours. You said because they have people that come and they have a chief. We don't need that because we're not them. If they were so great and their chieftain was so great, they could do something in their country instead of leaving it.
Well, I'm saying like this: people come to America from all over the world. So people come from America from all different types of ideas and everything. They come here to make their money and everything like that. And also, every time I see Africans, they're very involved in their homeland back home. You know, they're very involved in the politics. They're very involved in the social structures. We got Dr. Kula. You know, Dr. Kula. We gotta have her on, Bomani.
As we should be in America. They're busy with their American, their African stuff. We should be busy with our American stuff.
Let me ask you a question, Nakmizi. Right, and this is a good spirited debate. You know, welcome you to debate anytime. Bottom line is this. Okay, now we say in America, right? Now, are you talking about all sea to shining sea, coast to coast, sea to shining sea, all 50 states? You know, Black people only concentrated in a few states.
I'm talking about America.
80% of Black people are concentrated here on the East Coast of America.
Okay, yeah, because that's our ancestral homeland in America.
We concentrate on the East Coast. So when you keep saying America,
yes,
right, you're acting like we have the same opportunity as a white person says, I want to move to Alaska. Isn't Alaska part of America? You don't see Black people there.
There's Black people in Alaska.
Yeah, but why? I don't know.
There's Black people in every state of America, brother.
Very little, not any impact.
Well, we are a numerical minority at 13%, but we are everywhere in America.
You don't see Black people in places like Utah. You don't see Black people.
Yes, they do have Black people in Utah. They have a lot of Black people in Utah, as a matter of fact.
You don't see any Black people building any communities and anything like that. We're integrating into white society. In other words,
okay, and that's fine. That's fine.
But what I'm saying is, okay, so what I'm saying, Nak, is this, right? America really means, right, when we really get down to it, right, is getting basically into, because America is going towards integration.
Finish your point, man. You always start one point and you jump to another. Finish your point.
Can we agree that America is going towards integration, even though I believe that it's not multiracial, it's multi-white culture? That means you're a vanilla, yellow white, you're a chocolate white, you're this white and everything like that. So in other words,
what kind of white are you?
no, I'm not any type of white because I
Exactly.
stuff.
Exactly.
But see, but what Kyla said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but what Kyla said, and this is why I say, why is there like, okay, we're heading into integration, and you said that we're probably a black white. Then why is it a problem if I go to Sierra Leone? I already chose my ethnic group Mende. I have Sierra Leone citizenship. I want to integrate with my people, the Mende ethnic group. Then why is that a problem if we're going to integrate with white people in America and we will be called black white? You know what I mean? Why is it a problem to go over there and integrate? Because we're basically all the ethnic groups. We're like a mixture of West and Central African ethnic groups. So why is it a problem that I go over there to Sierra Leone? I'd rather integrate with my Mende people than stay here and integrate with. Well, I'm not trying to be racist or be discriminated of other races.
I don't want to lose myself.
But I just don't really want to integrate with anyone else. I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't want to be like, I just rather be African. Who I am. I don't want to, straighten my hair and do all this other bull crap. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. And
that's why, let me cut you. Let me say this. Let me interject in this, right? And I really get off. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is this. The part of the problem is that the failure of Black America, right? And Black America, which I love and everything like that. The culture of Black America, like Charleston White. Listen to Charleston White. He's absolutely right on a lot of stuff we say, right? We have a culture of misogyny, violence, just bickering back and forth and everything, dysfunction and everything in Black America. Whatnot. We used to have beautiful Black communities in America, at one time, where we stuck together, we loved each other and stuff like this, and it seemed like nobody wants to see that. They're saying that if you want to be in America, you got to be a Black, white, integrate with us, or go to the ghetto and live in chaos, and nobody wants to do that.
Because all Black people live in the ghetto, right?
No, what I'm saying is, what are
you talking about?
I'm saying that the bottom line is this. Let me give you an example. The telltale was you heard about the Soul City project in North Carolina that failed. The Soul City project was supposed to be a Black city that Floyd McKenzie created, right? Soul City, right? It was going to have industrial. It'll be the prototype Black community of the future. President Nixon supported it, right? Black people basically said no, they don't want any part of that for the most part. Some Black people were ignorant about what the situation was. Then they got with Jesse Helms or racist and whatnot. So you ain't building that in North Carolina, blah, blah, blah. Even though that would have created jobs, built nice, sustainable Black communities and everything, nice housing and everything. The project was beautiful. Shopping centers, everything like that. It was going to be the prototype of cities in America that they were going to do, planned communities throughout America, whatnot, that were Black majority and everything like that, with schools, hospitals, everything and everything. We didn't do that. We dropped the ball on that, right? And so, therefore, by the time the 90s came up and whatnot, we have all these crack and the crack epidemic and the drugs and everything like that. And the Black community, as we know, it was decimated, And so, therefore, now it's like we're picking up the pizza ball. Let's build what? Look, fool me once, shame on me.
But you started a point and then you're going to another point, brother. You're all over the place.
Fool me once, shame on me. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is this. I don't believe when people say that let's build Black America, that is serious. Because it was put before us back with the Soul City project, the Black Power movement back in the days, right? I'll tell you another story in Emporia, Virginia, right?
But you're going to all these stories, but you're not making a succinct point.
Okay, I'm gonna
land with your point so I can have the counterpoint.
I'm gonna land with this. So
don't land. You can keep flying. I want you to make a point.
Let me land with this one last thing, and you can have the floor, right? Years ago, I saw this one abandoned building in Emporia, Virginia, right? And basically, I looked at this building. It was a mural of Ujamaa, right? And it was a warehouse, right? It was an abandoned warehouse, right? And it was a painting with children showing baskets of fruit and whatnot. So in other words, it showed me that it was some sort of cooperative back in the 70s, right? Because the way the painting and everything. And I said to myself, what happened here, right? And so in other words, basically, evidently, it fell apart and whoever it was. Then I learned that Emporia was a good place of the Black Power movement, and the Nation of Islam was there. The first fruits of there's a lot of Black nationalist groups were in Emporia, Virginia, right? And I said, what happened to this thing? I was just looking at this mural, and then whatever that it didn't work, And we went through this thing of trying to build the community and stuff like that, and never gets any support from our people, So I'm all for people building on our community and everything, and we got a lot of grassroots movements in our Black community that support and love and everything like that. We have the House of Conscience right here in Norfolk, Virginia. I support and everything like that, and a lot of grassroots movements in America that we're holding on and doing stuff like that. But the majority of Black people in America, right, either they want to be integrated into white society and forget their Blackness and forget who they are, or they just don't give a damn about anything and everything. Then there's the Pan-Africanists.
What are you even talking about? The majority of Black people in America, and then want to integrate with white people. What are you talking about?
You got to be kidding me! You don't believe that?
Absolutely not.
Knack, man. You got to come to America once in a while.
No, brother, I was just there. What are you talking about?
Okay, the majority of Black people in America, right? Support integration. They support. You can't tell them like when they say, let's build the Black community. Let's build the Black communities. President Trump had a 5-star platinum plan. They still said we don't want no platinum plan from a racist.
Here you go with the right wing.
Rejected that and everything. So it tells me Black people don't really care about building anything. They basically want to sit around, and then there's some people who do talk about we ain't gonna do nothing until we get our reparations check.
So now you're speaking down on reparations.
Well, I'm saying that if you're gonna sit there and cross your hands and wait for the white man to give you a reparations check,
no one's waiting for anything. No one's waiting for anything, and that's the thing. What you some of you Pan-Africans do is you make blanket statements like the majority of Black Americans just want to integrate with white people, and you can't quantify that.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
But you're always asking me questions after you done made a 10-minute soliloquy. You speak and you babble, but you don't make any points. So if Black America is not the answer, and I want a succinct answer from you, then what is the answer?
What I'm saying is the Black America as we know it, we didn't support Ebony magazine. We let that go by.
Brother, I'm not going to fall for the collar babble. What is the answer if it's not to invest in Black America?
I'm saying that we lost the idea of. Let me give
Forget
you
what we lost. What is the answer now for Black America?
That's the answer right now, brother. We used to have our own award shows, Black award shows.
I don't care about
I'm making my point.
What is the answer for Black Americans now?
Well, support Black institutions.
Where?
Well, first of all,
where?
Our colleges.
Okay, our colleges in America, right?
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. So I asked you what the answer was, and it was to support our educational systems in America. That's great. But you can't support them and then talk down on Black Americans at the same time.
I'm not talking down on Black Americans.
You are talking down on Black Americans when you try to say that we want to integrate with white people.
No, in other words, basically, it has a better word, right? What we want to do is give all the burden of building ourselves to white. We don't want to carry this burden anymore.
Okay, but Black Americans build.
Oh, but
Black
look,
Americans do, brother.
okay. Explain Gary, Indiana. How did Gary end up completely collapse?
Well, Gary, Indiana is in the flyover states, right?
That was
And
one
there's a
thing.
lot
We
of
just
those
steal
flyover.
from
Okay, here we
different
go.
places.
Already
We
talking over
gave
me.
up on it.
Wait, but you asked me the question and then you talk over me. That's why you and I can't have a debate because you're all over the place. You're all over the place. You're in Liberia. You're talking down on Black America, but you don't ever say anything about the real situation in Liberia. You're
So
trying
why are
to.
you talking
I don't
about
know if you're trying
Liberia?
to
We're
tell
talking
us.
about
I
Liberia.
don't
We're
know if you're
talking
trying to
about.
tell us that we need to go to Liberia. I
I
don't
never
know
said
because
we need to go to Liberia.
all right, but you got Liberia in your mouth
I
all
never
the time to
told
the positive.
anybody. I never
You
told
got
anybody.
Liberia in your mouth all the time to the
I
positive,
never
and you
told
never speak
anybody.
positive about Black America.
I never told anybody that they need to go to Liberia. 99% of Black people are gonna stay right here. They need to stay right here. I never said that.
So then, what's your answer? Okay, so support
No.
education, black colleges in America.
Okay,
Many Black alumni do that.
Okay.
Many Black alumni do that.
Okay,
Did you go to an HBCU?
Okay, what I'm saying is,
Did you go to an HBCU?
well, excuse me.
Did you go to a HBCU?
Oh no, I didn't. I went to a community.
Okay, I did. I went to Morgan State University.
Okay.
All right, so you want to support HBCUs. Okay, what else? What are more of your answers?
No, what I'm saying is this.
We're on the same page right now.
Okay, look, what I'm saying is this. So, okay, when we talk about, when Foss was talking about earlier, right? We don't support Black-owned venues, right? We don't support Black-owned magazines. We don't support like that. We don't even read Black-owned magazines anymore.
Well, people don't read print for the most part anyway.
Funny, Rolling Stone's still out there, right?
Most print is going the way of the dinosaur.
Well,
Everyone
Rolling
knows
Stones
that.
out, but they still on the internet and they're so powerful. How come there's no Ebony website and whatnot that we all?
I don't know. I don't know
because we don't care anymore. That's
Wait,
what I'm trying to say.
and then so are you coming from the standpoint that because some people don't care that we should just give it up and go to Africa? I don't understand
never
what
said that. You put words in my mouth.
But I'm not. How did I put words in your mouth?
Well,
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you. You
Mac,
don't have any plan.
Knack.
You speak against Black America, but then your answer is to invest in Black America. If you are focused on investing in Black America, you wouldn't take down on it all the time.
You're making a point that we should not do anything in Africa, right?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. So you can ask me a question, and I'll answer it succinctly. That if you're going to invest on the continent, you have to invest on something more than just the color of someone's skin.
I agree.
Because Blackness on a continent full of Black people means nothing. You're going to have to talk about acquisition of control of your resources, refining and getting all the way to market and having it controlled by Black people or the people from that country.
Yeah,
look, we're going to do it because they're Black don't mean anything. So now, how do you integrate into that? It's not a Pan-African way to integrate into it. You have to integrate through expertise in whatever field you're dealing with. So if I've already made connections to the Dangote project and they all came back to Holland, I've still made connections because of expertise in a certain sector. So we have to focus on becoming craft masters, experts in certain things that are going to be profitable and not just focus on Black. You got to focus.
You're singing to the choir.
All right. So then that's what I'm saying. You're like schizophrenic. If you love Black America, stop putting down on it.
That was the whole point of the show. Is that the Pan-African world has to evolve beyond just color and just Black unity.
Okay.
That we have to have something tangible there. That's the topic of the show tonight.
Okay, so now good. Now we'll end this little debate with this. This will be my final question to you, hopefully. If you agree that Pan-Africanism has to evolve from this just Black and kumbaya bullshit, the current state of Pan-Africanism, would you call it alive and kicking, or dead and stinking?
And the right now, I don't think that, like I said, what we have is this, right? And I really have to get off at 6 o'clock in the morning here. The current
white
state
boss got your ass. You got to get up for that white man.
No, I would get up for myself. I work for myself. And I just need to go to bed. I've been up all day. The bottom line is this. What we have in the Pan-African world is people like Umar Johnson Chills trying to bring us back to the 1960s, trying to fight battles that's already been won, lost, or irrelevant and everything. Talk about, black unity, but there's nothing sustainable. I don't want to hear it no more. I want to hear if we're going to talk about getting together one night, we're building something. We have something tangible. That's what infrastructure is all about, and that's my final thought.
Well, you guys need to adopt my. I can speak to you about how to make Pan-Africanism work, but when y'all start coming up here with this kumbaya nonsense,
who did that?
Well, the other guest who dropped off. He
ain't kumbaya. He's very pragmatic.
He's not some kumbaya stuff.
You got to listen to the whole show.
He turned West Africans into Mexicans, and you don't agree with his.
What I'm saying.
Carla, you're with me on that. You don't underpay other black people, right?
No. Let me say it like this, Nakmeezy, right? Well, that when you go to when Americans, they ship their jobs to like he said, like Samsung, where you get your cell phone from, right, is made cheaper because it's made in Korea. That's what he was trying to say, and that's just a business sense, and also when he's paying Nigeria, any money that's coming in to Nigeria getting paid, right, is way better than things. Now, if the business keep going on, will come a time where Mufasa will be able to pay the Nigerians parity when his business kicks off to the Americans, when they start doing the same amount of things. So it's a win-win situation long term. That's what Mufasa was saying.
Well, I know you got to go. You got work to do. I get it. All right, peace.
Peace, brothers. Peace, Bomani. Y'all take care.
And Lewis,
peace, family. And family, you take care. We well over time, so we're gonna close out.
Yeah. All right, brother. You got a lot of people in the chat. They scared to click the link though. Bomani, you're familiar with the Akan ethnic group, right?
Yes.
Were they involved in slave raiding?
I'm sure they were. It's a whole lot of people.
But that's how they have an Akampong town in Jamaica. They were definitely slave raiders. So I will not accept an Akan talking to me about slave raiding.
Yeah, man.
Marie wants to come back up. She was saying that she's an African. She's a 23andMe African, I guess. That's not how they move over there.
She can come back on, sister. Come back on. I guess y'all had enough, man. It's been 6 hours, man. So play out this music.
Drink some Irish Moss. You get energy.
If you're coming on, well, enjoy it. This one's called Wake Up. And us, we're about to go to bed.
Stop it.
Yes, you are up. You're both up.
Okay. Uh, so Nagmeezy, yes, I did take a DNA test, but I also did genealogy on my father's dad's side of the family, the Shy line. That's my father's last name, and that's my father's dad's last name. I have fifth great grandparents that were born in Africa. One was born in Guinea in Mandinka land. So we are like part Mandinka. So yes, I do have lineage that I was able to trace back 5 generations that my my fifth great grandparents were born in Africa. So kind of like I do have ties to that area in Mandinka land. I do. Um, and I don't know. I just feel like we are a mixture of these ethnic groups. So why is it a problem that why is it a problem that I can't really connect with that side of my family? Because like I said, my dad's side of the family, they said that we're Mandinkas. And so um I I feel like I have part of that ancestry too. So why can't I mean, yes, I'm African American, I'm Black American, but I'm also since I was able to trace back my lineage and go fifth generations back where I found fifth great grandparents that was born in Africa and my great grandmother, she's Mandinka. Why is that a problem that I reach back and, you know, learn about my people. You know what I mean? Like, why can't I do that? I mean, I could basically take my United States Census information and probably go over there to Guinea to see if I can get citizenship. I mean, not that I really, not saying that I really need it because I already have citizenship on a continent, but I mean, for an African American to find that, why is that a problem that I go back to see if I can get citizenship and reconnect with my people? Like I still love African Americans, I still love my people, but like me finding information like that, why is it bad that African Americans want to go back and reconnect with our people? Like I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a bad thing per se. Your DNA test said Mende, right?
That's on my mother's side, but
Okay.
I'm talking about on my father's side that I actually have great grandparents that were born in Africa. And they were taken, what happened was they were, okay, my grandmother, she was born in 1795 and she was born in Mandinka land in Guinea, in that area. And she was taken from there and brought to Georgia to work on the Shy plantation. She was owned by, what is his name? No, it's not Samuel. Okay, the plantation owner that owned him was it Samuel Shy? I can't remember. I have all the information in stored
I
somewhere,
believe you,
but
sis. I believe you.
yeah, yes, but I just I don't know. Now that I found that information, and I think Afrim they should go and do genealogy, like, do a family tree because that's how my family found out. And, that's how they found out. And I have a great, sorry, I'm over the place. I'm just excited, but I'm just happy that I found this information because a lot of African Americans, some of us do want to reconnect with Africa and stuff like that. And I don't know. I think people should do family trees and try to go back and find what I mean, because that's good information too. I'm happy that I'm African American, yes, but like I'm happy that I'm a citizen of Sierra Leone too, and I'm happy that I get to, you know, I was I belong to a village in Moyemba called Jamakoa, and I'm just happy to be accepted by my people over there too, and I just think if I just want all black people to be great, no matter where they are, I just want them all to be successful and not suffer. But like if a black person from America, if they want to go to Jamaica and live, or if a Jamaican wants to come to America, I mean, why is that a problem? I just don't see that's a problem to me, in my
Well,
opinion.
look, if you want to go to the continent, then absolutely, by all means, do what you want to do. It's a free world. My attacks are against the ideological nonsense of Pan Africanism that is devoid of actual work and the flaws in the ideology that blacks across the world face similar or face the same issues. So, therefore, they have to link together based on that. If you link up based on we've all been getting our ass kicked, then you've just created a marriage of misery, right? You should link up based on expertise, based on common interests, based on goals, and also based on who your ops are. So a francophone and an anglophone have different ops. While they may be European, one is a Frenchman and one is a Dutchman. One may be a Portuguese if you're talking about Angola. So my arguments are against the flawed ideology of Pan-Africanism, which pushes the pie in the sky, let's dream, and not the work, which is why I never have smoke for Bomani, because he does work. So if you are good in something, then that should be your lead, is the skill set, not the skin color.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand that. I don't know. I just feel like we're so divided. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, within the African American community, like, I don't, and then not even that, but even in Africa too, they're divided just as well. Like, I mean, and I do want Pan Africanism to work, but I I don't know. I don't
Marie,
know.
check what
But
you
maybe
just
I need
said,
to
right?
stay out these
We're
conversations.
divided.
Like, I'm
No, no.
I'm just trying to figure this all out. I'm just,
So check this out. You'll figure it out
huh?
in your own time, and you'll hear my points, other points, and then you'll make up your own decision, right? But I want to remind you of something you just said, that we've got, separation in Black America. There's separation on the continent. There's separation in the same country. There's separation between different subgroups like the Akan and the Ashanti who are fighting each other, right? So that flies in the face of let's work together because we're Black. Black people are not wired to work together outside of their ethnic groups. So Pan Africanism is trying to force that, and it's actually going against how Africans are wired and the cultural fabric of these African nations. They've never been wired to work together. So if you really want to embrace Africa, then you embrace Africa how it is, not how you want it to be. So that's why I'm a Black American tribalist. We have our own tribe. I focus on us first and foremost, no hate to anyone else. But I'm not going to try to link up over there and jump over the people in my own neighborhoods that need help. That doesn't make sense, because then you're cherry picking who you want to help based on some fantasy that you have with being an African. I'm not saying you, but that these a lot of Pan-Africans have with being an African and connecting, right? When you connect, what are you connecting off of? Like, to keep it 100, most of these people that go and connect back, they're walking wallets. You want to connect? See, test the gangster of that connection and leave your wallet at home and see if you're accepted for who you are in the actual connection and lineage. You'll find that when you put that wallet away, the interest to deal with you also disappears. And that's a fact.
Well, not me. So the thing is, I already belong. Like, I'm a citizen of Sierra Leone. I belong to a village over there, and they haven't called, and nobody had asked me for really any money or anything like that. I mean, I don't always think it's about money. Yes, maybe they do need the money. I mean, like some, I mean, like there's not like a welfare system over there. So I could kind of see maybe some may be desperate and they may need some money. And I'm not saying all
When you
Africans. I
say
mean, there's
maybe,
Africans
may or
that are,
definitely. They need money. And when they look at the diaspora connecting, it's all about one-way investments into their communities. That's why you got a lot of diasporans building boreholes and making it rain in these communities. And it's been a one-sided or lopsided relationship. Because when they come to our communities, our Black communities that come from them, right? They don't do that. They separate. And they separate on ethnic group, and they send money back to their people to remittances or through remittances from America. Name me one African group that's linked up with Black Americans and have done great things in Black American communities. They don't, because they know that Pan-Africanism is not viable. They go down the ethnic group, and I embrace that part of Africa.
Oh wow, I really don't have anything to say. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna try to focus on what I'm doing, but I'm not gonna give up on Pan-Africanism. I just, from what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to build a poultry farm. I do have a poultry farm. I'm just trying to expand it. And that's what I'm building in Sierra Leone. And I just want to help my people, and I don't know. And I don't know. I just want everyone to be success. Like, no matter where you are, I don't care if you're in Jamaica, Africa, or in America. I just want everyone to be successful, and whatever anyone wants to do, just do it. We all need to help. We all need to help. So I don't know if that's just my opinion.
Thank you, sis. I appreciate the dialogue.
Yes, absolutely appreciate your sister. Let me see, Dion, is that you? You on? Before we close, your line is choppy. Your line is choppy, but go ahead, not Measy. I stayed on because you had somebody else wanted to talk. It
was Louis Awuwa. I'm waiting for him to pull up.
Yeah, you guys was on for a while, nonstop for hours.
All right, brother. I'm gonna let you go to sleep, brother. I'm out. Thank you for allowing
appreciate
me.
Energy, man. Appreciate energy. So, family, we're closing out, and we're gonna play this closeout music, and we'll catch you next time.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, you take care.
Your word. They are waging all kind of warfare to distract and confuse your mind. Break them shackles, break them chains. Don't let them control your brain. Break them shackles, break them chains. Even though them change your name. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Free your mind. If they control your mind, they can control your thoughts. If they control your thoughts, they can control your actions. Practically to take their baits that will lead you to self-destruction. With your self-defeating, self-destructive actions, doing exactly what they want. As you fall in their trap, say, a pure manipulation, demolish the demon and the beast, to rape, ravage and feast. So wake up, oh people, to reality. Wake up and free your mind. Wake up, oh people, to reality. Wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up and free the propaganda, desensitizing your minds for more lies and falsification. To the medias and their institutions, we make up wars and more distractions, confusing and mixing up your mind. Do you know what are their plans? I say it's mind control. Them evil Babylonians, they wanna steal your soul. So wake up, oh people, to reality. Wake up and free your mind. Wake up, oh people, to reality. Wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up and free your mind. Wake up, wake up.
If it makes sense, we have to go and do it, you know.